ยืมไฟแช็กกันดิ
Sound resumed.
ปกติมาดริดนำก่อน2โดนทับไป4
ฟุต2-1 TL 2
สวยเลย
เอ๊ะหน้าเย็นปิแล้วฟุตโดนแน่เลยวะดูแมปก่อน เอเว่นสปิด
อบิด
เดี๋ยวอบิดมาไงอ่ะ
ฮะ
ไม่มีอบิดอ่ะ
ไอ้มึงแปลกๆแล้ว
คนทำไอ้เนี่ยแปลก
เดี๋ยวดูฉันดิอบิด
ๆวายอบิดมันไม่ได้เอาออกไปหรอ
อบิดมาไงอะพี่ งงกันหมดงงกันทั้งโลกแอดเซนหรือเปล่า มันเป็นตัว E เหมือน A เหมือนกันนะ นี่เราดูถูกใช่ไหมดูถูก
พี่
คู่
ไปดูแชทต่างประเทศแล้ว
พี่กอล์ฟบอก
อ๋อแอดเซนแกแล้วแหมโปรดักชันเนี่ยมีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้เรื่อยๆ ผมบอกเลยถ้ามีแมป3ยังไงก็ฟุตแอดเซนอะไอเซนบ้านฟุตเลย วันนี้พี่ฟุกใส่เสื้อสีแดงเลยวะ
ใส่สร้อยทองด้วย
รู้ว่าทำไมพี่ฟุกใส่
ใช่ไหม
แมนยูเตะ
แมนยู
โอ้เชียร์แมนยู
นึกว่าพี่ฟุกจะลีกว่าแบบกูไปเซ็นฤดูกาลหน้า เยตูเจ ไอริวกับไอ้สุดใครจะเดือดกว่ากันมาดู ฟาลินนี่จะบอกว่าเป็นรุ่นพ่อนี่ผมก็เชื่อนะ
ดูแก่ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
หน้ามันดูแดดดี้มากเลย
so far, so it's certainly been better than their
อ๋อ
แชมเบอร์ซุดไอซุดมันเป็นแชมเบอร์พี่
เฮ้ย
anything. Not a gecko then. Holy, how do I keep doing?
คืออะไรอ่ะ
อยากยิงไง ผมจะบอกอะไรให้เว้ยแชท ผมอยู่ในบ้านอะทุกครั้งที่ฟาร์มเดินไปไหน จะมีเพลงดนตรีตามเสมอ เป็นผู้หญิงที่มากับดนตรี มากับเพล
เฮ้
ง
ย
Come alive, 11, but
แล้วมามาทีละท่อน
นีออน
Chamber, I don't mind it. He plays a lot of operator and does get
มีแกรกนีออนพี่เอ้ย
ฟุต2-1 ครับ คู่นี้นะฮะ แมปแรกโดนไปก่อนเลย
เดี๋ยวฟุตมาหลอกพี่เอ๋ยเปล่าอันนี้
แพ้ไม่ได้นะอันนี้มันรู้เลยบอกว่าห้ามแพ้อ่ะ
Have to run it back one more time.
Map of ascent and going, okay, it's definitely
เฮ้ยต่างประเทศเขาให้ BBL เป็นต่อเลยเหรอฟุตเป็นรองเหรอ
ใช่เหรอ
เออ
เนี่ยแต่ผมว่าฟุตมาว่ะ8 บาร์หนีตายของฟุตเผลอๆแม่งได้ไปนี่ด้วยเนี่ยโรนโต้น่ะพอพี่เอ๋ยให้ฟุตแม่งหลอกพี่เอ๋ยอีก
เขาลืมหรือเปล่าว่านี่อยู่สายล่างนะตอนเนี้ย
elimination match for stage 1. Mentioned it. They've never not
Toshiba and Yetuje appear together the same VCL Turkey team. Potter, Boot and
บอสปาร์ตี้ต้องขอครับผม
Well, a squad that have
เก่ง
played
เลยอะ
once a year since partnership began. Now we get to see it
ขอ
twice.
ไปที่ไลออน
The stakes couldn't be higher. One team will be exiting their Masters
ไป
run.
ก่อนเลยหนึ่ง
Their attempt to get there in
โอ้โห
jeopardy.
ออกสามเป้า
He kept going
ริวบอก
aggressive.
ยังไง
He's the prize.
ยิง
Foot
ยังไงก็
with
ไม่
the
ไหว
punish
ครับ
early and a 4v3 as a reward.
quick rotation from the side of BBL. 2 players already in that
สโมกลูก
side.
นี้แหละ
Caught
ไอ้
by
ส
the
โมกลูกนี้ที่ผม
paranoia.
ขอคน
Third
ในทีม
looking
แบบ
to
ปัก
wrap
เปียก
back
ปัก
around. So the
แต่
force
ก็ยัง
be
ส
a
โมก
nice
ช็อตอยู่
shot, at least from Profit to do some damage. Yumpy picking up one as well, but it's Yedajay to trade. Left all
Wait,
on
no,
to
no.
Magnum. Cypher versus Cypher. The first clutch needed
ผมอยากให้เยตูเจมันยิ
within
งได้
this
แต่
matchup
โน้
to take that pistol across the board, but there's still time to
Magnum
play with. That's
is
the thing for Yedajay.
Eh.
He doesn't need to overface this, doesn't need to risk it, but the
แม็กนัมต้อง
same
เวอ
can
ร์
be
จริ
said
ง
for
อะ
his
แบบเวอ
counterpart.
ร์อะ
ต้องโดนหัวตัว
Time at that camera gave the information over to Yedajay. He knows that Magnum is towards the spawn, but Magnum waits long enough that he could have ramped up into heaven. Yedajay has a decision to make, and not a lot of time to make it. Magnum swinging in deep, and the pistol round found for BBL.
Yeah, solid start for them. And then something to mention, obviously,
Nice.
the compositional change is going to make a big difference in terms of what they're going to be playing up against, what they're going to be used to. But for BBL, the defensive side of this map has been incredibly impressive throughout this stage. They played it twice, minimum of 8 rounds. One time they even got a 10-2 half versus Gentlemates. And whether you were a fan of Gentlemates or not throughout this stage, the one map that was very good for them was Haven. That was probably their best map by far. So the fact that they obliterated them on this defensive side.
โตชิเบอร์ไอ้เนี่ยใครนะโตชิเบอร์กับไอ้นี่เหรอที่มาจากทีมเดียวกัน
It's also interesting the fact
เยตู
that
เจ
I kind of sat here and wondered why FUT would let this through in the first place. So clearly they got a plan and have put some work
ประวัติมันจำไม่ได้
เมื่อกี้เนี่ยที่มันขึ้น
The question is whether that work is going to pay off, whether these changes will be enough to be the difference maker up against BBL, who have looked untouchable when it comes to Haven. And as Sue said, they've never really looked bad. You're highlighting the Outlaw. We got to see it on Zeus there.
hero
Indeed,
Outlaw.
they've heard it on BBL too. They know what they're up against. But that ain't going to help them in most of their
Hey,
battles.
look,
3 players
Titan
with light
Steam.
shields,
ออกเลย
but
แล้ว
an Outlaw of their own in
Hey,
play. The
Yetuje
Seaside
กับ
seems to be the target. Not that much of a
สนิทกันวะ
surprise when you consider there's already a bit of a main control potentially given away.
แบบเพื่อนกัน
And
เลย
with
อะ
an Outlaw, no better angle.
It's
รูป
definitely
ใน
a risk
โปร
though.
แกรมมัน
It's going to put
เดิน
Yetajay
บ่อย
in an awkward position next
แล้ว
round
ดูมันซื้อให้
if
สุ
there's
ด
not
เกาะ
a
เต็มเลยนะ
significant amount of damage done here. Of course, for Zeus, he'll still
ตั
have
ดเจ้า
their headhunter bullets anyway.
ก็ถวายค
But
รับ
already look at the depth of control that's been taken in a round like this. So you're
Yeah.
talking about a team that is mostly going to be on an eco. And BBL have gone close up into very aggressive angles around their main. And that's why you can already see that early rotation, having players in
In the
position
by.
sat around this C site.
เพราะว่าถ้า
Guys
สมม
pushing
ติมัน
me
รี
the
ฮาร์
ones
เด
with
เรื่
the
อยๆมันก็
SMG,
นี่
slightly less risk, happier to take those close range engagements for the rifles,
ยาก
sit
เลยครับ
back
รี
and
สโม
wait. Opening pick found
ไม่ใช่อะ
already. Now the Outlaw gets to shine. Zeus in the ground immediately, and that investment sees
Gotcha.
no real return as a clean sweep from BBL, losing just
ต่อสอง
one
บอก
player.
ครับ
They
Yạc
won't
lại.
Bây giờ
mind
pick
all
crack
too
cứuอยู่
much.
นะเมื่อกี้
It's a Spectre, I believe, that's left on the ground.
Yeah, that's the. If anything, they upgraded.
They got 2 Outlaws, yeah, yeah,
they
of course.
picked up an outlaw and threw away the Spectre. So, if anything, they've come out of that round better than they would have done. Now, you understand the concept for FUT. any player that invests into a rifle a lot of the time is not going to have those heavy shields available, so there's a chance for Zeus to get one-shot kills. You know as well that he's going to be saving up. The interesting thing as well is a lot of the time we talk about this guy not using the operator, and he's picked an agent that's main thing is getting a free operator. So it's a bit of a weird choice even for him.
And maybe he's going to be no-scoping with that. I'm not too sure that I want to see that. Do we have a choice or not? Remains to be seen. Levin has an opportunity. We've seen the tip of their heads. Zeus firing back, who picks him off. A nice opening pick for the side of FUT, and with the stinger
โด
in
นทั้ง
play,
แถบทั้งสโลว์
might
มัน
even
ยัง
want to
ดื้อ
go
อี
get
กอะ
that weapon. It is an outlaw on the floor. A lot of weaknesses for BBL coming into this round.
โคตรดื้อช็อต
As
เนี่ย
we said, they left. It was the 2 SMGs, 1 upgraded, 1 left on the floor. Yumpy, as a result, doesn't have a lot invested. Shock darts on their way. He gets a close range fight here. It couldn't be any better for the Stinger. Goes swinging
ก็
through.
บอก
A brave play.
It's going to be difficult for Sociable to get out of this scenario. It's
ไป
cracks.
ไลน์อัพ
A 2-for-1 discount as he'll take down 2 of the remaining 3.
But
Only
if Fuke
Magnum
yang
left
set.
standing, and with the rifle in hand, there is a question of whether or not he should save, especially now after losing half of his HP. He stopped the flawless, but other than that, yeah, I think it's just going to be an attempt to hold onto the gun.
ตรงดีใช้ได้
Certainly
พูด
looks
อะไร
like it.
ได้ใช่
The right call for BBL. Conceding that round over to FUT. They wanted to come out of this with a little bit
วันนี้
more
น้าแอง
damage,
ครั
though,
บผ
no
ม
doubt.
น้าแอ
One
ง
of
แจ
the
กกระ
things
เป๋าแล้ว
that we'll sort of look at as this
Taka
game
pa,
goes
lubala
on
lang
is,
ni.
is Zeus
ไม่ได้ไปโตรอน
playing
โต
on
นะ
the
กลับ
chamber
ยู
here,
เคนะ
but
พักผ่อน
also in this matchup, somewhere that he was shut down previously. We saw the longest game in history of VCT,
สายาบอล
longest
มาที่ลิค
map
วิดค
rather,
รับผม
and I think he ended up with 22
But
kills.
it was his worst performance of Tier 1.
Yeah.
เฮ้ย
Facing off against BBL, Magnum's done
Hey.
incredibly
Hey.
well. He's taken out 4. Like, you look at this round as
แทนที่จะแบบเหลือ
potentially being
3-4
flawless
กระบอก
until
ที
they
หน้า
walked
กัน
into
จะได้
Magnum, but
บี
his
ไปต่อ
late
ยาว
wraparound, okay, he'll lose the gun in the end, but
They got money.
taking away 3
แต่ผม
extra
ลืมเปลี่ยน
weapons
บิต
as
เร
he
ทหน่อย
goes,
เชื่อผม
he's done an
ใส่
impeccable
บิต
job.
เรทสัก
Well, that was it. The
20,000
point was, you see him exiting towards the spawn, towards C, with 4 players still alive. Like, oh, they would have wanted a little bit more damage out of that. Well, that's definitely highlighted by the fact he goes wrapping all the way around, waits for them, and with a huge punish. You know, I was worried there. It took Cracks a while to get that kill on the board, but he ends up with a collateral. That seems to have set them up with a
ไม่
safe
หมุนเนี่ย
round.
ดีเลย์น้อยด้วย
But
ใช่ไหม
the punishment is there. And so FUT, they have to strain their economy. They're investing heavy. They still have a stinger to play with alongside this investment. A huge play by Magnum. A triple kill in the pistol round as well. His impact on this series already is tangible.
Yeah, he's already got 9 kills.
ผมว่าเป็นที่
He's
เครือ
having a
ข่าย
great
เด็ก
time,
ที่
but
มีผลกับ
it's
การ
whether
ดาว
or
น์โหล
not
ด
they
ของ
can now
บ้านแดงว่า
make
เลย
that damage worthwhile.
ดาวน์โหลดไฟล์ 2K
He
แล้ว
might be the guy running away with it now, but look back
ดี
to
เลย์
the
น้อยดิผม
previous
ปรับ
series.
เวลี่ฟาสเลยเนี่ย
Sociable went 26-4 versus mates. Probably one of the best performances we've seen all season from any player. But it's whether or not he can recreate something like that again. Definitely a little bit more difficult to do on the Sova, but he seems to make it work. Another man who's a maestro of the Sova is Mr. Fallen, though.
ชอบเวลาแนะ
Definitely a
นำพูด
highlight
ชอบ
on
แบบ
him
ยก
with
มื
this
อ
sort of
กับเลย
composition.
แบบเน้น
สวยละ
Spam's not landing
ยิง
yet.
ทุกที่
They're
ยกเว้นตรงกลาง
so close, yeah.
ยิงทุกที่
Either side of him. Straight out of Pulp Fiction. Round to the C side. It looks like they're going to go. Levin's waiting there. Op in hand. B side wide open. Late play from Mr. Fallen. Of course, using that weaker weapon, he's going to hope to find himself that late lurk. That player getting aggressive. For now, nothing to be claimed by him, but his team have gotten the plant.
ใช้ได้อยู่นะฟุต
แบบนี้แมตช์ศักดิ์ศรีครับ
Waiting to see if
เพื่อ
anybody
นโดนห
makes
นึ่ง
a
ตุรกี
mistake. Ultimate for Magnum. Single kill could be enough to reveal the rest, but clearly feeling confident in their retake. ตุรกีนี่ฟิลเกาหลี has
เลย
been
ป่ะมันอยู่
eliminated
ใน
and
ห
now
ลายทีม
just becomes down to the defenders on the side. Solid
Không
start.
đi
In
chặt
fact,
chàng
they
thấy.
wipe them out, leaving just out of captain standing and try as he
โอ้
might.
ถ้าแมกนัมยิงอาตาไม่โดนอีกนัดหนึ่งนะ
of BBL.
ไม่คิดตาย2เลย
That will be a third round on the board, and we talk about the amount of economic damage that Magnum did in the last. Well, that will now come into effect.
You got to say, great read coming in from Profek. He waited for that kill for a long time, knowing that this is something they like to do. Send that player late. This time it was Mr. Fallen, but anyone with that weaker weapon to come up as they're looking to reinitiate into sight. They start the take, they make a little bit of noise. And Mr. Fallen sees that as his cue to go forward, but he walks into the waiting arms of Profect. Patience on display and a good read early on of what their opponents are looking to do. That's a good sign for BBL. 3-1.
เพลเยอร์ปีศาจนะ
Heating up.
They've got nothing. Sure, there's a Bucky, but it's not in Mr. Farland's hand, so I'm not particularly nervous for the opposing squad. Crack's going in. No, he doesn't have it.
Yeah,
He's
Crack.
out. He gets his all.
สไลด์เอาคลาสสิก
Diving in with the
ใช้
classic.
ได้
I
ใช้
don't know
ได้
how this is working.
ใช้ได้เลย
Thunder from
คือ
Zeus
แคร็กใช้ได้อะ
managed to pick up
เฮ้
another.
ยหิวอยู่
And from literally
Ew.
nothing, there's now just one
Hello,
man
Eco, what the
standing
fuck?
Yumpy between a crazy
wait.
upset round for FUT.
สุดท้ายเหลือเป็น
ยันปีบอกทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นเร็วมาก
The shot
That's
fired
something
out.
dark,
Foot
nah,
knew that they had an opportunity. Now here's the same old play. We just talked about it. Send that man out and around. The late play while they're looking in one direction, come in from
Only
the
got
other.
classic.
Mr. Fallen.
Om
He doesn't
Kai
want
Mak.
the fight with the classic.
Fallen.
He's got himself a buggy, and he might be needed. Yumpy pushing down has already isolated one pick, but they're going to run that clock all the way down, knowing that he's going to be pressured from both sides, that they have enough bodies to throw at that he'll never get that diffuse across the line. And the reveal sure helped him out. What a round from FUT.
Yeah, pay safe card thrifty there. I sort of mentioned it when the round started. They had nothing
Again,
to
Jay
play with. It was
Howard
the
song.
Bucky opener, then Crack sliding in with just a classic, managing to win the duel. And from that point onwards, well, they had guns to play with. That is a huge blip for BBL. I said it was all about winning that round number 4 to reset their opponent's economy, so they came in with nothing. I did not expect FUT to then win with the nothing. That wasn't part of the plan.
It didn't even seem like a point worth making that BBL don't have the money to lose that previous round. That they wanted to keep so many people alive because
จะ
it
ได้ถ้า
looked
ฟุต
like
ได้มา
it
มา
should
เตอ
be
ร์แบ
an
งคอก
easy one. But
ตรง
again,
ที่เรานั่ง
that
วัน
shot
นี้น่าจะ
through
ได้
the
ยิน
smoke
ไก
told
ล
FUT,
ๆโน้ย
hey, there's an up close.
ได้ยิ
We've
น
got a
ชัด
lot of
เจนชัด
pistols
แจ๋ว
up close.
นี่ขนาดไม่
Let's
ใช่พูด
take
จริง
that
ผม
fight
ยัง
here
ได้
and
ยิน
now.
เลย
And that pressure crumbled BBL's backline. Now they're in a position where they've got one
นี่นั่งอยู่
rifle
สมุทรสาครยังได้ยินเลย
nothing else
Ui.
really, and already the rifle is on the
Lấy một kịch bòi.
ground. It'll be recovered. The round is much more difficult to find
Yeah.
in their hands.
Well, the hope was that maybe Levin gets an early kill, Bladestorm juggles the rifle off the
Bad
sociable. They have a couple of things to
เล
play
ย
with.
ที่กองเชียร์
Instead,
มันตบ
Hedege's
ตุ้ม
lurk
ตุ้มตุ้มตุ้ม
wipes
จะโดน
out
เวรเจง
both
กันหมดเลย
players there. And then the rest have just gone walking into the C site, got a post plant, and almost guaranteed the round already.
One enemy remaining.
For sociable, it almost comes down to okay, just holding on to that hero rifle
พ
again.
ลัง
Credits
หนี
are
ใต้ว่ะของฟุต
not in the greatest of spots. Of course, Levin would have the Bladestorm anyway for the next round, so it does mean that he doesn't necessarily need to have a gun, but with winning that last round, you're not going to decimate the economy of FUT anyway, so even an extra kill doesn't hold much value at all.
No, and especially with, Zeus has got the ultimate, so even if there was any pressure on the economy,
เดี๋ยวค่อย
they've
เดิน
got
เก
a
ม
free
2
weapon
ต้อ
to
งกิน
fall
ข้าว
back
มา
on.
จุก
And the reality is, how much damage do you think you need to do to make trading that
เดินเก
rifle
ม
out
2 เสร็จ
worthwhile?
ถ้ามัน
And it's
2-0 ก็ได้ไปอาบ
almost
น้ำ
all
เลย
of the players, so not a likely scenario. Rifle best off in the next, but Yedige working wonders towards that site. Zeus popping off with the outlaw as well, and good containment of the flank. But really, it comes back to that previous round. That the
เป็น
one
3 เลย
before put BBL in the bin economically,
มาสเตอร์
allowed
มัน
for
ลิด
this
เชียร์มัน
round
มาก
to fall into
สเป
FUT's
น
hands, and now they're equalized up as a result. Bladestorm online
Yeah.
for 11, rifles for the rest. They need to put a stop to this now because FUT, they've got the economy to lose this round and then
There's a
some.
lot of ults. Like that's the main story of this round is just having so much to play with.
Off rip.
Yeah, immediate pop from Mr. Farland trying to catch, and he has got a number of tags, but it's not like the rest are just sitting there now. Sociable gets an attempt on the other side, and he's going to immediately land the kill onto Zeus. And with a response attempted by Anna Captain,
ทำไมช่วงนี้ผมเห็นไกอา
double
บ่อย
up
อย่าง
of
วะเป็น
advantages.
โด
That's what we needed to see. BBL
Fine,
back on the horse. A side left a little bit open, but that's all part of the plan. They'll let FUT take that space.
ไออาร์กับไอเนี่ยมันจะ
Yedige, that's the
ไอ
real danger.
เสียงหลักๆ
They're
อะ
watching this. Both B and A from such passive positions, stacked up on C. Cypher utility there as well.
เป็
It's
น
a
ท้อง
big
หมูนี่
gamble in the
มัน
late
ดี
round.
จริง
And
ๆใช้ตาม
most
เดิน
likely, we're going to be looking at a post plan. The
Tạm
question is, though,
Ờ,
are
ví dụ-
FUT going to be
ví dụ
happy
cái ai
with
vậy?
just that little bit of control, especially with the player coming back on mid?
เนี่ยมันก็
Probably
พอ
someone
เห็น
goes aggressive. There'll be an opportunity for a pick, and if not, as you've highlighted, Rolling Thunder's online for the
I think,
retake.
yeah, they're just
Well, we
playing this
saw
one
Madrid
as
to that
safe
case,
as
like-
humanly possible. No need to overface, no need to take risks, especially when multiple ultimates have faded from this round for the opponent. They're not going to mind too much throwing in a couple of their own if it's necessary.
คุณได้รับ
But
บาด
FUT,
เจ็บ
as of right now, They are kind of boxed in. They haven't managed to get any sort
นั่
of
นรีเทค
aggressive
3-5 แพ้
positioning.
นี่แปล
The
กๆแล้ว
rest will just be able to set up for that execution onto the side.
Nice reposition of the trap.
Ôi,
They're
cái
worried
này.
about a flank. They only saw 2 players with the drone, but now
Ôi,
they don't
nhưng
need
mà-
to worry that much. Able to
Ôi.
focus on pushing forward. That's the trade to
Ôi,
start it off.
giờ thì
Jay
chê.
does well. He's been heating up and holding on to that long position. They still don't know about cracks. This is the missing factor. Out he
อุ้ย
goes!
นี่ไงพี่แครกพี่เอ้ย
อุ้ย
How
Yeah.
have they gotten away with the
ป้าจั
third?
ด
พลังถูกแขนเสื้อ
Spin on a dime to take him down, and they were
ยิง
watching
หมดเลยอะ
the
3 คนเมื่อกี้
smoke. There was nowhere else to worry about.
I've heard about
Sụt
180
bọc ngã
no
lại nha.
scopes, but 180 full sprays, that's something completely different. He didn't
แค่เรียก
let
ความ
go of
เชื่อมั่นจาก
mouse
พี่เอ๋ย
one in that whole move. He's just spraying all the time. That is absolute madness. As I said, we've
Ôi,
never
nhìn
seen
không mà
this
nhìn
man
không.
play the Neon before on this stage or any other stage. And these
Chọc.
are the sort of plays he's pulling
đi,
out.
ỏng đi.
3 in a row. And
Thì
that's
cái
where
một-
BBL
ไม่ได้แค่
pick up the
KO แล้ว
balls.
ที่
Now,
ผมเล่นเป็น
this is something else I want to talk about in general going into this matchup. FUT have not had the best group stage, not had the best season. BBL have looked like the better team. I think if you're talking about favorites, BBL come in as favorites. But then I want to go into the realms of experience. And that's where FUT wins by a decent margin. Sure, you got the likes of Yumpy and of course Magnum.
Chill, Ping,
They've been
chill.
there before. The rest of the players, they are these, well, I was going to say youngsters, rookies. They're rookies coming up to
อย่างนี้รอด
challenge in the
สบาย
league. When they're in that
พอ
bracket
สตรีม
match,
180
you
แล้ว
get
ดีเล
two
ย์น้อยดี
chances. They did very well versus Heretics. But now coming into a game where it is all on the line. You've already beaten FUT earlier in the season, but it was by 4 rounds over 2 maps. It was incredibly close. If you start to lose rounds where you have a big advantage, say for example,
เนี่ยเสียงไอ้ 6 คนเนี้ย
3v5,
ไม่เท่าเยนเจ
this
คน
could
เดียว
easily swing into the team with the more experience's favor. And while the only
Yen
man
Jae
that's
ได้ราว
not
ดี
into an international on the other
กบหมด
side
เลย
is Zeus.
It's unbelievable to think that as well. They had the info on 2 players. They didn't know about cracks, but they smoked him off. But they had left
ที่มันเลิก
watching
แข่ง
that
แล้วไอ้
smoke
สมมติ
as
ถ้าแบบ
well.
วันอะไรมัน
And
รี
for
พาย
him
ไปเป็น
to come
ไอ้
out
นี่
with
ได้เลย
that
กอง
level
เชียร์
of
แบบ
pace.
กองดำเชียร์
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, cracks in a
Nó
smoke,
phải
that's
เป็น
dangerous
นักร้อง
normally because he's a KO. He can flash out and he can cause problems.
นักร้องไม่ทันนะ
It's
I love-
absolutely outrageous. The lead now for FUT. At 3-1, it looked certain that BBL would have a 4th on the board, and that was the moment that FUT could fight
Pinat
back.
Chom
But
Kom.
they have made their own opportunities here on
Chom
the
Kom
attack
mới-
side. What a display.
But this is what FUT does. When they get into that playoffs mode, the straight BS just comes out of the woodwork. Think back, half of their rounds come off winning an eco and off that. And that's all you really need to
กล้อง
know. A lot of pressure put onto Magnum here. The only real defender. Solid stun.
เฉียบ
Will be a pick for them and a rifle for Magnum, who's been their best player so far.
Stuck up close with that
Ui.
fight, though. Able to take one, trade it out, but that's more than enough for BBL.
ไม่แล้วหายไปอีกหนึ่ง
Information
อั
and a
ตราไปไหน
fight underway. The main thing being Cypher's no longer in the game on the side of the attack. Well, on both sides, I suppose, but that's opening up this flank route for Levin. He'll get himself a weapon. In fact, he's picked up the Stinger. Swapping out here would make a sound cue, and he doesn't want to give it away. He's going to continue sneaking his way up. Sheriff in hand, but his teammates are falling. He needs to hasten the pace. Cracks the last man standing. He was phenomenal in the last
Ui.
round, and he'll do the
แค่ปล่อย
same
ของจริง
here.
เอาไปอีก
A
3เรานี้
triple kill to put the round into FUT's backpack. I
Did we
take
crack
a
on
look
the
at
phone?
Cracks playing on a neon. First time, it sure doesn't look like it.
เสียสมาธิครับ
Another Red Bull clutch to add to the already growing collection. I feel like Zeus got to be sitting there going, I'm going to lose my job. Like, he's got to be getting a little bit nervous because the way that Cracks is playing right now. And again, it's another round where you look at that from BBL, they have the advantage.
ไม่ต้องโดดลงมาเดี๋ยวขึ้นไปหาเอง
in solid positions, but then
Oh,
they
yeah.
give just a window, a slight chance for
แขวน
Cracks.
เสื้อเล่นเหรอ
And while he takes it with both hands, 5-3 in the lead. This is where the guns come back out. Already, though, Cracks is frying again. There needs to be a trade, and there will be.
Magnum 13
And
and
other
5 as
cute.
well. He's having a hell of a game. Had a great start to this map. But
No,
even seeing him on a run like
yeah.
that, we need others to meet him, and FUT have been able to dice up this squad when it comes to those late rounds, to those clutches, as you said. Already they've lost one, but traded out with Sociable down. It looks like they'll be grouping back up with Yedije. The B side's been their play when they have to abandon that early A aggression. But I see pings all over
จริง
C long.
ๆพี่แค่คือ
They're
อาวุธ
worried
ลับ
about
ในการ
someone
ดูเอลลิ
pushing up close, maybe playing behind that trap.
ไล่สุดมาเป็น
Into
ตัว
the
ยิง
site.
น่าจะอ
Well,
อก
these
ลงเฟก
traps
ได้อยู่แล้ว
are
วะ
covering the garage split,
ตัวสองตอนแรก
not covering this walk up through long.
This is where the pressure will
ถ้าเยนตูเจไปเป็นนีออนเนี่ยอัน
be
นี้
on
แปลกละ
Magnum once more. He's thrived within it. And a lot of these rounds, but he's under pressure from that Neon once again. Dancing and diving, and as he tries to take the hat off head, he's lost. And in fact, so is Prophet. Prophet was just rotating, but Zeus was far too quick on his reaction time. This leaves just two remaining. They struggled on the retake with an advantage of players, Mitch.
ให้
How will they fare with
ตัว
less
นี้ให้
players?
แพ็คเปิดอ่ะ
Somehow,
เฮ้ย
I feel like this will be the one that works. But look at how FUT are playing it. They're up close, ready to swing. The trade found immediately because of it, and then the backside swing shows his face. 6-3 now. A streak of 5 rounds coming out of FUT, and they look like they've got full control. That setup from Magnum on the C side, specifically looking at how FUT like to approach it. They do that shock dart, so if you had something to block out that play towards long, it's going to be gone anyways. So instead, Magnum's isolating one avenue of approach. He only has to battle that lane, and he wins his duel. But it's not enough. They trade him out quickly, take site control, and from there, it looked like it was FUT's round all over. Now, the pressure onto the economy of BBL. They're left with pistols.
ได้ยับเลย
I mentioned it at the beginning as well.
ถ้าฟุตได้แบบนี้มีทรง2-0อยู่เนี่ย
Have mostly been on that defensive side. Now, sure, you'd look at the match versus Mates and Liquid and go, what do you mean, Tom? They have a 100% win on the attack, but that's mostly just pistol follow-up. 305 so far ahead that it doesn't really tell much of a story. The defense is where BBL have looked solid, and right now, FUT are tearing them a new one. They're winning rounds that, yeah, they shouldn't, but then also the last one, that was just clean. They were comfortable. And now the economy under serious threat. Cracks has taken 0 damage on the entry, but this time will fall. But there's that 1-2 punch again. Even still, it's coming close.
It is. But at this stage of the game, round 10, close isn't going to be enough. They need to win these rounds if they're making any sort of an impact, or else well, you might as well have left all 5 alive. FUT have got plenty of credits. Ult's online as well for the next. There's only going to be 2 to play for after this one. Levin,
ใกล้คู่ทันทีโอที
Sheriff in
25
hand, and they've grouped up. They're watching the walkout, knowing that he's going to make some noise either way. And as he drops out into the cloud burst, no panic. 2 guns trained on the angle, and a 7th round secured as a result.
I have to say the synergy from FUT in a lot of these late round scenarios has been perfect. like we saw on
ถ้า
the
แบบนั้น
C
ผมเลือกที่จะเดิน
last,
แล้ว
like the
ผมจะ
timing
เดิน
of
ผม
every
จะหยุด
single
เดินตอน
peak
จ
was
บแมตช์ไงถ้าวันนั้นผม
very,
เดิน
very
ขาแต
easy
ก
in the end. And okay, sure, some of the entries have been chaotic and messy, but it does almost feel like a lot of that is by design. Like, let's disrupt their defensive side rather than focusing on having these amazingly perfect executions. Don't get me wrong, the util's still there to support. It's just chaotic. I'm also now seeing Cracks investing into an attack side judge alongside the overdrive. So this man is he's in a toxic mindset.
Cracks is straight into the fight, grabbing 1 and almost the second. Levin's up, good enough to trade out, but Zeus is there to pull the advantage back into FUT's court. And now, a drop out here for Magnum would be a huge risk. Hunter's Fury put through. A tag could get him to spam kill, though it's the drop, in fact, and a big mistake. As Yedije was unpressured.
Meant to be a distraction, meant to be giving him space into the site, but Yedije was more than aware. And now for Sociable and Prophet, it again becomes an almost impossible retake to win. 4 players hone in. Prophet's done well, but I feel like Zeus has just been the trade machine. Not having to be that first player anymore. That first contact means he can just focus on wiping out anybody that steps forward. And his stat line has been rising round by round. For Sociable, I mentioned the heroic performance last time out. He might get 1 in this round, but the clock is surely too far gone. Just has to escape and won't even do that.
8 rounds now. It's funny to think back on that 3-1 position. BBL had going against an eco.
มันก็เลยแบบ
Was
ดู
it? Did they have what? They had one sort of a weapon.
It was
and
a
then-
Bucky.
A Bucky. That was the one.
It was a Bucky.
And
I mean,
everyone
it's
else on
still
the
an eco
pistols.
Mitch.
Classics. I was trying to think, was it the outlaw and it didn't see
No.
action, but it was all about the classics. It was
รอบนี้มันไม่ตะโกนหรอ
on
ใส่เจ็บ
BBL
คอแล้ว
switching from a
Headhunter as
pistol.
well. That was the other
เก
thing.
มไม่ตึงไง
He doesn't
อ๋อ
have that every
อารม
round.
ณ์ชิว
But that's the thing, like, you know, there wasn't
ไม่
a
ไม่
lot
จำเป็นต้องปลุก
to
ใจ
work
เพื่อน
with
นะ
there for FUT. There was no major tags. It was pistols that seemed to have turned the tide of this completely into their favor. And a 9th round now,
นี่
very
แค่เขา
much
เข้าไปสนโลก
possible,
อ่ะดูดิ
favored perhaps, and a much more direct approach from FUT that's worked wonders. This site previously had so much utility waiting for them to walk into, but they swapped it to A. Now the retake attempt is what they're left with. Yumpy finds one, the weaker weapons shining bright in this round, almost as bright as that flash, but it doesn't stop Zeus. He's good for one before falling. Mr. Fallen and Yedije have to take down the rest, and well, Mr. Fallen's got himself one, but the trades just keep on coming in. BBL finding their form at last, but is it too little, too late? Still Yedije to deal with, but they'll get that across the line. Still 4 rounds on the defense. It's not quite what we've seen from them in the past.
แล้วพี่อาทา
Again,
เขา
to
แบบ
lose an attack
เล่น
side
สใกล้
round on
เลย
this map, but I think it's clear to say the momentum is firmly in FUT's favor after this first half. They have been fantastic.
ติดแล้วEMEA เราทายถูก2 ใน 3แล้วนี่หว่าเวอร์ติก TH เหลือ TL เนี่ยถ้า TL เข้าก็คือเราทายถูกเลยส่วน Pacific
แต่
ผม
ดู
ทาย
ดูทีเอลเล่นเมื่อวานแล้วอยากให้ไปมากกว่า
พูดเลยผม Pacific ผมทายไว้ Gen G เปเปอร์เล็กทารอนอาจจะผิดไปคนหนึ่ง NA ผมทายไว้ G2 เซนว่าอะไรอีกทีมนะนึกก่อน IBR ป่ะก็ครูหรือ MIBR ที่ทายน่าจะครูมั้งเฮ้ย MIBR นี่ตอนหลังนี่มาบอก
เหมือนจะทายถูกหมดเลยปะ
ทายถูกหมดแหละเหลือแค่ผิดไปแค่ทารอนอะ
เกมมันตามแบบว่าค่อนข้างไปอะไรพลิกแพง
ครู
คิวอ่ะ
ครูนี่สภาพเดียวกับ
ไม่รู้
บูมเลย มา
ไม่
มึ
ถ่ายไว้ไม่ได้ถ่ายเลยอะ
RQ เจมกินแม่งแบบเบ่งกล้ามตอนนี้เหลือลุ้นเลยว่า EMEA เราจะทายถูกไหมเหลือลิควิดเลยแสดงว่าสำนักเราศักดิ์สิทธิ์อยู่นะพี่ ไม่มั่วอันนี้ไม่มั่วตามได้
Played it once. FUT have a defense round.
ถึงแม้สกอร์คู่เราจะไม่ค่อยแม่นเท่าไหร่
Lost.
โอ้โห
น่า
เรา
จะ
สอง
สาย
เซน
โตลอนโตวัด
Well, it was going into round 8 that we had that pause for BBL. It didn't
เขา
seem
มี
to
ครั้งหนึง
change
เหมือนจับ
anything.
ตอน
FUT
นี้
had
เขา
all
มี
of the
แข่ง
answers.
คู่สุดท้ายปะ
But as we saw, the stats very high for BBL's pistol win rates, and they'll find themselves the opening. This could be the course correction. Get them back into the game, but Zeus and Yedije, they're back up in here. The brawl won, the spike down, and the smoke from the attackers blocking them out of this site. Zeus waiting for it to fade, and there's the info. They know where the split play is coming from, but the cage has gotten them the spike, and it looks like BBL could be up for a plant.
นำดูไหม
They've
ครับ
split up though.
Yeah, they've
ฟุตไม่เล่นด้วยกัน
Scooby-Doo style, splitting up, looking for clues.
หน้าเรียบร้อยมีคนโดนตบ
Defense have all grouped up together, just looking to play the advantage profit.
We got
Surely
them
left to
done.
right, and this leaves Magnum
Yeah.
again. No doubt that he has been the player to watch for BBL when it comes to this map. But this would have to be the best
อุ้ย
of
หน้า
them.
เนี่ยขาดอยู่เนี่ยฟุตอะ
There is a slight split up. There's maybe an opportunity for him to find
Oh,
Mr. Fallen, but it's all going to be about the timing. And then has to Almost hope they don't group up, and that's
รอเพื่อน
exactly
เดิน
what
ด้วยกัน
happened.
3
Every
คน
single member looking to come around the corner. First goes his way, but Yedeje, 4 for the round. Another pistol,
พอมาก
and this one going in the
อั
favor
น
of
ขาด
ว
FUT.
จัด
งหนึ่งตอนนี้
And that might be already this map looking done.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3K from
It's
Magnum
Gator
in the
Viente.
first pistol round on their own
Hey.
defense, and
Hey,
Yedeje's
hey,
just
hey.
one-upped him 9 to
แต่รู้
4.
ตำแหน่งก็ดีนะ
And like you said, Tom, it feels like that's the beginning of the end. This was a round that was very much needed, and it started out with flying colors.
ตอนนั้นมันเก็บง่ายกว่า 6 เม็ด
Another
Yes,
3.
exactly. And that's something that is uncharacteristic for BBL throughout this entire stage, throughout this year, I'd say. A team that make the best of the advantages that they claim, but here, it's a different flavor. And another conversation we had the last game that we saw from FUT was about how this team has leveled up in this elimination stage. They've looked a ton better than what we saw in the upper bracket or in group play. For BBL, previously winning that Turkish derby, but it looks like FUT are back to set the record straight.
But looking to do it
What
when
do
it
you
matters
promote?
most. That's the main thing. Doing it in the playoff stage. An investment here with the Stingers
Ooh,
coming
he cracked
through for this
Lilan.
attack side, and it's not started out too badly. We don't see the Stinger pie much in EMEA. In
Oh,
fact, it's
I love
only
it.
really BBL that likes to run them massively.
Oh.
In good position, but it doesn't work out. And now Zeus with everybody
ตบเลยครับ
down
โดนฟอส
back.
ไป
Unfortunately, he can't find any of the previously injured members. BBL have found themselves a lifeline. Well, we'll see if they can build off it.
You gotta respect Zeus's dedication to the craft, man. He just will not use a scope. He refuses, even in that
And
moment.
that's why he's picked Chamber.
Well, the only thing was with the ult, we saw him break that rule a little bit, but Marshall in his hand.
I even feel like
Iron sights only,
does he use the
The
mini scope
song.
on the headhunter? Does that count?
No, it doesn't. No, those are sights, not a
Oh,
scope.
okay.
All right, get your terminology
It zooms in.
sharpened up a little bit. So there's a bulldog. You call that a scope?
I guess.
You're mad,
More
man.
than an iron sight.
More than an iron sight, more than a banana, I suppose. Get your head screwed on, Tom. FUT down on the pistols, but this isn't a round that BBL can afford to take for granted. We've seen that already. Now Sociable dropping Mr. Fallen. This advantage should be hard to lose.
Yeah, Cracks is dead. No, that's the main thing. It does leave Magnum on the other side of the map to the rest of the team, and already knows there's at least one around this corner. Of course, the rest of the team is sort of the ones with the stronger weaponry, and more importantly, the spike. Is now flanking the flanker, hunting for Yedeje. Here's the steps of one that seems to have a decent idea of where the last wall be standing, and even manages to clear things up. And in zone flawless as they continue that resurgence into their map choice. Still 3 behind, but that's about as good as it gets in terms of the first 3 rounds.
It might not quite be a 3K in the pistol round for Magnum, but he'll take it here instead. 20 and 10 on him.
Yeah.
You can look at a lot of the rounds that BBL have found and point to him as the reason why this one less so. But going into that first half, it would have been a whole lot worse if Magnum wasn't activated.
I also want to say, like, his performances since that IGL weight has been lifted from his shoulders have been really impressive. Like, so glad to see him back to that level of form, and are showing it here in this map that may be the difference maker if they're able to turn the tide. If is the main thing, though. This is where FUT now have their purchase in hand, ready to go. And there's still definitely some weaknesses. 2 stingers pulled in, as this is still very much a
ดูไม่
bonus
น่าเบื่อ
round.
เลย
That shock dart did a lot of
ดูลุ้
damage
น
to
ดีว่า
Magnum.
มันจะทำอะไร
He's going to be playing this one nice and slow, just containing the
เพิ่ม
control,
มา
trap, and Cam covering off a
Deal.
lot of this map and allowing these players to pressure A with a little bit more freedom. Now Zeus has got himself a trap.
เขารู้หมด
That's
โอ้โหไก่
actually,
ตื่
I
น
like
แบบนี้
that. He's walking out of range of it, so it deactivates. So maybe they think they've got a gap, and then it'll come back online and give him the info. Anyways, they've broken it, so he knows there's at least one on their way. Rotations coming in as well. There's going to be 3 around this side of the map. Cypher Utility covering off the rest and just doubling up, but Cracks there. He'll have a much quicker rotation. Pressure is on, but they've got the numbers to deal with it on FUT.
Waiting in the corner. Yedeje there to start. This is going to reveal everyone as they go. This is definitely a problem. And while for Cracks, it's easy pickings in the end. Even still, though, there's been a response. Zeus sneaking around behind them, though. He was here the whole time. He was waiting for them. It's a little bit whiffy, but eventually gets the job
เกือบ
done.
เป็นเรื่อง
And now all
แม่งควักกระบอก
that
นั้
is
นออกมา
left
นี่
is Prophet.
โคตร
Try and fight versus two, isolates one duel. But again, those trades have been so quick
ดีมาก
from the
ที่เล่น
side
อ
of
ย่าง
FUT.
นี้
They'll hit double digits.
สุดแม่งเกือบโดนแล้ว
Even still, for what was 2 stingers and some weaker guns, it's not an awful round for BBL. They would have liked to win it, though, from the spot they were in.
Exactly, that's the thing. The spot that they're in, 4 rounds behind now, FUT on double digits. It's not a comfortable position to be in, and they need to be consistent from this point forward, close to perfect. And applause is going to be called.
sorted the timing.
ได้หนึ่ง
And the shorty inside the smoke, there was an opportunity, but not claimed.
ลองให้
this
ฟุต
time.
กลับมาให้ฟุตอีกรอบดูของผมอันนี้
That's true.
Just
ลอง
rolled
กลับไปฟุต
It's the frustration. It happens to me as well. All
Hi,
right, I
I
understand.
didn't know you were Finnish.
Yes, I not only when I'm angry. That's the thing. But yeah, a pause for BBL. And last time we saw Pal rattling out the commands. We saw all the learnings in his book being communicated, but it didn't change
All the
pace.
names in the death note.
And it didn't change anything. FUT were still able to string together, I think, 4 rounds from that point forward. This is their last chance now to touch base. FUT feeling calm, cool, and collected. They haven't needed to call a single timeout for this impressive return to form on Haven.
Turns out, when you win 7 rounds in a row on your opponent's map choice on their favorite half of the map, don't really need a tactical pause. It's crazy.
Most people wouldn't know that.
โปรเฟกที่มันดึงอยู่นั่น
That's
แหละ
what I'm here
You
for.
do.
Educational content. This is
เวลา
where
มองตอนกล้องจับนี่
the
ให้
extra
ฟีลเหมือ
damage
นวิ
done
กเตอ
in
ร์
the previous round has put FUT's economy on the brink. BBL win this round,
เฮ้ย มีคนดึงออกวิกเตอ
they
ร์
could
เหรอ
get back into the running,
เดี๋ยวลอง
but
ดูดิไอ้โปร
you
เฟก
always feel with how FUT have been playing, there's just 1 or 2 players ready to be a hero. The thing is, though, this site is completely open. They played off-site knowing that that Rolling Thunder was in play. And sure, it's been utilized, but to no effect. And they're getting ready to go straight back in. Look how close they are.
Yeah, already in. As the plant is going down, backside almost under their control, but Prophet goes for the TP deep, catches one before falling, and Sociable with the double seams to, of course, corrected this back in favor for BBL. 7 rounds on the board.
Prophet's paranoia there changes the round. Like, he holds it later in, knowing they're going to use the Rolling Thunder. Normally, you'd use that on entry. Instead, he waits. The second he hears anything, as they're looking to break back in, uses the paranoia, so it completely discombobulates them on the way back into the site. Like, you can see there's a player or 2 blind, disjointed. It even just fades off Cracks as we see that fight being taken. And even though he's not going to be massively on the scoreboard for that round, just that little bit of delay, it changes a very fast hit into the site while you're planting to, oh, 1 guy in, 1 guy not being able to see. Big difference maker.
Smoke is there.
ห่างวาร์ปอะไรของมึง
Unfortunately, the TP's a little bit too close. That
He
was
looked away from the flash and got back to that shot so quickly, it's hard to even realize he got a kill.
yes, but the problem is
หวังวาร์ป
TP
ดี
goes
ๆก็
in.
รอดแล้ว
This is for deep aggression. This was for deep
Yeah.
control, allowing the pistols
มัน
to
กะจะดัน
sneak
เนี่ย
in on
นี่
the
หรอ
other side of the
ได้
map.
ไม่ไกลจะยึด
So when he
TP
TPs,
เลย.
he's
And
not
that's the
even
one
inside
cut
the
gone.
smoke. That's the ultimate out of play. And your 1 pick, it's reasonable, but in this round, it's not helpful for FUT. These pistols have to do a whole lot of work. We've seen them get that done before. Cracks has popped the ultimate to great effect, but they're tagging him up as he goes. Leaving out a captain alone and playing it together was the right approach here for BBL. 8 rounds on the board. A bit of damage done by FUT, but 2 ults committed.
Yeah, so you remember in the
Bong
round
yak
before
rồi.
this where Yumpy used his Rolling Thunder?
Oh my word.
Yeah, he's 1 away from having it again. He's been cleaning up the last couple of rounds. He's also been getting the blind. Yeah, look at him. From his point of view, that's wild. Literally full blind, just swinging around and gets the kill.
Because obviously from our POV, we just see like an icon telling us he's flat.
He's just full blind.
But he couldn't see a damn thing.
He had the reactions to try and look away from the flash, go, oh, I am blind, and then go straight back to the exact point he was originally holding. Zeus's mechanics is genuinely just to be marveled at. And by the way, the operator is the gun that he doesn't really play.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't really like that gun.
We talked about, first time Neon for Cracks. It might be first time scoping in for Zeus, so he's doing pretty well, all things considered.
It's a tough life, Oh, I guess I'll have to use the free op. Yeah, that slows people. Yeah. Oh, I guess. Ooh. Okay, see you later. Yeah, Zeus, one of the guys with the best aim in the entire league. And Magnum is just, well, sit down, son. Sit down. That's all I'm going to say. He has been on an impressive grind. Wingman suit not on for this one, but let's be real, he needs no support.
Does look good in the suit, though.
Yeah, I've seen it on every BBL profile picture. Maybe I'll make it my own.
Now, they threw a shock dart through, but it didn't onto B. I should say BBL are the ones. They threw the shock dart in. It didn't break the trap. So there's a lot of map control still for FUT, but they're expecting this play to be on the other side of the map. There's 3 players towards C, and only one of them can rotate quite quickly. The pressure is on for Ada Captain, alone inside this smoke. Shock darts, shorties, everything coming his way, and it's Levin on backside to clean up. Yumpy grabs one, Rolling Thunder online, but it is not needed here. They've already got themselves full control, and they may well have sent FUT into a save. We had questions about BBL's attack side because, man, we didn't get to see very much of it in the other games. Yeah. 8 rounds across 2 games, and most of which is just a pistol round and follow-up, and then it's all done and dusted. A formality. Now the challenge is there, the comeback needed, and they're rising to the challenge.
Right, it turns out that might be their stronger side, which would be a very weird storyline considering, well, we saw Pow, he's very happy to be starting on the defense of this map. But it has been a turnaround of sorts. We talked about this matchup going into the day. Obviously, everybody was talking about this matchup last time around as the longest map in VCT history was played on Ascent. But the fact is, it does seem like these teams match each other even. Like, you kind of forget that the Icebox was also a 13-11. It literally went down to the wire, and I think many, including myself, expected another overtime to come up in that series. And while you mentioned the fact that unlikely for BBL to get to touch in again, luckily for them, you win enough rounds and FUT will do it for you.
I was thinking this is a good time to call.
ไม่ดีจะง่วงวะจะง่วง
The click of a button. That's the guy that he just owns. So yeah, it's like that was a 1v1 that basically changed the last round. That can't happen too often, but you also can't see those passive plays coming out from this defensive side because their comp doesn't really allow it.
No surprise to see Cracks with the high clutch rate. That's on KO. It won't be quite the same here as he's point of contact.
He's had a couple.
Oh, yes, isn't he? Put up one big one. 2 big ones, in fact, in that first half.
Yeah, he's not going to be in many clutches, but he might have a very high clutch percentage when he is. It's definitely... Well, Neon's always a bit unorthodox, but I definitely think that he's up there with one of the most peculiar Neons, and right now just up close and personal. Maybe not the guy you'd want to only have a pistol. It's not like he's close to his ultimate either. The close angle. I think even if he gets one, he'll be quite happy with it. And there you go. That is Magnum dead to rights.
It's exactly what they need in this position. BBL coming in, Blade Storm activated already. That operator doesn't want to go through the smoke blind, and in fact doesn't want to go through at all. They're going to wrap this one back around, leaving the A site, but all those steps are being heard. Cracks not going to overextend, and in fact those are fake steps. Look where the spike is. The wrap around from Levin. Maybe he's just going to fire the op. Maybe he's going to put a cloud burst on C and try to drag those rotates. But for now, FUT are steadfast in their approach. They're sticking around. Cracks falls, but still a lot to play with from this side. The ult even committed here from Profect. They really want them to leave the A side, but Tom, it has not worked. The whole body of FUT is still here, waiting for the peaks, and they get all of them. that a
ยังไงดีครับที
captain
นี้เซฟแน่
alongside
เอาไอ้ริวไปหลอก
just
สี่
sealed the fate of BBL in this round, and that is a huge one to walk away with. The pause working wonders, evidently.
สองวิน
Oh,
เว้ย
they were
กิจการ
happy
เงิ
to
น BBL ไม่
basically just throw everything into that round.
ต้องเป็น
Obviously, you
สองวินที่
had a
ยาก
couple of
ลำบาก
pieces missing, so they took a big gamble just sticking it out on the A side. But the ruse, the fake, the TP, the blade storm, everything was put over onto that C side just to try and get them to move. But the solo player that stuck around was enough to just go, look, they're not here. Stay in your spots. Hold on that angle. And I think Yedeje basically spent about 50 seconds just AFK in that corner. Just basically just waiting, going, I'm not moving. Either you're going to come to me or you're going to plant the spike.
And so what? If they do go to the C site, you don't even have to play the retake. You've got enough weapons to save. The others can just throw themselves out and play the exits. You have choices there. And so I love the idea to just sit steady and acknowledge that there's a chance BBL are trying to play off our lower buy, where teams often rotate that little bit faster. Still a buy for BBL. Levin with the opening pick, and it's cracks down in the dirt, but Yedeje is the man that's been hard to remove from this site. He's put up numbers, and he's got it again. One foul, helping out his teammates and grabbing yet another. He'll take the Hunter's Fury head on, but he gets the info for Mr. Fallen to play with, and the spike is down in front of him. It's all up to the IGL now.
Two players stand in his way.
ดู
Magnum
ความรู้นำหน่อยเว้ย
unsociable. A potential map point on their opponent's choice. One that they had a very impressive first half, and what Mr. Fallen has been spotted to be around this area. There's plenty of time
He knows now.
to play with. More sociable, even just looking to take the fight. Maybe a little bit risky, but that is, well, that's sociable's game to a T.
เป็นสไน
I was a bit nervous there seeing the recon go out. They just spotted him, and they should have a decent idea. At least what I thought they were trying to sell by just pumping the brakes there was that they had gone wrapping around, that someone would be coming behind. But Mr. Fallen gets that information. Problem is, he's up against the op, and Yedeje not being able to survive. He was waiting for a swing in on short for that player to try to punish alongside, like as he's avoiding the Hunter's Fury. So he tanks it, but he doesn't get his pick for his trouble. 11 to 10. We've seen many a tight game between these squads.
I was just gonna say, I feel like they are hitting into where Yedeje is every single time Zeus has pushed him in. There's also been the move from Anna Captain that's found him all the way into the window. He's just run straight down and then even has the ability to teleport out of there. The pure disruption from FUT as they get aggressive in mid in the early stages of this round has put
อันแน่
BBL
มีคน
firmly on
เปิด
the
เขต
back
ครับลู
foot.
กพี่
Big recovery needed.
ไม่เชื่อดิ
Weapons not gonna
เนี่ยฟุตมันไม่
give
เชื่อ
them
ดิ
that much of an advantage. FUT have the numbers on site. They think they've isolated Yedeje, and even if they had, that's a big enough challenge to take that man out. Sociable, desperately low, and Profek coming to the rescue, but he's a little too hasty. Runs right into the trap.
เอา
And now it's left to the low HP Sociable. The rifle in his hand, credits in their back pocket. There's no point really in going for the save, but 1v4 not looking too likely with 40 seconds on the clock.
If he was healthy, maybe he'd have a chance, but just look at where the firing squad of FUT are currently sitting. He thinks he's revealed one, but doesn't know that there's three more
ถึง
waiting
ให้
on
ส
the
แก
other
นนั่นเลย
side.
ละกัน
FUT switch things up from a completely passive A site hold to a very
เขาพูดว่าอะไร
aggressive
Let's go
mid take.
Pepper Leg
Let's go ฟุตบอล
And
ลิ
that
ส
combination of Zeus and Anna Captain was just such a nasty surprise. Like, I think they even put the Hunter's Fury in just to create that extra little bit of drama to the scene. But the individuals were enough. 12 to 10, FUT one away from heading into split.
อยากเห็นฟุต
With
เจอ
that
กับเจนจี
advantage,
จริงจะรู้
the
ใคร
second
ไม่จะ
half has
คอแต
definitely
ก
been that little bit more troublesome. Now they look to push A.
BBL had so many safety nets a couple rounds ago with all those ultimates that they committed up against a lighter buy to try to get them to make that rotation play, and it didn't come into play. FUT, the ones that have had the better read, the ones that have had the individual step up in this half, double digits
ไอ้นั่นมันออกแนว
on the
คอ
board
แต
for
กเลยไอ้
BBL.
เจน
They're
จี
still
อะ
trailing
ร้อง
by
ไหม
two. One mistake
yeah.
here. This map falls out of their
แต่นี่
hands.
มันน้อ
FUT
ยโซนโทนทุ้ม
could deliver that 2-0 right back to them.
This is where the point of experience comes in. That depth of youth versus the players that have been There's so many times before.
แบก
Do
ถอด
BBL
เลยถอดแล้ว
crumble when it matters the most?
คืออะไรเซฟเหรอ
Out of captain's either expecting a very strange
ทำไมอะ
dart to come
พอเหรอ
through,
บอกนะ
or I think we might be rolling this one back.
Yeah, I think someone is literally
จัดฟุก
someone is playing with his mouse
I've
on the
never
stage
seen-
right now. So
I've
that's
never
that's
seen
what's
that
happening.
before.
I think them
เป็น
think
จะช
maybe
นะ
being
อยู่แล้วเนี่ย
clean,
เวลา
they'll just-
40 วิอ่ะ
I'm looking down there, so it just maybe at the worst
เลยต้องมาเริ่
possible
มราว
time
ใหม่
for
เลย
something like
เฮ้ย
that to
ต่อเลย
happen.
ก็ได้เนี่ยต่อ
All
เล
the
ย
suspense completely
the-
drained out of the round.
The worst possible time would be if damage had been done,
10
would be if a
seconds
play had been given away. Luckily, that doesn't appear to be the case. We're in a
And here we go,
a different
FUT win.
อันนี้
scenario.
คอมมันลื่นเกิน
And
ไง
here it is, 13. No, don't worry, don't worry, don't panic. I think his mouse might have had a little bit of a hiccup there. I'm sure they'll be on the case quite quickly.
จัดฟุกกลัวหมุน
I think it will
แฮกนี่หว่าใช่
require
ป่ะ เมื่อกี้มันแฮกนี่ห
a
ว่า
reload as
เออ
the
จานแม่งแฮกแล้ว
end at 13, but yeah.
It matches his jacket at least.
อเพเยอร์แฮดรีพอร์ตแฮกเมาตัวเก่งของพี่ฟุก อย่าบอกนะเมาส์ตัวนั้นอะที่เป็นปัญหาหัวหมุนบ่อยๆอะผมมีอยู่ด้วย2 อันเลยอันนะ
หมุนปะ
โหทั้ง2 อันเลยอันเก่าอันใหม่อะเล่นๆหรือหัวหมุนอย่างเงี้ย
หมุนอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
หมุนอย่างงี้เลย แต่ว่ามันหมุนแค่สเต็ปเดียวไอ้นี่หมุนยาวเลย หมุนแบบวุบๆแล้วก็ขยับได้ไหมพูดไม่ได้ดิยี่ห้ออะไรอะเป็นเมาส์ไวเลสที่มาแรงๆในยุคแรกๆอ่ะต้องบอกแค่นี้นั่นไง เห็นโลโก้แล้ว ชัดเลย
เฮ้ยใครเขาจะยอมดี10ใหม่จะชนะอยู่แล้ว
เกมนี้มันไม่มีทีมไอ้นี่เหรออัตลิต เสื้อแดงเลยทำให้จอแดงกินหน้า BBL ไม่ค่อยดีเลยตอนนี้ดูดิไอ้ที่มีปัญหาตอนนั้นผมเห็นเลย แล้วมันยังเล่นต่อคือไอ้บูติโอตอนนี้ที่เมาส์มันไม่ เมาส์มันแบตหมดหรืออะไรเนี่ยที่แม่งถือมีดไปฟันไปตัวเบ็ดให้แล้วแม่งชนะด้วยนะตอนนั้นอะ
ฟันไงอ่ะ
มันถือมีดไปแล้วก็เดินแบบว่ากระโดดแบบเป็นตัวแบบตัวล่อให้เพื่อนอ่ะเฮ้ยหายแล้วเพื่อเห็นโลโก้ไหมตรงกลางอะคุ้นๆปะ
ยอดฮิต เมาส์ยอดฮิต
เมายอดฮิตเนี่ย ไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่ พูดไม่ได้พูดไม่ได้นัดเลยตัวนั้นอ่ะ พี่ก็เป็นบ่อย ยี่ห้อไอ้นี่ไงเมื่อกี้เนี่ย LG ใช่ป่ะ LG TV
เมาส์อะนะ
เมื่อกี้ LG TV ใช่ไหมที่หมุนหัวบ่อยๆอะผมเล่นผมเปลี่ยนมา2 ตัวก็ยังหมุนหัวอยู่จนตอนนี้ผมเลิก
ไม่
ใช้ละ
ไม่เคยหมุนเลยนะ
ของพี่ใช้2 หรือ 1ผมใช้1
2-1เลย
เหรอผมใช้1อะหมุนแบบ
เฮ้ยอ๋อมัน
หมุ
มี
นให้
ตัวธรรม
เจสซี่อะ
ดากับตัวไลท์นี่ไม่ใช่สอง
ใช่ทำไมผมคิดว่าคนกลางมันคืออาซึนะตลอดเลยวะเวลามองผ่านๆวิ่งทำทรงผมคล้ายๆกันด้วยนะ
โหมันต้องยุ่งกว่านี้หน่อยอะ
ชายผู้มีลัคกี้ที่สุดใน NA ในโลกเลยเนี่ยวันนี้ไอ้มันกินกันลัคกี้อ่ะที่มันกระโดดที่มันตัวลอยแล้วยิงหัว
โคตรเวอร์
โลแบ็กเราในวันนานขนาดนี้เลย
เช็คไง
พี่เอ้ยดีใจไหมว่าโลจะมีระบบรีเพย์แล้ว
คือไอ้ระบบรีเพย์คืออยากรู้ว่าเราสามารถไปดูที่แข่งได้หรือเปล่าฟอร์แมตของเรา
ดูแข่งย้อนหลังกันนะ
ใช่
โอ้พี่งี้แกะแผนกันมันเลยนะ
เคาน์เตอร์เมื่อก่อนพอแข่งจบใช่ป่ะรีเดโมมันก็ลงเข้าเว็บอะแล้วก็โหลด
อืม
มาดูได้
มันก็จะแอดวานซ์กว่าเดิมนะแบบว่าพลิกแพลงสถานการณ์ได้มากกว่าเดิม มันไม่เกี่ยวด้วยว่าการที่รีเพย์มาใครจะได้เปรียบมากได้เปรียบน้อยเพราะทุกคนไม่มีสิทธิ์เท่ากันหมดมึงจะแกะแผนสักกี่แผนก็เรื่องของมึงเลย
ถ้าอิงเวอร์ชันมือถือมีรีเพย์แล้ว เราจับคู่ตัวแล้วใช้กดอะไรจับอ่ะแบบไม่คนละโซนกันด้วยหรือเปล่า
พวกเล่นมือถือช่ำๆนี่โหดอยู่นะไอพวกเกมยิงอ่ะ
ต้องเป็นสายมือถือเลยอ่ะ
ผมไม่ได้แล้วคนเหนือแล้วพวกจอยอ่ะ
จอยก็ไม่ได้พี่เล่นเกมไอเอ็กซ์แค่33อ่ะวันแรกเสียบจอยเล่นใช่ปะพักทนไม่ไหวก็มาเล่นเมาส์คีย์บอร์ดเหมือนเดิม
มันจะกระจีลูกตาบ้างหรือวะสไนเปอร์อีลิทแค่อยู่ตรงนี้ นานเกินน้องอืมอืมอืมอืมอืมเฮ้ยนานไปป่ะน้องอีกราวเดียวก็จบแล้วพี่ฟุกเขามาหัวหมุนอะไรตัวนี้ราวเดียวก็จบแล้วโอ้
คลิปฝืนๆทนๆหน่อยใช้เดินล่อให้เพื่อนมาก่อนชนะอยู่แล้ว
เออ
เวลาก็เหลือน้อยบุก
หรือ
ยัง
ไม่
ไม่เข้า
เมื่อกี้ไปรีบไปตายก็ได้แล้วก็หัวหมุน
เมื่อกี้เวลามัน40 วิแล้วอะ
อืม
ยังแบบไม่ถึงไหนเลยไง เฮ้ย เมื่อ8 นาทีที่แล้ว ไฟไหม้โกดังใหญ่ลาดกระบังอาคารสุดตัว
My Roman Empire is
ผมชอบการจับสายของแปซิฟิกว่ะโคตรเดือดอะยังอีกเหรอนี่มันโคตรนานไอ้ดีล็อบบี้อ่ะผมว่าแล้วแม่งนานเพราะไอ้ดีล็อบบี้เนี่ยแหละถ้ามันจับสายแล้วเกาหลีอยู่ด้วยกันกรุ๊ปเดียวกันหมดเลยอะ4 ทีมกี่ทีมผ่านเข้ารอบ4ครับหนึ่งทีมจะเป็นคะแนนมั้งถ้าจำไม่ผิดเกิดอะไรขึ้นนี่ไงเมาส์พี่ฟุกพังอะ ฮึบโอ้โหนานมาก
เฮ้ย นานไป
ยังอีกเหรอ
I'm so sorry. It's your Roman.
หรือมันกำลังเล่นกันเองวะหรือมันกำลังยิงกันเองให้ราวเท่ากันนะ
นั้นระบบผมไม่น่ากากขนาดนั้น
มันนั่งแบบว่าวิ่งไปอีกฐานหนึ่งแล้วก็นั่งยิงให้สกอร์เท่าเดิม ถ้านานขนาดนี้ก็มีภาพอยู่นะลาวรีโปรลาวโรแบ็กคอมพีทเรดี้ทูเช็คใกล้แล้วมาแล้ว แบบนี้เหมือน BBL ได้เวลาประมาณในนี่เลยนะ ได้เวลาประมาณ2 เท่าเลยฮะอุ้ยบอร์ดไลน์ HRK เ
Just one overtime, Sue? Don't sell us short like that with these two teams. We could be here all day just for Haven. 2 rounds though for BBL to lock in an overtime. FUT on the defense, and they have been looking pretty decent here. We knew that BBL had a strong defense to show, but it went missing today.
ไก่ไปเขาไม่น่ามี
For
ให้ไป
sure. No, they had a rougher first half, and then it has been those sort of battles back and forth. Of course, the timeline looks a little bit interesting right now, but we've had ourselves a reset. While Zeus is already looking to try that aggression once again. This is something that's been attempted a fair few times by FUT, with Cracks being the main catalyst alongside that chamber for BBL. They're going to go running straight in towards that B side. Mr. Fallen already here. The Jet making his way past, and while Mr. Fallen in the corner gets traded out, but
นี่อะเมาส์ใหม่
huge.
พลังเมาส์
Tell you what, his mouse is working now. That's a quick
เมาส์เดิมแต่ว่า
double up for Captain in the round. Indeed, the map could be theirs as a result. He falls though.
Okay.
And Magnum pipes up here and now when needed most. Another 3-piece for Magnum, and they'll have another shot at OT, and there it is, locked in 12 to 11. He saved the day again.
อิว
Even the music started playing for a second. It was so close to that round going over the line. The jumping shots being made from Yedeshi, I think realizing I'm going to be revealed any second. I've got to try something. I've got to take a risk here. But I don't know how they turn this back. It's the reverse of that first half. And well, there's no doubt that if you have a tactical pause here, you better use it for doing just that. They need a second.
You're going to be seeing a lot of wingman profile pictures tweeting out very soon. 1 round away.
As if they weren't already.
25-14 though. What a phenomenal performance from Magnum. He started it out with a 3-piece. Not quite ended yet. There's still a round to go in regulation. Maybe he can step up to the plate again. The guy's been hitting home runs.
ทีม
FUT,
ที่มันไม่ได้แช
they
มป์
call
อะ
the timeout.
ชอบมี
This is
เห
it.
ตุการณ์
Both
อย่างนี้
teams
เกิด
have
ขึ้นตลอด
burned
เลย
up their timeouts just in time as we
Pan
get
Yep
towards the
ไม่
end
มี
of the game. This is where FUT have been dangerous though.
ของเตะนะลองมาดูพวก
Every
ทีมแบบ
single time there's been a high pressure round in this map, it seems like it goes their way. An SMG for Ada Captain is not ideal, and funnily enough, 0 ultimates coming in online to round 24. 1 or 2 of them close, the tour de force, but for Zeus that at times has felt meaningless. But it all comes down to this one chance. Both sets of coaching staff have had an opportunity to talk to their players, come up
แต่
with
ปื
a
นยัมปี้นี่
singular
มัน
idea,
พร้อมบุก
but
จริงๆเหร
the
อ
plan, if I'm honest, for
ถ้า
FUT
เพื่อน
looks
เข้าใส่
exactly
ได้
the
ก็
same. Set up aggressively on this A site.
Deep stuns as Zeus goes walkabouts. He's just stepped out of range of that TP. Okay, gets right back in just in time. The pressure applied, BBL get map control, but they've sent a lot of the squad
นึกว่าไอ้
backwards.
สุดจะโดนนะ
They're
เมื่อกี้
just
เพ
getting
ราะมันหลุด
Magnum
ระยะ
embedded for the late round. Whether it's going to be the flank play, the lurk up through A, or whether this is a ruse remains to be seen. But the C site's certainly a bit more open.
Claiming of the orbs isn't changing too much. It seems like they are going to look to dive in towards this setup. Yedeshi has been an absolute superstar. Cracks is here as well. They've still left that solo Cypher behind and just ground to a halt, maybe expecting that there'll be some sort of swing, some sort of peak, some sort of hunt for information. And now with the cages being thrown in, it did slightly bait those rotations back. Cracks under pressure, paranoia thrown through, but they still hold the line at the back of the side. The wraparound coming in from behind though. Yumpy, Prophet combining a kill apiece. And a captain already here though, but he can't find a single kill. It leaves
คิดมา
Mr.
จะถึ
Fallen
ง
and
แล้วแล้วก็
Zeus.
ปล่อยเสียง
Judge is going to finish Mr. Fallen off. He's a madman with the bookie, but he's going to be mad once that smoke fades. Never mind. He survives the blast of the Judge, and Zeus comes in to help him out with the next. This round is far
ได้เรื่องอันนี้ได้เรื่อง
from over. Magnum still draws breath, the hero that has been
เอ้า
there again and again for BBL, and he buys them an overtime.
You shouldn't have needed to bury them out of that situation. Like, that was a 2 versus 5 as they tried.
อันนี้เขาเรียกโมเมนตัมเสีย
just disjointed. The pressure may be getting to them in those moments, and well, thankfully they have got Mag dragged them kicking and screaming. Bear in mind, he was on the other side of the map. Bear in mind, they were so far down. The stress. They are all building to moments like these. 12 and 12. Of course we went to overtime, of course. Well, Sue said it as well. We learned yesterday that's always going to happen. She has the script. I think she even writes it.
Magnum, he's been moving around this map, often alone. But not all who wander are lost. He has been paving the way for BBL. They get an overtime as a result, and now he'll be point of contact. They've stepped up to the plate, but it's Magnum who's hitting it again and again. He's got himself one. The second, though, proves to be too much. Zeus dealing with him early on, and a new hero needs to be found for
ตัดไป
BBL.
แทน
He's been spotted
Oi.
under serious pressure, but it's only going to be the trade. Propek still here, needs at least one, and that's what's found. But the trades again from FUT are sublime, immediate in their nature. And now the remaining players are so very far away. The Turkish members land on this Turkish organization, Sociable and Levin, looking to try and give
มาหลัง
BBL the lead.
Trip broken behind. And the response from FUT is to go pushing deep into the spawn. It's Yedeje dropping Levin. Now they've got the information to play with.
เย่
They
ตู
were
เจ
12 and 10. Multiple
เมื่อกี้ถ้า
match
โดนยิง
point
นี่
or
เป็นเรื่อง
map
อะ
points, I should say. And now it
เขา
seems
วาง
like
เป้า
they
รอ
have
น่า
another.
กลัวใช่ไหม
The plant is perfect. The cam spotting him. And already the defuse halfway, but pressure not really on with bodies still lurking around the
ชื่อ
reveal.
กองนี่โคตร
Still
กวนตีนเลย
there. Desperately close in the end, but time had already ticked away.
มันยิง
FUT,
ซ้ำเรื่อยๆเลย
they have another opportunity to close out BBL's map pick. A map we have not seen much from FUT, and in fact, where BBL... All right, where BBL absolutely trashed Team Liquid 13-4, FUT, well, they received a 13-4 in the other direction. Seems like they've learned a lot since
ผล
then.
แผนเนี่ย
And it's
แรก
safe
มัน
to
เป็น
say
โด
that
นเลย
both teams were
โดนมนุษย์อะ
definitely proving more
แค่มันดูยิง
prominent
ได้เฉย
on
ก็เลย
this
แบบ
attack
เอ
side.
อ
So it
ทำมา
might
แบ
be
บ
the
ว่า
first, but as we've
ปรับ
seen
ทุกอย่าง
before, getting the advantage in overtime
โดน
between
ตลอ
these
ด
two
แต่
teams
เพื่อนเท
means
ได้ตลอดอะ
absolutely nothing. Once more, we see that
แล้วติดได้ไปเลยตรงโต้
aggression
ครับ
from Zeus taking full A control and the B take being attempted. The paranoia, the stuns are good, but nobody caught. And Anna Captain is still in position. Even still, though, Levin's taken one, but these trades, again, take it back and forth until Yedeje gives
มาแล้ว
that
มาแล้วเพื่อน
advantage.
ออกมากันออกมากัน
And now they look to play
รอ
together.
รอชุดมันมาก่อน
He's fought them on both sides.
นี่อ่ะมัน
Eyes
ได้ยิน
now drawn in other directions, perhaps an opening for Zeus to walk up behind
Kept
players
alive
left
with
of no
ใช่
traps to
เอา
play with.
อะไรจะบอกเลย
Yumpy and sociable. Shop
I'm allowed
darts,
that pattern.
recons regenerating. Yumpy's got a
เออ
flash
แต่มันได้อยู่นะดูมันยืดแบบแปะแขนนั่นแหละไว้ดักเจ็ตนะ
on the spike. Both players
จับเก็ต
split
ขึ้นใน
too. Ultimately, they're not
โบเตอ
looking
ร์ได้ไปแล้ว
to take this
ได้
side
ไปเพราะ
just
โบ
yet.
เตอร์
In
นั่น
fact,
แหละ
we may see them wrap all the
ไอ้
way
ดูก็
around
คือ
right
แบบ
now. It's an information finding game, and FUT are
โบ
giving
เตอร์เกือบโดน
nothing
พี่นัท
away.
และราวสำคัญ
Desperately trying to
พี่
work
โบ๊ทเอา
out
ให้ไง
where these players are coming from. And FUT have just taken the
30
time
seconds left.
to group up into a unit. Take this as 3, and BBL have got nothing of what they wanted. They were hoping to be given a fight, and eventually they find it. But it's now left all onto the leader. Yumpy, in an attempt to try and save them. The man who has brought BBL to the playoffs now has to try and do that little bit more, and he's got a player coming up behind him.
Oh.
Yedeje will put this one to
เล่น
bed.
อย่างนี้ก็
A
เป็นนี่
map
หว่า
on paper
ต้องไม่บอก
that looked like
ปล่อยเครียดตั้งนาน
เนื้อจะโดนหลอกอีกแหละ
เออ
เอานี้สตรีมตั้งนานลืมเปิดกล้องเหรอเนี่ยโอ้ยแย่จังแล้วได้แมป BBL แล้ว
ไม่4-2-0เลยนะ
อืม
ชุดที่มาตอนแรกมันก็ยังไม่แบบว่าระเบิดพลังนะมันเสียงมันอะ นานะกลมกลืนมันเข้าร่วม
เยตูเจนอยเป็นคำว่า nice ที่ทรงพลังมาก จริงๆ ถ้าเกมเซนส์ของเกโกะกับไอ้คาโมมันเดือดๆนะ ผมว่าแม่งลิควิดมันโคตรน่ากลัวนะ
ใช่รอเลย
มันยิงคมจริงแต่เปอร์เซ็นต์คัดมันต่ำมากอะ No ถ้ากรุ๊ปอัลฟาแม่งมี DX Gen G หนองชิมทีวัน โคตรมันออกเลย โอ้แต่นี้เกาหลี3 ทีมไปอยู่กรุ๊ปเดียวกัน แล้วก็ GE อีกถ้าจะ4เกาหลีแล้วทีวันบอก โอ้มาอยู่ในดงฮารอนบูม อยู่ในดงญี่ปุ่น GE จะไปรอดไหมนั่นน่ะสิ นี่มันเฟกอาสึนะนี่หว่า สนะกับกิมรวมร่างกันมาแล้ววะเกม2
we showed in the beginning when he came back into the league. So it's surely on the Sentinel, right?
Yeah, you have to kind of play Cypher or Viper on this map in basically every comp that you run, just to deny that A vision on attack and make them, you know, question mark themselves. So Cypher or Viper, definitely.
I think as well you have to consider BBL would have been planning to have been playing with Chiwa, so of course Magnum is just going to have to either slot into whatever they've been able to do with that, or actually they've decided to maybe get a bit creative knowing that they have Magnum.
Oh, this is a little bit juicy. We got a little bit of some changes from either side, so let's address the BBL side. Levin will be on the raise, and we have I guess, a little bit more meta stuff.
Yeah, I think Breach Teo, this is probably going to be one of the last times that we see this comp on Split. So I'm excited to see if there's anything new that they can cook, considering I think everything that has been kind of invented has already been ran. So it's definitely one that FUT are probably expecting or well practiced against. So.
I just know Mini is sat at home rubbing his hands looking at BBL's composition. I mean, we consider all the different choke points that are on Split. They're going to be able to set up so many nice like trap crunch plays with that Raze, with that Breach, with that Teho. I'm expecting them to be able to have good synergy on this map and have their ideas fully fleshed out, given that we've not seen Split from BBL this stage.
We haven't, and I believe they have to bring out something spectacular, because if they don't, Mitch and Tom, the season will end right here, right now for BBL.
It has been a good showing from BBL. Looking back at this year, they came in, expectations. I mean, after the first couple games, expectations were high, that's for damn sure. Now,
originally they were probably between 10th and 12th.
Yeah,
we're being brutally
expectations
honest.
were low. But after the first few games, expectations rose to levels we'd never seen before for a BBL roster. They even managed to win the Turkish Derby, something that no BBL roster had done before. But now, one map down, and history may be about to repeat itself in FUT's favor, eliminating BBL from the running.
But this is the thing, beating them in the regular season, beating them in the playoffs, I know which one matters the most for FUT. It is the chance to drive towards another international event, as said, in history, since we have got ourselves into that league format. They have always made it to at least one of the Masters. For BBL, that is something that they have yet to achieve. A squad with high potential, but will the pressure get to them when it matters most? FUT are going to be kicking things off on the attack side. We've seen them thrive on the defense when it came to that Vitality matchup. So now we get to see what's on the other side.
Magnum, someone to be challenged. His opening pistol was impressive. He managed to score himself a triple kill, but not this time. 2 barrels on the shore. The only one finds its mark with cracks down. Pressure put onto the B side, put onto Profek, and he's not able to rise to the challenge, but Yumpy is leaving them into a 2 versus 2 and a captain tag, and he goes for the sneaky spot down below. It doesn't work out because Sociable's here to claim the pistol round.
Yeah, I think important to get right back into the swing of things for BBL. You lose your own map choice in close contention after a slow start to the game. That was kind of the story, I think, of BBL when we go back to kickoff. They were very slow to start games. I don't think it's been an issue so much in stage 1, but we've got to see if they're going to build into this series or bow out with a whimper. Seems like the morale is definitely still high at this stage, and he's still performing. He had an unbelievable match number 1. And you look back to their match versus Vitality, he was arguably the best player. It was him, Zeus, and a captain all within a couple of kills of each other. I think that's the level they need on this sort of map. It felt like the momentum went in their favor, whereas you go back to kickoff and they face the likes of a Vitality, they got smashed.
This follow-up still presents some danger. FUT were able to make miracles happen with low buys.
They don't have a bucket this time.
Oh, true. Never mind. Nor a headhunter, Tom.
That's true as well.
So this one already in the bin. But no, it is something that you'd expect BBL to be quite cautious in how they approach. Sociable. Caution thrown to the wind. He is walking it up through vent by himself, isolating himself in the duels, but taking them all down.
Fine.
That's one way to go. He'll grab himself some orbs. Perfect.
Did you see his cam?
I didn't.
That desk almost got pounded. That's all I'm going to say. Not a happy bunny. I think after the first round, a little bit of a whiff. And then this round, losing to a classic of a captain. There's definitely some frustration seeping in. 11, this will end up being an easy cleanup. No chance to retrieve the rifle, and a captain made absolutely sure of that. But they will still come in with 4 guns of sorts.
Yeah. Not ideal losing the Bulldog in that situation. That's why you see that frustration.
But
Hey, he smiles. He smiles right after. He catches it. It's all good. It's all good. Keeping the vibes up. 4-0 start for Sociable. We talked about him on Haven the last time that we'd seen them before this. It was what, 29-4 you said? Something ridiculous. KD off the charts. And, well, it was Magnum taking the mantle in the previous, although talked a lot about Magnum, about his impact. Yedige massive clutches across the board and ends up, what, dropping a 30 bomb by the time we come out of that map? Levin is in danger. They will not get out unscathed.
Only a Marshall lost. Was just trying to be a little bit cheeky with it.
เดี๋ยวนะไม่ใช่พี่แค่เกรดเหรอนั่นจำไม่ได้ละ
But through the wall. I don't know if that was intended, but it hasn't delayed the opponents at all. And the only real battle I want to be watching is Profek. He gets another bite of the cherry and he loses just the same.
พักหน่อยนี่เปิดได้
And a captain already starting to dominate that early battle. I think that's 3 in a row now for kills versus Profek, and this round is looking very clean indeed.
พักนิดสักหน่อยไม่ได้ใช่ไหม
No danger.
พอเลยไปงั้นมันยาก
Foot, a 5 versus 1. Magnum coming in, Spectre in hand.
Weapon here.
The only thing is maybe he can isolate Mr. Fallen, but that's a battle he's not likely to win. 2-1 we go, and an in-zone flawless for Foot as they get their first round on the board.
Best
อัน
way
นี้
to
ซุด
break back
ซุด
into
มันโย
things.
รู้อยู่แล้ว
I want to
ที่มัน
keep
แร
an
ม
eye
อะ
on how that battle between Captain and Profek goes, because
ระวังเก่า
there's now been
ฝากไว้ให้คน
3
ดู
different ways that fight has gone down, and every single time, even though the rounds were going the way of BBL, every time it has gone the way of Captain, even with a classic in hand. And that's going to be one, if you can deny that space for whichever player is going towards B main, the map becomes so much more difficult to control. That's a part of the map the defense is constantly going to be fighting for.
Ton of credits for Foot now. Margin for error quite high, and they come into this round with full rifles. This is a very strong position for them to battle from.
ราวแรก
See
ไม่
double
ได้
flashes thrown through, but the TP is a fake. Foot approaching this one relatively slowly. Considering they've already burned up quite a bit of utility, Zeus doesn't have those initiating flashes, and the backside's being cleared. They see the markings on the floor that this was a fake, and it's worked wonders. The A side is wide open at the moment. The adjustment from BBL will be to push mid, but that's right into the waiting arms of Foot. But Profek, well, he is course correcting, decimated in some of those earlier duels, but now he's dishing out the damage, and it's Captain on the floor.
อะไรวะน่ะ
A potential ace for Profek. And he's going to go hunting it down. This one.
You unlike this man when he's angry.
Oh, no.
There are some players that almost seem fueled by the frustration. I think the mention of Didier Drogba has been said in football. Someone that you play them when they're happy, it's an alright game. You play them when they're mad, and you better watch out. And right now, that seems to be the case for Foot. Profek desperately hunting for where that last player is going to be. That little bit of an extra confidence boost. It's Ultima already online. There is nothing else other than removing that weapon from Yedige's hands, and he will find the fight. I think he's just spotted the pixel around it, and it will be the ace for Profek. A way to bounce back as 3 battles in a row, and he turns and takes every fight versus the squad of Foot.
I tell you what, there's a big smile on his face as he finds that final kill. Every battle he took here, precise, clean, and in these rounds, sometimes you go, yeah, but Tom, they had a few pistols, you know?
My first ace in VCT.
His first ace in VCT, and he reckons the best one as well. Certainly his best one. I'll give him that credit. 3-1 for BBL. We've seen this before. And it all fell apart. It went downhill. And Foot had a much worse buy to make that happen.
Hey, it worked last time, Profek. Oh, I respect it. Almost exactly the same spot that he just faced in the last round. You can see this time there is going to be the drone sent up, and he's actually been immediately dinked through the wall. Now, bear in mind, Yediche found a gap in the previous round, even if it wasn't exploited, and he's almost done. Now he's stuck in the aftershock, has to face forward, but still manages to win one of those fights. But Yoppy comes back with a double trade.
Well, they're not happy about losing Haven, I'll tell you that. Back with a fiery vengeance. Foot had a full buy in the previous, and one man stood in their way. Now they come in with the same. Credits invested, opportunities, but not seized. Does BBL have the man advantage? And they're looking
แล้ว
to
แม
bring
ป
this
นี้
towards the
จำ
B site. Bring it past Levin. It's a brave play. See if he's going to be hitting his shots. Taking him down puts a lot of pressure on Magnum, and it could see the round switch into their favor. And in fact, even just sending him backwards could be enough. Magnum has to step up yet again, and he will find the first. The second player, though, could be his undoing. Will be, but Levin trades him out. Wonderfully done with Mr. Fallen all alone.
Time. That's the main issue. 15 seconds left on this clock for
ตีเลยปะล่ะ
Mr. Fallen to try and achieve anything, and I don't think there's any world in which he manages to win this one. Does at least clear out the first. The second goes this way, but the time is gone.
No time.
All he has to do is hide it.
Oh.
Well, thankfully, that's exactly what the
ถ้ามี
IGL
บอม
will
มา
do.
ด้วยนะ
That was
ไม่ได้ดิ
so
เวลาหมด
within a semblance of a chance, and honestly, I think if it was anyone else at BBL, they might have risked that. But Yumpy is a calm head. You might not think it from the cams, but he is.
Too late. Wow. Yeah, and as well, he already had a decent round. Many a player would go for that swing. It looked like that one was locked in. Prophet goes from an ace to
He
not
even
quite
looked
being
to
able to land
exactly
that
where
shot.
Yumpy was, by the way. Like, that was where he switched his aim to. He's like, I know where he is. I got 4 seconds to hit this shot. Like, Mr. Fallen is so intelligent in those moments.
It's a great read. The execution
แปลก
still
ผม
leaves BBL with the
คุณต้องตี
advantage.
เยอะนะกัน
4-1.
Can they
And
not?
now a rifle for Zeus. The rest of the squad playing with pistols. It's a similar buy, indeed a better buy than where they managed to turn the tide back on Haven. So no
เดี๋ยว
room
จะเจ
for error when it comes to BBL, and Profek falling off rip. At least they will find Yedije. That closes off this Vents approach.
Yeah, don't think you want to push that anymore. Definitely not ideal. Doesn't manage to scan anyone. Knows that at least they're
เชี่ย
partially
เชี่ย
clear.
เชี่ย
ยังไงดีค
I
รับ
don't even know if the stun would help out too much. Zeus still trying to fight tooth and nail, but he will be able to retreat, and then even has the salvos of his own. Dimensional drift used, but even though he's been spotted, it's not going to be easy to clear. And in fact, they did get spotted.
Oh.
How has he managed to do that with nobody noticing? And it's like Zeus must have walked directly past him and seen him, but I guess they just didn't expect that Sociable would show them that level of disrespect, and he's got back in
ไอ้
for
เชี่ย
more.
ลูกซอง
4 kills for Sociable. Can we get our second ace already? He's going to get the fight, and we will! What is happening with BBL? 2 aces in 6 rounds!
Well, we talked a big game about their defense over on Haven. This is a defense unlike any other that they've shown so far in VCT. 2 aces in 6 rounds.
ปลอม
And it
มาพร้อมได้
starts
ที่
with
ได้
a
ติด
man
ตัว
judge in hand. This one at least against pistols for the most part, but it goes to the win. The confidence on display. It's got FUT panicking. They're calling a timeout.
เป็นเบิร์ก
It's
มันเบิร์ก
crazy. Like I still don't understand how
Yeah.
nobody was watching that. Like he couldn't have made it more clear that he was in the vents. He like used every piece of utility, killed a person just before. Someone went past him with a dimensional drift. Like he might as well have been running around with a Sova dart attached to his forehead. Like I genuinely don't know how he's got away with that. And yeah, guys is gonna take a pause here. I'm not surprised. He's not pleading and he's not angry, so that's
He's
a
not
good sign.
stood up. That's all I need to see.
โด
I
น
think
ทามมิ่ง
the
เห็น
one
ไหม
for
อะ
me was when it looked like he was emotionally pleading
Yeah.
with the team, like, guys, please stop, come on. And then like holding his chest, I'm like, oh god, do we need to call the medics? But right now, no, that's a chill guy. That's a chill guy.
Yeah, we'll see how long that keeps up. They've got 1 map advantage, but this is their home turf. This is where they decided to take the fight to BBL.
That's sort of the interesting thing, though. I wouldn't consider this a home turf.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
that you play it through in the year, they're 1-3. In the stage, they're, oh no, sorry, 1-4. They're 1-3. This stage. So it's not been a good map. They smashed Vitality on it, but I do feel like that's because Vitality might have other issues. We'll see. Their defense was very good, so they may not need a mass amount of rounds on this side.
Either way, they came in today and they thought this could be the map that puts them with a leg up, that helps them bounce back from Haven if they do end up losing it. And from what we're seeing here, that OT went the other way. It could have been a death sentence. Zeus, an aggressive play to pick up 2.
นี่ไงไอ้สุดเอาให้
They've
สอง
got
คน
themselves
แร
a
ง
lot of control now. Pressure onto Yumpy. Magnum on the other side of the map, and that's not the man you want to push into. It will be Yumpy. That's challenged, and that challenge
ไม่เวอร์มาก
quickly sees a conclusion.
This is just another Zeus round to add to the collection. And I think he had the perfect read on that scenario. The salvos were to clear him, and then the
กันครั
spams
บ
hoping
ตี
they
ได้
would
สัก
kill
5
him
โอ
off
เค
because
แล้ว
okay, two players have just spammed a full mag
ผ
at
ม
me.
ต้องหุก
They
เลย
maybe
นะ
have a couple of bullets that they're not going to expect me to burst straight through the smoke. Just an individual play that completely wins the round for FUT. I think something that was needed. You have a couple of aces go against you. You need someone to turn the tide. For Magnum, credits are good on the squad. So the goal, clear some guns.
เฮ้ย
I think
อะไร
back
อ่ะ
to Haven, the exit that they tried to play.
ออกไปแล้วนอกเหรอ
Over on A, he was
The
able to
timing.
do a lot of damage.
พี่ฟุกโดนแล้ว
Bit of good timing.
They're all coming his way.
อุ้ย
Oh, but he's giving the
แล้ว
game
อยู่ดี
away.
จะสโมก
Not
Now
so
you
good
just
a
see him
timing.
back off. That rifle carried through to the next. It's not needed. He can afford to go down. Every little helps at the end of the day. And you're not going to be getting very much. A few spams, that's all he's going to attempt. 5-2. FUT after the pause, they find a correction, which, you know, I'm not sure how much time you put into the strat of Zeus just go and shred them all up in heaven, flashes himself in, finds himself that double, and
ไอ้
from
โปร
that
เฟกต์มัน
point
ไม่กล้าพี
forward,
กไอ้
it
สุดเนี่ย
seems like
ต้อง
easy
ทำอย่างนั้น
pickings, especially when he then follows up on
ไม่
the
กล้าเอา
Yumpy.
สุด
They have had some legendary strats in their day. Kiwi go kill.
สวัสดีครับ
Greenhead
น็อก
go
ซี่
kill.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Zeus go kill.
It worked right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Fallen, generational talent.
แมววุ่นวายอุ้ย
Okay. Well, the Zeus go kill strat this round has failed, so they're going to have to go to plan B, as he has just been domed, I think also through his own fake out.
ใส่ล่าง
The team
จ้า
immediately trying to react off that. A quick push up middle.
ไปต่อจบ
Spike the last man in, which is a little bit dangerous, but they have managed to get quite far.
Reveal goes a little shallow. Could have found a lot of information on the site, but players still up on Raptors undetected. They try to deal with him, and Yumpy steps up for two. Profek in with another, leaves Yedije alone, and Sociables play through mid lane. Catches him off guard. A good correction by BBL. Back now at 6-2, back into winning ways. The economy not quite fully broken for FUT, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I don't mind the call from FUT. Like, you've seen quite a bit of utility
Say
sent
BBL
over on that A
say
side. You
Heretic.
lose your duelist, you go, okay, well that's our space taker gone. Like, a lot of the rest of our utility is set up around that. Let's try going elsewhere quickly and catching them off guard. The thing is, that wasn't the majority of the players. BBL were very quick to react on stacking up the remainder and a flank as well from Sociable. For the attack now, though, slowing it down a bit. Their credits back on the brink, and well, BBL have not really had a dent made in theirs just yet. Ultimates also firmly in the defender side favor. The one really on the board is Yetaje's Viper's Pit, but can get into a post plump. Well, they've been cleared out of B main.
I've seen a few times from BBL, like look at their mid control. After they find that successful bit of aggression, they try to replicate it at least in some way. That's why there's two players towards this side of the map,
ไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้วครับ
waiting
สุด
for that aggression to come through on A. And Yedije at least able to trade out his teammate, trade out that showstopper too. And having dropped
เมื่อกี้ถ้าไอ้สุดมันมีวามนะ
11 out of the equation,
I
they seem
see,
confident in taking this towards the A
Song
side,
win
but
tiltแล้วเนี่ย
rotations have come in. Magnum started the round up in heaven.
เครื่อง
His
ดักล
trap
งมา
still covering
โด
mid.
นแม่งหงอเลย
He's on his way into the danger zone, really. He's the one at risk being the main victim of this split, but he's got another trap down in vent waiting for this exact play. And he backs out as well.
30 seconds left.
Expecting a B hit.
Well, I think as well, you can kind of leave Yumpy because of that rolling thunder. He can try and push the full force of the squad back, and especially with the amount of time left on the clock, he's just trying to slow them down. He's been having a game. Even has Magnum for support. That'll be the reveal on the remaining players. They know exactly where they are. The spam coming through, and they still need to plant. They're not even going to get close. A solid hold on the A site, and a BBL that looked flat in map number one, half number one, are really looking like they're back to play.
Yeah, I mean, you even see that rolling thunder go through. Both players in heaven remain untouched. At least I think they did. Managed to just about dodge it, and still,
Yeah.
he's delivering that.
But he pop flashed through the wall as well.
Still didn't catch him.
Yeah.
They dodged all the utility, and still he's able to just win the duel. And the Rolling Thunder
right now
caught the player just in front of sight. He's got to go somewhere. Thinks the smoke towards screens is a safe spot, and it was not being watched in the end by Magnum. 7-2 now. BBL in a very strong position, even if the rest of this half falls apart. And Tom, they're up against a very low buy.
I never doubt it. Not for a second when FUT are the ones with the low buy. Somehow it seems to be where they pull out their best rounds. The amount of kills they've got with a classic has to be up there with the best of them. This one's at least started well. Another conversation to be had is about Sociable on this Teo. I remember Sue in the interview asking him, is he in the conversation for best Teo in the region? He seemed almost gobsmacked by the question being asked. But you look at the way he's playing right now, I think that's his 12th kill. An ace in one of those rounds as well when starting with the judge, and he's going to add another to the tally as well. An in-zone flawless. But this man has genuinely looked so stellar, and if they carry on this way, I'm almost hoping that Sue will ask that question again.
That is, you sort of got a flare of this starting it out when he was 4-0. A lot of confident duels coming out of him too before we even saw that ace in play.
Right there.
We talked about Haven and how he had this massive performance previously. But in the previous map, it was Magnum taking that mantle. Well, Sociable is back to claim that crown. Another timeout used by FUT before the half is over. They've used both of their timeouts, really showing where we're at right now. 2 rounds on the attack, it's far from enough.
Okay. A little bit more frustrated on the guys' front. You can kind of understand why. A lot of what's happening is these early battles not going their way. I think also BBL have done a very good job to force them into more disjointed takes, like be it the delay from the Teo utility, those salvos causing issues, or just Yumpy with the stuns. I feel like they've caused so many problems where you're watching never like the split, especially onto the A side. I think from Heaven and through main, it never comes in at the same time. It's never been able to because of that denial of utility. They now come into this round with 4 of their 5 ultimates online, and while BBL have been slowly expending theirs in order to take rounds home, Mitch, there's only 2 rounds left in this half, and we might be singing the praises of the defensive side. But this would have to be a very strong one at this stage.
Well, it starts here, 8-4 possible for FUT. They need rounds on the board. They need foundations laid thick for the next half. Profex brought out an Odin to great success. Spamming through the smoke, finding one. The backside A pick as well. As the ult used by Zeus gets them no round, and Sociables picked up a double. That's 3 through the smoke. After that timeout, FUT couldn't possibly account for this. And now Mr. Fallen again, trapped on the bottom of ramp. Sociable kills him in almost the same spot as the previous round. This time, it's a bullet salvo more so than a rocket one. 9-2.
The 29-year-old rookie coming in going 16-3 and looking like he's playing this game with straight wall hacks. I'll also say as well, half of the utility at the beginning of that round was used to target Levin. At one point, he's genuinely just walking around completely blind. The blind fades, he goes, oh, he's there. Just gets an easy kill. It looks like they're just unable to target and combine any of their sort of util into an actual kill. Which is, considering you look back to the previous map, that hasn't been the case. Now the Nightfall used. Desperately trying to get into a Viper's pit. It's been online for so long.
Oh, it might not get an opportunity to be used. They dodged the ult. Magnum slipped into elbow then afterwards, but he's being put to bed. There's the pick. The Viper's on site. That deep pick can come into play right here and right now. There's a gap for Yumpy. I don't think Sociable's quite so lucky. And in fact, yeah, he gets absolutely nothing. The shorty from Yumpy. The shot to the head of Zeus. And double digits at the half for BBL. Unbelievable. Their defense on Haven seemed like the thing of legends. Well, we should have been talking about Split, evidently.
Wow, it has been a crazy.
แต่ว่าได้แบบแรกแล้วจบ 2-0 นะมันหลอกอีกแล้วเหรอ
หลอกหลอก โอ้โอที รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับการที่ได้เล่นคอมแบบแรงขนาดนี้ผมรู้สึกว่าคอมมันลื่นมากเลยนะครับ จริงๆมันดีมากเลยครับ เมื่อวานคุณชนะทีเอลเนี่ยผมเห็นเน็ตเขาชมคอมในจังหวะนั้นผมก็เข้าไซส์ไปยิงเลย คือเป็นจังหวะทีเผลอนั่นแหละ ผมก็เลยคิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่ง่ายที่ชนะ จริงเมื่อวานผมก็เกือบนะ เกือบที่จะไม่ได้ไปโตลอนโตนะแล้วมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นคะทำไมถึงได้ไปกันล่ะ จริงๆแล้วบูสเตอร์บอกผมว่าให้ลุกไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อน1 ครั้งนะมันเป็นเคล็ดใช่ครับ จริงๆผมไม่นั่งครุ่นคิดในห้องน้ำว่า การที่คอมมีแรงขนาดนี้แล้วเราไม่มีเทคพอร์ตมันเป็นปัญหาต่อศัตรูหรือเปล่าทำไมเขาถึงแพ้ให้เราก็ไม่รู้ครับ ร้อน
It's me and you. Alfred in that moment going, that was 2 days ago, Mitch. He's like, I don't even know what happened this morning.
I'm sure I enjoyed it. I don't remember. I'll tell you what, BBL feeling good after this 10-round defensive side. Moving on to the attack. This pistol could be the end of it all. And for FUT, we know that they're capable. We know their defense can be strong, but we need to see
There he is.
another level from them. Yeah, the 3K pistol god. See if he can do it again.
They are walking in towards potentially the most dangerous man in Yedaje. Working around that angle. Levin's already going to be there to stop, but they have no idea how much ground they've lost. And just walking straight into such a dangerous spot. Well, it was neither. It was Levin to take home that pistol round. Quick and easy for the side of BBL. That was over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think, do we have these map picks backwards? Is that it? FUT with the surprise Haven pick, and then BBL been prepping Split for a long time.
I do believe that they've been prepping Split.
Yeah, evidently.
The veto being backwards, not so much.
It is an unbelievable display from them, considering that slow start to the defense, and I think that speaks to how well FUT came in prepared for that Haven. Also to the preparation that BBL did, kind of going out the window with the composition FUT brought to bear, and it working out remarkably well. Now, in this round, there's clearly going to be rotations with the spike all the way down in the spawn, as we've seen. And early on, it is the pressure applied to B to drag this rotation around from the A site. And as they move to be heavier on that side of the map, they don't make up for it around the A side, around B aggression even. It's mid, where the pistols are waiting for this close range fight. The player we talk about that you can isolate is Magnum, and they will. They only get a stinger for their troubles, and the A site is completely lost.
It's not the gun you really want to retrieve in these sort of moments. When you look at the other side, everything else has its additional price tag, and one of those rifles would be nice. You've also likely got to go walking into an angle that's being held by Sociable with a sniper, and he is currently 17-4. You mentioned that Haven performance versus Gentlemates. Well, he was 26-4, so still got a way to go for him to be able to match that, but if more players keep walking into the crosshair like that, it's going to come in nice and easy.
It's also difficult when you have a team, even speaking about Sociable's ace being the pistols, but certainly Profx, where he would be down and out at the start, being put in his place. Then he comes out and single-handedly destroys one of the first full buys that we've seen from FUT.
That was costly.
Costly at 12-2. It might get them around, but there's so much room for BBL to have those shakier starts. Hey, Crashies.
Can we zoom in a little bit more? Just get it right into his face. I think he'll appreciate that. Just hold it there. Solid minute. That'll be our entire post map.
Yeah, why are we doing replays? Can we go back to Crashies?
Elimination, of course, on the line for both of these sides, but it's looking like Ascent is on the horizon. Definitely getting some flashbacks. This is a third map decider, the longest map in history last time out. And already a death-dealing blow to Yedeje. He was phenomenal in map number 1, but he's been taken out within the first 10 seconds of this round.
จะได้ 2-0 ได้
The call from
โดนหลอก
BBL.
เนี่ย
Making some noise on
แรกจะ
A.
โดน
Mid has been
2-0 แทน
overtaken, especially with Magnum dropping Mr.
เปลี่ย
Fallen.
นสมการ
It
นิด
pulls
หน่อ
this
ย
rotation
โดนหล
off
อก
the
อี
B
กแล้ว
site, which is now wide open for the players that are lurking their way up through. It's going to be a free take without a captain dropping
จาน
Magnum.
ฟุกเอาให้
Sociable spotted as well, I believe. I'm pretty sure they know that he's here. Paranoia used, but it's dodged nicely, and he's causing problems. He's buying time, but FUT have managed to equalize now in a 3v3 for the retake.
Yumby's still only with the Spectre, but a full belt of utility to play with. Levin just making sure that he's not falling for the Durkaroos. He will just about manage to cling to life and then takes control of the spawn as well. That's another angle that has to be cleared for FUT. And that time now continues to tick down, already getting towards the spike for Profit, winning the duel when it matters the most, and now all that remains is Zeus.
แล้วกูก็ต้องเดินต่อไปเพราะเวลายังไม่ถึงมึงรีบจบอะไรกันขนาดนั้น
สายบนแข่งต่อเนื่องพูดถึงอันนี้มันค่อนข้างได้เปรียบว่าอย่างที่เราบอกมันตาทำแผนวันหนึ่งมันเปลี่ยนคอมมาไม่รู้ว่าจะโดนแบบไหน พุทธก็รู้เหมือนกันว่าจะเจออะไร
เราจะเดินไปเล่นวาโลไป
Match found.
คิดว่าจะยิงได้ปะรีโมทแอร์กระเด็นเลย
Move or get zapped.
เฮ้ยโห
อยากจะแบบเอาใกล้ใหม่อะแล้วก็แบบว่าชูเดเอเจนไอ้เหี้ย
เป้ยิงก่อนหมดเวลา
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Let the bullets fly.
Bye bye. Gotta go.
เฮียเป่าเวกสั่น
I'm out of here.
เป่าเวกสั่นจัด
Go go go. Reloading. Go go go. Stop it. Slow down. Gotta go. Go go go.
มึงก็ดูดเลือดเป็นยุงไอสัตว์ดูดเพลินเลยนะมึงไอ้เหี้ย
Kill them.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Cutting through.
Go go go. I'm out of here.
New stage
ก็สั่น
in
จัด
town.
แล้ว
Gonna fall back here.
Reloading.
Got one. Gotta go.
Stage 2.
I'm out of here. Go go go. Stop it. Go go go. Drop.
ผมกู
Decoy. Reloading.
Gotta go.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. Don't miss
Time
me
to
too
jump.
much. Go go go. Bad move. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
10 seconds until stage change.
Go go go. Gotta go.
Go ahead. Stand in line.
Order. Go go go.
โกโกโก
Kill.
โกโกโก
Watch out.
โกโกโก
Out of here. Gotta go. Down. My ultimate is ready. Taken out.
Everyone's catching me. Page.
I'm out of here.
โกโกโก
Until stage change.
My ult's ready. Go, go, go! Done.
Final stage.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. There we go.
Joke's
Stop it.
over. You're dead.
Too slow.
โอ้เป้าพูดเยอะ
Go, go. Smart move. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Gotta go. There's that. Go, go, go.
My bottom sword.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go! Gotta go! Blocking sight. Gotta go! I'm out of here. Gotta go! Go, go, go! Get out of my way! Reloading. Nice try.
Begins.
I'm out of here.
ถ้ากูไม่ได้โฟกัสขานะไอ้สัส
Next. I'm out of here.
ขอพิกัดลูกวิ่งหน่อยติ๊กตอกครับผมซื้อผมไม่รู้ว่าฟ้าเป็นคนซื้อ เดินไปก็เล่นเกม นี่ถ้าเป็น TFT นั้นสบายเราแบบสบายแข่งแล้วมันเล่นแล้ว
So it's, you know, it's not necessarily the CNET playing the Jet, it's the Zeus playing the Yoru, so I think both humps make sense. I would like to see BBL kind of exploit their kind of triple initiator a lot, not using all their wave utility at once, and maybe keeping a bit, so maybe catch FUT off guard, because they're going to be using their knife and their recon 140, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that's why I'd like to see BBL do a bit more than what they did the other day against Heretics.
And coming into today, they had the higher seed. They decided to be that team A, so they get the first ban, and also they get to decide the side on the last map. Also, with the chances of it being a send, they get to start on the defense. But of course, elephant in the room, the triple initiator, and as Harry was saying, a little bit more of layering. You have so much to work with. You need to be very smart in when to use it, especially now that Zeus has moved from that Jet onto the Zero.
Well, last time Mitch and Tom brought us 48 glorious rounds of Ascend. I think we can aim higher than that. Let's go for 50 today, boys.
I genuinely just said the same thing backstage.
The thing
50
is,
rounds.
everything Sue has said over the last couple of days has happened.
It has, hasn't it? She called the OT. We got there. She did it yesterday. We got there. Tom, we're going 50 rounds. Lock in, buckle in, and buckle up. The Turkish derby, it has to end on the 82nd province. We're going to Ascent, formerly a staple for the region. Other people have caught up, but now it's time to fight for that crown. BBL looking to not just beat FUT in this head-to-head for the first time, as it was when they faced earlier on this stage, but doing it twice in 1 year. Not even FUT have managed that.
Interesting. BBL have the lowest retake win rate of all EMEA
เพราะฉะนั้นครับแมตช์
teams.
นี้ไปมอง
They
ที่
have
ฟุต
more rounds played on this map, I reckon, than any other
ไม่
team
หลอกพี่เอ
in
แน่นอน
one series. So I'll cut them some slack there. It was an attack-sided affair when we got to overtime.
โอ้โหแล้ว
See
ฟุต
if
เปลี่ย
it's
น
the
เป้า
same thing as we run it back again. Zeus
มาแต่แม่น
swapping
ขึ้น
up.
ไง
Regulation, it was only
ดูเสร็จพร้อมมั่นใจ
7-5, so it really could be the smallest of rounds that makes the difference. That's not the start they were looking for. Luckily, Profek is still here to do the damage. Levin has managed to find one with the distraction, and Yumpy trying to flash back into position. The fact is, though, they are still looking to go in this same direction. But it seems like the play here from BBL is just play the retake. Wow, Zeus has been caught while trying to cross.
ไปเล่น
A
The retake gets that little bit easier now, doubling up on the advantages.
Spike planted.
แต่ตีเขาอีก2-4
Cleared out heaven already with the Prowler. And this is going to be their signal to group up. 4 players coming in together. Utility, not quite gone because you've still got those salvos. Those pesky salvos are causing problems. Yedeje,
Player standing.
not able to tuck in anymore. He's out in the open, isolated and beautifully played by BBL.
เพื่อนก็ไม่เอาสักหนึ่งเลย
They tip the dominoes and watch them fall 1-0 for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think one of the major highlights for me going into this match, and more the matchup, is the swap up for Zeus. It is the only change in composition, but I can only assume that is more of a comfort thing than anything else. Like, the guy really struggled in the Jet v Jet battle, so he's now going to try and change that play up. It was mentioned by our wonderful analyst, Alpha, that he thinks that Zeus, or not Zeus, Yoru is currently the greatest entry in the game at the moment, and it's going to be so important when it comes down to this map in particular. Getting through some of those choke points, A main, B main especially, is so tough if your entry is not having a good game.
That's a lot of information to work with. Deep nade going to be sent through. That's a lot of damage, and indeed it will be a couple picks. Although Zeus manages to fire back, Cracks and himself are desperately low.
Those Prophet.
Prophet has taken a few licks of damage, and he's the only man here. He's got some support in the side, and he's not afraid to fight. This could still be relatively costly. They lose another
เวลา
player,
โดน
Mr. Fallen.
เวลาเราโลแล้วโดน
Looks
คลาส
for
สิ
a
ก
bit
วิ่ง
more
ยั
of
ด
a
นี่วิ่งน่า
fight.
กลัวใช่ไหม
They still keep the majority of the heavy weapons at least. But this is something that BBL do quite often. It's like not the biggest of investments.
ใช่ก็พี่สังเกตแล้วแบบว่าตอนแรกก็รอมันจับภาพซุดอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
แต่อยากไปโตโร
And I
โต้
don't think we've seen a massive amount of
EMEA เหมือน
success
มันจะแข่ง
when
แพ
it
ทใหม่
comes
แล้ว
to
เนี่ย
third rounds. Maybe just making sure that this can't quite escape from them in the conversions.
เปิด
But this is
แล้
where
ว
we'll come in with a mammoth advantage, full shields on every single player, rifles as well, and Levin sniper.
ออกแล้วจะเข้า
Not going to be an insta kill.
เข้าแล้ว
ไม่รู้8 เม็ด
This is Foot's chance to correct early on,
Ay,
get
me lo
themselves on
cago.
that board. They've done it so far. Times very convincingly.
ไอ้พกอีกแล้วฟุต
Slow approach to start this one out. BBL, look at the control that they've got towards the A site. They're allowing the walk up. They've got a little high-low setup in play. Profek and Levin. You know, although Levin will be facing off against full shields, if Profek just lands one shot from the Bulldog, that A site will be well and truly defended. The push is coming in the other direction. It seems clear to us that it will be a B split. They've left players outside A, left players watching mid. They still have the chance to go back. Now less so.
Sociable. Definitely the highlight of the previous map. Their domination came through off some of his individual brilliance. Well, he's going to be under some serious pressure here, trying to just get up in their face and nothing found for it. And while an attempted push through from Yumpy is met with exactly the same fate, a fadeaway shot for Cracks to
หวานมัน
add
หวาน
another to the death toll. I think we saw this in the last map. A flawless, potentially on the cards, although there
What
has been
timing?
a timing for Profek. There's so many
Timing
players still
อะไร
within this site. I'll be surprised if he's not expected.
พี่ฟุกเดินไปดูไป
I mean, there's something as well that we've seen from Profek. Going back to the previous map, he had a lot of patience in looking for those flank players. You can see he is very much expecting that to be the case. Yet again, that someone's trying to sneakily come up behind him. The recon gives away the game though, and it's
ตื่นนะอย่าง
Yedeje
งี้
jumping the gun, getting ahead of it. An in-zone flawless in round 3. I said they've managed to win these third rounds after losing the pistol quite a lot. They've done so quite cleanly at times. This one, I felt like every fight that they took was on their own terms.
Yeah, very, very comfortable stuff, and I think at times a little bit slow of a reaction from BBL, and around when you have this many weaknesses, I'd like to see them just gamble
นึกว่ามันไม่
a
ตะ
little
โกน
bit
นะ
more.
เวลาเห็นจับกล้องนั่งนิ่ง
But for now, this is where the proper purchase comes into play. Ultimates, not particularly close, but only Mr. Fallen. I felt like this has always been a map where his Sova is incredibly difficult to play against. Just a comfort individually, which if your IGL is comfortable, that's always a good sign. Yumpy has to be careful, almost losing his life, and Well, Magnum's position is very much known. Hasn't been cleared just yet, though.
He will be. That nade still sends him out into the open. No way to fall back cleanly in the cloudburst, just a little late in landing. So he will be traded out at the very least. Yumpy threw this nade through. He gets aggressive. Wants to push his way up after not finding that initial fight. More passive approach. That mid position held down by Sociable. A site being watched by Profek. He's under a little bit of pressure. If they were to walk up short, there could be a gap. Sociable peeks it here and there, and with Yedajay down, Wood are sending it in his direction. It's Profek with the pressure on his back.
Rotation again not coming. He's now finally made the spot, but this now becomes more of a survival effort. Maybe in the hope that somebody will be able to get there in time. Just created a little pocket of space for himself. This angle is just in case anybody crushes to the side of the site. That's exactly what he's done. Clever stuff, but Profek still surviving in the backlines. He's lasted such a long time. And that means that spike is still yet to go down. 10 seconds as the rest of the players will now start to move their way forward. Nice shot from Mr. Farland, gets rid of Sociable, but Levin's there as well, and he has to try and stick this plant. Profek, for me, ends up being the hero of that round, as BBL again are off to a strong start.
I agree with you
BBL มันกัน
100%,
ก่อน
Tom.
หมดแหละ
Profek buys so much time sitting down in the back of the site, picking off the first as they come through and making them push his smoke. It's only when it fades that he's really in danger. You can see already trading blows. It's coming down to a narrow margin, and the fact that one player almost has to stick that spike allows those 1v1s. The switch up, dude. That's like two personalities. Nice, good job.
I love Magnum. I genuinely think I could just sit and listen to his comms all day and I'd have a great time. The fact he admitted in the last matchup giving fake comms is hilarious. Beautiful flash. And a captain now being pressured. Second flash through.
หลบแล้วนะ
Zana Captain to win the battle versus the young duelist there again after getting an opener. Going to immediately react off the back of this. Now there's two players within the site.
Nice flash by Zeus. Profek though still going. This smoke, we saw a similar one in the previous round, and it's bought them an advantage, or at least rather it's pulled it back into equal footing. The problem is the advantage goes to FUT as the B site now wide open. They've stepped in already. Yedajay's closed that door, and Mr. Fallen has a free route down onto site. An open plant as well. They could play Boathouse. Move back towards main, where they've actually embedded out a captain. A lot to work with.
Against the
เดี๋ยวแล้ว BBL มันเหลือ3คนได้ไง
difficult to play that back site, play off those crossfires because it can be so easily cleared by all of that utility information. Attempted to be found by Profek, but they still have to clear that back. The dart does well, but more importantly, gives the space to Ada Captain.
มีคอนตรงนี้ถ้าไม่ยิงนะบอกเลย
All that stands is Magnum, nothing to be had.
ชิบหายกันหมด
With again a quick response in the call and finding that gap in the form of their Sentinel. And they're right back within distance again. I'm seeing that back and forth, Mitch, already.
It's deja vu, man. Deja vu's kicking in. This is exactly the kind of vibe we had starting out the previous time that these two faced the 25-23 game. I say game, it was just a map. But there's series that looked like that. You're high-fiving him whether you like it or not. And you better like it. FUT,
นั่นอะไรกว่า
one round behind. And look at BBL's buy. This should be the round where they equalize. Profek, player with the biggest gun for BBL. He's being spotted. They won't be surprised by him there, but he has rotated around the spawn as Magnum just takes a heads up.
มันเป็นอะไร
But there was a lot of util thrown in there.
มันพยายามมาจับกลุ่มตั้งกี่รอบไม่เข็ด
Maybe an extra little piece.
มันได้อะไรมันวาร์ปตัวนี้แล้วมันได้อะไร
And that cross being held, cracks. No, it's not cracks to go down. In fact, it's Yedajay to fall. They've also left Levin at the back of the site. Zeus is trying his best to maybe create some sort of distraction on the other side, but he's now going to be tagged up as well. A lot of players ending up low.
มันวาร์ปไปแล้วมันคิดว่าฝั่งข้ามดันมาจะไม่เช็คมัน
There are problems being created, but the thing is, look at FUT. They need an individual to step up. Everybody's isolated. The idea to move towards the B side, it's the best one. Zeus will be able to fall back. He has ult for the reposition, for the clearance of sight, but they'll go in ahead of the clock. 40 seconds. Have some time to play with. Maybe hoping the backside is clear. Now they know it isn't. It's only a Sheriff standing in their way, though. No shields even on Levin. He's in a lot of danger in this battle. The numbers thinning out. Yumpy goes down. 1 kill here for Levin. Would be wonderful, but hard to land. Up. They have recovered a rifle for Sociable. They've got salvos online, but the advantage, again, goes to FUT. And the post plant on B will be tough to break back into. Maybe those salvos can force the players in the open. That's best we can hope for, but you got to get past Zeus first.
Yeah, he also has dimensional drift, so if things get dangerous at any point, he can look to regroup, but it isn't going to be the case. Looking comfortable once again, even going to use it just to clear Sociable. You know this guy has been a real danger, just almost trying to ignore his opponent, who has every single piece of information. Sociable's goal now is just to try and clear them as they fall out of the sight, and it's only going to be the one. Good recovery from FUT. The initial deficit now depleted as they look to build into this attack.
วันนี้แพ้กลับบ้านเลยครับ
Looking for those exits, a good idea. He wasn't going to get anything done if he walked out. It would be the easiest spam of these players' lives. The fact that Zeus is able to take down Magnum, split these players up on the B side as well.
ดูดิ
And then continue to fire up in market. It recovered the round that was very much under threat. And it was great target selection as well. The fact they moved towards B, the players waiting for them there, the classic and a Sheriff, no shields. A very different game. A very different one that we're walking into in this round. The operator of Levin, and maybe about to see action. Yedajay is waiting outside B, pressure on middle, but the spike, it is shifting towards this side of the map, right into Levin's waiting arms.
อุ้ยเนี่ยครับผ่านทาง
Almost gone. They've had some trouble around that short control, and yeah, already forcing them out of position. That paranoia has removed the danger of the setup. That's the issue of not having that sentinel. Over on the defensive side is you need to have more of this aggression. Target selection not working out for Profek, and it's already falling apart. Magnum almost hoping for a bit of a miracle spray because they have completely lost control of the site, and even with bullets being spammed through, nothing is found.
There was a moment where it looked like Levin was about to pop off. He was about to have so many opportunities with that operator. But once Yumpy goes down, FUT, they realize there's a weakness. Where Levin is right now. Time is ticking. They found a pick. Ult's going to be committed. They're going for this, even with Levin so far away. Yedajay's had all the time in the world to wrap around, and he's about to execute Magnum from short. In fact, Mr. Fallen gets ahead of it, and the ult will be lost in the end. That looked like conflicting ideas. Two different calls, and the wrong one was made in the end.
แรกๆมันดูไม่มีทรงเลย
Purely doing that of a reaction to his own
นี่การฟุกไปวาร์ปตรง
now we go for it, maybe not realizing how far away Levin was, but that definitely feels like a misplay, like a single kill really hasn't turned the tide of this round, even with that Nightfall being available. And that is a death that has made things so much more costly for the side of BBL. 3-round streak and an ultimate expended because of it. กล้องจับจากข้างบนยังได้ยินอ่ะตัวใบสุดท้าย TL ไม่ TL ก็ฟุตเนี่ยผมว่าแนทมันน่าจะเน้นอ่ะมันเทพสายล่างเนี่ย
Short, the more for players to come up. Listen. The worst 5v4 and the best 4v5.
เนี่ยรอบนี้หลอกแล้วอ่ะ
ตายแล้วเข็ดแล้ว
Seems like everything's working out for
ชอบจริงๆวาร์ปตรงนั้น
when some of those disadvantages come through, they've been able to
ไอ้ลาวที่ไม่ไปจริงไม่มีใครมาเช็ค
after a bit of a slow start. Doing quite well. Now, Prophet here, he's just the bait. The goal is to sell the idea that their player in this corner has already been cleared. It's definitely an unorthodox position to see a Blaze-Storm. First two knives have missed, and one of the next ones have not got any better. In fact, it's only Prophet that ends up getting the kill. The full setup hasn't really helped them out much.
ยิงมากๆไอ้ perfect
That quick trade means it's all for naught.
ดีที่ริวมีดหมดอันตรายจัดเมื่อกี้
Especially with what's
นึกว่าจะโดน
left in the
1-2
hands
แล้ว
of
ไม่
BBL.
ยืนซ้อนกันนะ
That advantage would be so valuable. And FUT again switching directions. They've done this a number of times. Sociable is not falling for it. He is going to stick around. Levin is going to rotate into the B side. They've got the read, but the weaponry just doesn't match up. Big performance needed. Sociable has been good so far in this series, especially that previous map, but now dealt with cost of having the Sheriff in hand up against the rifle. It's Zeus instead who is
ปืนมันน่าสงสารเลย
dominating the round. A triple kill, the site taken, and with 10 seconds on the clock, they're even swapping the spike over to Yedege to get the ult online for the
จะ
next
ปามีด
round.
ใส่แล้วน่าจะมีดาเมจ
Nicely
แต่
done,
ปามีด
and FUT seem to have full control.
แบบปลายเดียว
เอา
150
Yeah,
เอา
it's looked
ดีคอนเลย
incredibly
ได้ปะ
smooth. I think that individually a
1-2
fantastic
อ๋อ
map against
จะ
the
มีดาเมจ
Father,
ใช่
but clearly with the way that the calling has been going as well, like this guy has basically been able to just find the gaps wherever they were needed, and there hasn't been any of these nasty surprises. And that's been sort of the weird thing about this. Like you're playing a composition that has a triple initiator, and yet
ได้ยินอย่างข้างนอก
I would say the
พี่
majority of times have walked into the emptier of the two sites. I don't feel like BBL have been able to utilize all that extra
ต้องจับอย่าง
information
นอก
they
ยัง
should
ได้ยิน
have
ห
to
นวก
get
หูจัด
themselves in the right place at the right time.
เอาเสียงมา
No time like the present to make a change.
พี่ลองดูว่าสมัยก่อนมีไอ้แก๊งนี้ไปเล่นในร้านเกมแล้วมันโน้
Mid, but it might be too little, too late. They've
ออกมาไล่ออกจากร้าน
and Zeus correct. He's given a lot of time to find his spray onto his mark. Yumpy's head ripped clean off. Ult
แค่เด็กเสียงดังก็รำคาญ
available.
ตายห่า
Sociable's got his. He's on the wrong side of the map.
ผมคงอยากรู้ว่าแม่งทำเชี่ยอะไรกันวะ
Just to catch
มันที่
Yedege.
ผ่าน
That's cutting off their ability to go back to B. They've lost mid. They've lost the B site. But maybe just shoehorned into this A play, and Profek very much happy with that scenario. He's picked himself up a double. We saw him with a slow start over on split, but once he managed to hit a few shots, well, it was an ace that came right after.
Not wanting to overplay his hand. Cracks has been spotted as well. No real need for the defensive players to fight too aggressively in this moment. Cracks has been able to bypass the utility, and it seems like maybe even a plan to try and teleport into the site. It hasn't worked out, leaving only Cracks remaining, and he will get nothing for it. BBL return to form, bring the distance down to just a singular round, but realistically, a lot of these rounds seem purely based around Profek. Like his A site hold has been fantastic. Like genuinely having a solo omen there has been enough in a lot of rounds. But whenever they go in the other direction, it feels like FUT have it done.
Yeah, without a doubt, the push and pull of the map's gone FUT's way many a time. After 4 rounds in a row, a single bump in the road, round lost, and that is
ไม่ขิงนี่นอกไประแวงเปิดประตูทั้งวันอ่ะวันๆไม่ต้องทำอะไรอ่ะเปิดประตูเข้าออกให้แมวอยู่เนี่ย
คู่นี้เขานัดกันแล้วเดี๋ยวเขาทำลายสติ
in positions. Magnum was towards this A site. Now he's over on B again. Whether they just cancel the play that was called or they've got an idea of where that aggression needs to come through. We see A jump spots There'll be
ประเด็น
late
คือ
round
คน
Prophet
เอาเข้า
control
เอาแม
towards
วเข้า
that
มาในห้อง
position
อะ
as A
ไม่
main
ได้
is
อยู่
locked
ดูนะ
down.
แล้วเวลามัน
Yuppie
ฉี่ก็
again
เป็นเรื่อง
looks for that short control. This is where he was caught when he
ก็
had
เอา
just
มัน
that
เข้ามา
pistol.
รัวๆเลย
He's
นะ
called in for some backup as well. Flash thrown over. That was from BBL looking to force this fight on middle, but it doesn't go their way. Levin taken down, and now, well, I mean, they can even just wait this out. No control of A main pushes, but they've pinged it. Someone's going to be watching for that flank.
Where's the Armageddon
just
gonna
wait.
go? It's ready and raring. Like, Sociable wants to try and place this. I don't know if this is to try and force them back into middle or force them forward. It's going to be that aggressive push from Yumpy. There goes the Armageddon, trying to trap them in the corner, but it's missed just by a millimeter. Sociable has been able to pass a Magnum. Checks the one angle that hadn't been cleared. A nice little set piece, leaving Ada Captain alone to try and fight this back. You mentioned those mid-splits with late aggression in towards B. Well, they denied them at the split.
That was really nice. The ultimate at first, you know, the full freeze coming out of FUT, and BBL's response, like you said, Sociable had the ult in hand, waiting for the Armageddon to come through. The timing, catching Mr. Fallen, going for the recon, and then, as you said, there's a gap. Salvos aren't even thrown into that gap. They are just sure that they can hold them in. And as they come swinging back out, it's an easy pickup for this squad.
Their fears betrayed them.
I didn't mind FUT's idea to just wait it out, but,
yeah,
well, evidently BBL were very much expecting that. And it was the Prowler being kept late that confirmed they were in that corner. Magnum getting that info is the trigger point.
See this challenge into middle, but
Placing alarm bot.
there hasn't been a whole lot of success in those individual fights. We've seen it attempted by Prophet. Levin now once more. This round has fallen back. Still though, it's going to be challenged. Consistent use of the nano swarms just to make things more awkward in the battle, and Prophet trying to defend, but the paranoia is solid. It leaves both players completely blind, but there's been a counter. Lockdown also utilized by the attack.
Oh, the head spotted, but Mr. Fallen is the one walking away with a double. Prophet gets in there just in time to cancel out the lockdown, but they've already gone in the other direction. And Tom, this is something you highlighted, the difficulty that you have when this B site, you know, we see a deep Prowler go through, we see them lose control, but now they have to still cross. Flash used for that disadvantage, and this is the difference. FUT have either been on level playing field or with a massive advantage by the time that this pump fake came into the B plant, but now they're a man down. Maybe a riskier play needed, and look at how BBL approached this. 3 players, a conga line moving towards the B site. There will be no untradeable kill offered up.
No command was picked up by that plant for Cracks. Doesn't seem like something he wants to utilize though. And a captain's position should have been noted, but Cracks looks for the swing, does a lot of damage onto Levin, but now there's nobody left on the site. They're both looking to pincer him behind a nasty surprise. And then an immediate couple of kills in response. Oh, he said the BBL's retakes have been unsuccessful. That could have been another one, but once more, Prophet is the man of the moment.
6-5. We could have another 7-5 half, Tom. Deja vu, it's in full effect right now. With elimination on the line, the stakes higher than they were before.
Nice! Let's go for insane comms. Guys, lay insane.
There'll be no taking the foot off the gas on this one. The pressure, though, being applied by FUT towards this B site. They're dodging the early reveal. They're dodging the Prowler, often fighting for that mid control, but then there's a vacuum of information coming out of BBL.
Maybe this round they'll go there a bit more direct.
Well, that's the info.
Oh, wow, okay. An immediate use of the Nightfall. Is there going to be something to play off of this? That's the second time that we've seen Magnum throw
the
it
short
in.
Push.
Well, in from behind them, Zeus is trying to really battle and brawl, create a disruption for the rest of the team to make it out of that smoke. This is such a peculiar round for them, but already Yumpy will be lost. Cracks has only been downed, and Zeus is striking once again. It leaves a 3 versus 5 and an attempt, and while Zeus is not done, he wants a little more.
Spike planted.
Levin's moment to strike. He's found himself one, but down below at the logs is out of captain. He won't make it away. That TP near or far, he wasn't making it out. A 3 versus 3. Players all on site, stacked up. Salvos will clear out the back. Boathouse wide open, but the players were way ahead of that. A shot, but the wall gets in the way. Yedege still drawing breath. They'll deal with him. And Sociable with the shorty. It's Profek and himself firing the shotguns to lock in that 7-5 half.
It's deja vu. And it really is breaking that retake stat. I don't think they should have been coming.
ไอ้เยจูเจมันน่าจะรีโพซิชันสักหน่อยนะมันโดนเช็คแล้ว
เพราะมันโลกครับผมคือก็วาร์ปเราจะรอดเนี่ยแต่มันไม่รู้ว่าทิศอะไรวาร์ปตรงนั้นเซนบุกได้5ถือว่า โอเคปาบแล้วยิงสวดอะไรอาจจะเกี่ยวไปสักตัวหนึ่งโอเคแล้ว
But at this stage, it is still anyone's game.
Got to look at that first half. A lot of problems for BBL in containing that information. On the defensive side, the push and pull was their downfall. Maybe the Sentinel was a problem for FUT. That won't be an issue. They were able to stack up one side of the map, and Sentinel is here as well. They've got numbers, boots on the ground, and the spike in the same position. It's down in the open. In this round, it's not looking likely to fall to BBL. This could be FUT's way to equalize early on. But Tom, last time they faced, it was the pistol. It was the follow-up on defense for FUT. And only 3 rounds from that point forward, BBL had a lot of momentum on the attack.
Luckily for both sides, they've had a million rounds to look back on. Can't always take everything at face value. That is a kill that definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, but with a player still towards A main and
what the hell?
Who sat underneath. It's not going to be easy to clear any of these remaining members. 30 seconds to try and find something here, hoping that maybe it gets revealed, but Ada Captain's already going to catch one. It leaves Magnum with an impossible task. His position known and only 18 seconds to play with. This pistol is going to go the way of FUT, as Ada Captain will bring them within 1 round once again.
Well, the pistol now the follow-up. Should be a much easier affair for FUT. One player that we look at coming into this, Zeus, had a much tougher time when it came to playing that Jet last time around. That's the one change that we've got between this series and the last, between this ascent and the previous 48-rounder. here in the defensive side.
Ni
It's going to
cái
allow
đủ
for a
nó
lot of rotations. It's going to allow him to get out of jail free when previously it was easy to stick him into corners for BBL to catch him with no way out. That's an audacious play
เกิน
from
ไปนี่เกิน
Levin.
ไป
He will be punished immediately by the captain.
They have nothing in this round, so he's attempting to try and use the shorty the best he can. Also a fairly light buy coming up to
แต่
the
เห็นปืน
defensive
ฟุต
side
แม่ง
as
ก็น่า
well.
โดนกันนะ
No expectation
แบบน่า
of
รัก
any real investment, so they've decided to go with a couple of pistols, a singular bulldog, a sniper, an SMG. Be curious to see if they buy up a couple of extra guns going into the next round. Nice shot from Mr. Farland. While Zeus is back to his old tricks, just trying to farm up orbs.
Looks like it'll be an easy close, 35 seconds.
เรื่องของขนาด
No
นี้
HP unsociable. Zeus able to take them down. He scoped in. He scoped in, and that's his downfall. A hip fire, I'd be confident he would have hit that. But an easy cleanup for the rest of the squad.
วิ่งชิว
Mr.
จัดเล
Fallen
ยวะ
rushing his way. Well, no one's rushing their way in. There we go. Finally, he'll grab himself the Marshall. Yes, he did get it just about. So 7-7, tied up, and the defensive side gets off to the same start as we saw last time. This is where BBL started to put up resistance when rifles came in. Triple initiator comp. When you're talking about the defense, you can already imagine the struggles sacrificing the Sentinel. When you're talking about the attack, you can imagine the advantages.
What we saw that going into the pistol, though, is still that disadvantage of not having it. Is Magnum was basically having to take direct contact, and the defense were happy to just run it down towards B. They're doing it again. They want to take that space away, knowing that either there has to be someone there directly holding it, or there's a lurker still, but just not with the same utility belt there to support. And I think that's something that FUT have clearly come in with a game plan of, okay, they have that vulnerability, let's pressure it.
Mr. Fallen, the one to keep that mark.
ถ้าโดนกระเหม่ง
Rifle
เมื่อ
given
กี้
over to Zeus.
เอาไปหนึ่งเจ็บ
The A site, where all these weapons are found. There's a flash
กวน
in
ตีน
there
อยู่นะไอ้ปืน
to try
เนี่ย
to sell a bit of a
ผม
ruse.
โคตรเกลียดเลยมาเชลปืนแม่งถูกแล้วไม่
But the
ยิง
thing is, for FUT, they know
ยิงหั
now
ว
that
เนี่ย
the split isn't coming in, not least because Mr. Fallen's covering that space, but with the alarm bot there as well, they can afford Mr. Fallen to be that little bit more loosey-goosey, running around the map, filling in the gaps that they see fit, reinforcing a site. Quick
ได้
rotation
มาให้
possible
เจ
as well
เจ
for
ลูกทั้ง
Zeus.
สอง
As he's got himself that gate crash
ได้
that will be used fairly
Probably
soon as the
clear,
pressure comes in, and
yeah,
Renegade only good for one.
Yeah, Cracks is there, but the immediate response needs a little bit more. But look how low these players are already tagged. The SMG is becoming weaker, but what a shot from Profek. Straight through the smoke. That's something that BBL will have to think about going into the future rounds. That Prowler didn't clear that close corner. We'll see if the damage is fatal.
So low on these players
โอ้ย
swinging.
สองเป้า
That's why they're going in together. Getting ahead of the problem, leaving out a captain all alone. A clutch he's more than capable of winning, but
How did neither of them
ผม
fall?
ว่าถ้ามันเล่นด้วยกันเมื่อ
continuing
กี้
to aggress
น่าจะได้
there.
เลยสอง
Maybe
ตัว
worried,
เนี่ย
Tom, seeing those yellow
อาจจะเหลือ
health
1-1
bars. But
อาจจะเก็บหมดเลย
hey,
ด้วยเพราะว่า
listen,
ไอ้ส
the
องตัวนั้น
confidence
ซ่า
is key, evidently.
I guess when you're up against a Turkish aimer, they're only going to hit you in the face anyway. So if anything,
ไอ้สุดมันก็หลอกซ้ายให้แล้วนะ
But
เมื่อกี้
you look at the way that round started, and with an SMG in the corner, Cracks holding the cross, it was a nerve-wracking round, and that was just the bonus. FUT now immediately get to respond with rifles. There is the Armageddon in play, which leaves a lot of spots, I'd say especially on this B site, completely unplayable. You can't go to the back site anymore when there is an ult that can cover the entire thing and your escape.
Well, Zeus is feeling a lot more confident. He's already got as many successful opening duels as he did in that 48-round game. Evidently, the Yoru allowing this aggression is enabling him much more. You look at that mid-fight that he went for just there. You've got flash over, push through the smoke, and an immediate fade out. He's using himself as a drone that gets 1 or 2 bullets off before it
ตาก็ลูกปาก
disappears.
เลยอย่างเงี้ย
It's a nice problem
ปล่อย
to
เท่าไหร่
have.
มาครับ
I think a lot of teams struggle at times to get their players to play the Yoru. You have a guy who
Yeah,
doesn't
dude.
want to play Jet and wants to play the Yoru. I think that Geis has got to be very happy with that. Maybe some hypnotism came into play as a Turkish jet is something we've talked about many a time. 40 seconds now on the clock. 2 players here to defend, and a captain now in the same spot we saw from Profek, and Levin leading the charge.
Levin's the one to find one, but they have to clear out a captain. Done well. Flash in from Zeus. Another to be found. We're level again. A 3 versus 3. The door closed and the plant enabled as a result.
คนเลยเท่ากันเลย
They're going to wait now. Oh, not wait for Yedajay. I thought he was coming short. I thought they'd group up and play this together. But of course, that flank is going to be wide open. Sometimes you'd worry about a turret, an alarm bomb, but it's not in play. Instead, you have to worry about Yumpy. This machine is the one that's giving them the advantage. Now a tough position to fight from if Yedajay doesn't get anything and he's been spotted. The element of surprise gone, and they were watching it anyways. Now in a high-low, Yumpy to be cleared from the close corner, but they've managed to win the fight. Here comes the big push. Cracks left alone, and both players facing.
แล้วยิงหลังไม่โดนเลย
Doing one better than before, stringing rounds together early. The attack side has a 2-round lead and a massive economic advantage.
Yeah, I think having a piece or 2 missing, but it was just those effective trades after Levin takes the space. Like, you're always going to see this when watching a jet on this map. There's statistics. If they are good, it means they're having a phenomenal game, because on the attack especially, you are basically just having to gamble your life every time. But the way you tell if a team is good at the attack is how they deal with it afterwards. And that was what BBL did to a great degree. But now for FUT, they're in an uncomfortable position. A couple of sheriffs. Only ult. Oh, there's a couple that are close, but they're not really ones that you think about in terms of that extra damage dealing that can maybe turn around. The dimensional drift is probably the one that I'd most like to see, but it's easier said than done.
Watch out for Magnum. He's up close. A big problem as he gets isolated. Pistol swinging in deep. Prowler gets you a little bit less information. Magnum himself did 4 players.
เราใช้บายไปแล้วจะเข้าไม่ได้ด้วย
Is that going to pump
ถื
the
อว่าเบรกได้
brakes
สวย
on
กับ
this
พี่
push?
แคร็ก
But that's so much information for FUT to play with. The thing is, it's an immediate response from BBL. They start to wrap back in the other direction. Back, though, towards this one rifle that FUT have in play. Back towards Yedajay. This time, he's only good for 1. But the advantage is kept for FUT, and they could recover a few pistols or weapons. In fact, in the back of the site. He's committed the TP. He's put through his paranoia, but now that advantage fades.
Hope was to slow them down, but Profek has done God's work for BBL. The paranoia slowed anybody coming through the smoke, left one isolated and puts everything onto Zeus with the Sheriff. He's hoping that
time to jump.
A miracle shot of his own might just turn things back, but Profek is there again. The bouncer on the entry, as they will now hit double digits on this attack side, and while this is where we almost need to see a response from FUT, or they are heading out of the tournament.
You talk about that response, the exact same thing is felt by FUT. They're calling a timeout here and now. It's not that big of a commitment from Adacaptain to go for the TP, but those numbers could have been helpful in pushing back through. But of course, as you said, buying that time, a couple more seconds there. One pick, and that round is theirs. Players are flashing out of the smoke, seizing spawn control. The happiest man to win an anti-eco that I've ever seen.
The thing I've noticed with Magnum, those screams come through more if he dies first. Because I think it's the guilt. It's like a guilt scream. He's like, yeah, I died, so I'm going to get really hyped because I didn't do anything in this round. And it's again something noted, that they are constantly pressuring him. That's another 2-man push where he's caught isolated, and normally you just stick a turret or an alarm bot or something easy to hold them back. But the only thing he can do is time his prowlers right, which it's not been going fantastically for him. Luckily, the rest of the team have been picking up the slack. Profek is having a game. 19-11 right now at the top of the server. As he had been enough in important rounds, was the major factor on their A-site defense, and now seems to be having a great time on the attack as well.
Yeah, this man was activated since round 4 of Split. He hasn't let go. Coming into round 18. Ulti's online on both sides. Information for Profek and Zeus. Execution for Yumpy. Perhaps that denial for Cracks with both null commands online. A minute 30 on the clock, and already BBL are on their way up through middle. Prowler leading the way. Ultimate activated here by Yumpy, taking down all of this utility on the B side, stopping them from having any sort of flashes or initiation. They have to just swing dry into angles. Zeus does well to find one. The trade outs have been there, but one player brought back from the dead. Yumpy down but not out. The player on site under so much pressure. Yet his side is secured by Mr. Fallen. Because of that, Magnum left in a 1v2. He's going to force the issue.
He's trying to bait them into thinking he's down on the site. Timing almost works out for him.
เอาเว้ยแม็กนัมมันปล่อย
He
ไก่
gets a little bit nervous, dodges the paranoia.
เกือบแล้วมันเกือบอร่อยแล้วเมื่อกี้ ถ้ามันออกไปอีกนิดมันได้อร่อย
ถ้าไม่เอาไปจริงเลยมันได้ละ
เดี๋ยวริชแมนช็อปดิ
They
มา
revived the fourth player just to challenge that solo sentinel. You
เติม
see
เก
the
ม
value
กดเข้าไปในลิงก์เลยครับ
that he brings on that agent when in the right place at the right time, and there is no way FUT comes out of that round on top if it's not for him.
Yeah, it was back and forth, you know. Yedeje finds one on Yumpy, but he's revived, and then he finishes him off in the end. The second player down, and it's because he doesn't have to switch back and forth between the stairs and the alleyway. He knows nobody can come stairs as Mr. Fallen holds it down the entire round. An 8th round now for FUT, a gap of 2, and an early engagement for Zeus. Oh, Prophet! He's angry again.
You've only got one right. Don't run out of bullets.
It's a fair point.
โดนไปเยอะ
Even if he goes down, well, might be one to be retrieved in middle. BBL setting their sights on it.
Smoke to mid. Drone going through on the other side, and there's something Yedeje's done quite regularly is take this deep control. It was something that caught BBL when they went there before. Instead, though, they're walking into his alarm bot. That's at least the information. The Nightfall's going to find nothing. They're definitely wary. And actually, Levin's taking a hell of a lot of damage. There is the pounce. And there is even Timmy the Turret coming up with another. Yedeje nowhere near the action, but they do have an advantage nonetheless.
And the lockdown only further cements that. Boathouse still
forcing it back.
Look at the flank up, though, from Ada Captain. Everybody going to be going towards the B side itself, taking that gap. This is the opportunity now for FUT, knowing everything else is clear. They've got them boxed in. Weaker weapons, no abilities to fall back on here. Yumpy spotted close, the shot not landing. And although Magnum gets one, that is all that BBL can muster. A solid retake from FUT, a 9th round secured.
รีเทคเจอแต่ผมว่ามันก็ต้องเอาแหละเพราะว่าดูสกอร์ไม่ค่อยน่ากักเท่าไหร่
It's been a couple of
กักไปไม่รู้ได้ใช้เมื่อไหร่
We've seen somebody get caught, but the reaction, and it's Yedeje. He had a quiet first half. It can always be difficult playing that lurking role, but he's been happy to get aggressive.
สมองมันหมดบังเลยแล้วออกไปปุ๊บสิ่งแรกที่เจอคือไก่
The damage on the way into the site while they try and react.
Nice!
คนอื่นไม่ได้โกงกูจะโกนเผื่อเพื่อนเลย ดังทั้งกูหรือเปล่าฝั่งนู้นน่ะ
4 ครั้งน้อยเอาไป4 ไนท์
ใช่ไอโอเมนในไซต์ไม่เจอใคร
เฮ้ยมันจดอะไรวะน่ะมันมีเขียนว่าเฟเกอร์ด้วยเมื่อกี้
ส่งตัวไปเฟกป่ะ
น้อย
Performance. Mr. Fallen currently top on the other side, but I do think although Yedeje a little bit further down, the last couple of rounds have really come down to him. I want to see now if BBL opt to move back towards that A side of the map and more FUT and not just going to sit around. Maybe having the expectation that it will be, so they've used an immediate dimensional drift to disrupt whatever plans there were. And the thing is, nothing else has been kept. The only goal was confusion.
It certainly worked.
ทีมไทยกับ
Players
ทีมไท
looking
ย
left and right, not sure what's going on. The B site push up is a vulnerability, has to be watched by Sociable. The same can be said from what we just saw there on Profec. They've got the laneways, the
Perfect มันก็
side
ดึง
of
เหมือ
the
นกันเนี่ย
map
ดู
on
หน้ามันตอนมันยิ
lockdown,
ง
short covered by Yumpy. These players right now operating on a major freeze,
ไม่ใช่พี่
hoping that someone on foot makes a mistake, goes walking into them.
ทีมไทยมันใน
It's not
เอ็
gonna
ม
be
ไม่มีครับ
Zeus.
มีแต่ทีเฮด
Not today.
ทีมไทย
Just throwing out a flash, maybe trying to sell the idea that he's around this angle, but an immediate gate crash out of position. Oh, almost caught. That was a little bit close for cracks.
โอ้โห
He will fall back to the side, but Yedeje will take the damage for it. The left side completely sectioned off. He's being hit by every piece of utility, and a second player spam. Zeus is there cooking up. That's three now. They just
Spam ออกมาช่วย
decided the only way is through the walls. Don't let them see you.
That's one way to do it. Great reveal from Magnum to start it out, but from that point forward, a little bit ridiculous. Had a captain left alone, and he will be saving this weapon by the looks of things, at best containing, but this round is done and dusted in favor of BBL. No equalizer for FUT just yet. And now the pressure really on as BBL enter the home stretch. Elimination on the line. FUT looking to get to that international event, looking to right the wrongs of previous events, and now that's being cast into doubt.
Well, okay, so Yumpy's made a little bit of an error, which, considering their economy is not really built at all, might come back to bite them a little bit later on, but yeah, I think that is the main story point. BBL are on the road to their first ever international. They'd need to win the next series as well, but they have proven they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. For FUT, it's much more about longevity. They've always made it to a Masters. 2023, lock-in, Masters, champs. Last year, the second Masters and champs, they have always been there. They've always been competitive. They've always been better than BBL. That has been a constant factor. Starting to have other ideas. Their new look roster, impressive. And 11 already puts the first body in the bag.
And it's not just about Masters, Tom, not making it there with the chance to earn more points and even play those lower games.
ไม่ได้ข่าวหาอะไรเลย
Could put the champs appearance.
They might have to finish in that top
มัน
two
โดนไปเรื่อย
spot. We're looking at EMEA right now. That's easier said than done.
Absolutely, and there's going to be roster changes for other teams. They're going to be working hard.
They've got the right read here, though. FUT have got 3 players on
Yeah,
the
I don't
A side,
foot-log
one
it
towards
now.
short, leaving Yedeje alone, but he's taken an awful lot of space. That's why they're confident in holding on to these positions. BBL are going to be walking into a stack.
Flash ready for Zeus. The swing on the back of it, but there'll be no flash. Not anymore. That knife hits perfectly. Sociable isolates cracks. Here comes Zeus, but he's not the hero that they need. Mr. Fallen won't be either.
ต่างก็บอก
All
เก้า
of the
ไม่อยู่
players from FUT have fallen except for Yedeje. 2-round gap. And it looks like it's about to extend. FUT will need 3 in a row as Yedeje sends it to the B site. The save in full effect. And BBL, for the second time this year, they are a round away from winning the Turkish Derby. No roster that BBL fielded before came close, even in our minds, to beating FUT. Doing it twice, well, you can put Look out of the equation.
That last time was incredibly close. This time it is looking just as similar. They are desperately trying to remove this gun from the hands of Yedeje, but I think the rest of the players are going to be too far away to deal that death blow. But it does mean they're going to need him again, because the weaponry going into this next round is going to stink for the side of FUT. It's going to have to be either shields missing or just not having that extra piece of utility that you desire, and that is not what you want to look when you are facing elimination in the tournament.
การสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับถ้ายังไม่เอาอีกก็ไม่ได้ไปแล้วนะครับโตนโต้พี่ฟุก
This is what it all comes down to. A 3-round streak for FUT to claim an overtime, as they did many times in the previous matchup. And if they can't keep their feet, they will be swept out of stage 1. BBL the team to do it. It cannot be a nice feeling to be sat in the FUT camp right now, but they've managed a decent buy. They've got utility. But so far, these rounds, these last few, have been convincing for BBL.
The scariest thing is there are no ults that are even remotely close. There's nothing that will pad the gap of those minor weaknesses, and once again they're going to attempt this split through B. Yedeje realizing he has to move forward. Nowhere else for him to go, but he's found the one that was needed. Mentioning they'd need a hero, and he has come alive at the exact moment. Zeus as well to trade out with 3 of his own. You might be talking about the stories of BBL winning, but they have got to get that last round over the line. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, at times they have been a roster to crumble in these moments.
So they were left in darkness after the round before, but the light has not gone out just yet. Yedeje and Zeus digging deep and sparking the flames of hope for FUT. 2 more for OT. They face a full buy, but weaknesses can start to shine afterwards. This is the road to recovery for the defensive side. This is the last stand of FUT in stage 1. If they falter, if they fail, they'll have to wait and watch from afar as Masters slip out of their grasp. A quick play from BBL.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing. They split through, but this time they catch Mr. Fallen. They fight towards the spawn instead. Levin is going to go dashing in, trying to isolate Zeus, and that's exactly what he's done. Winning that head-to-head again. 2 already to the good. 3 players stand, 2 of them at the back of the site. The other is out of captain, and he's going to be the one under pressure, trying to fight forward against the full force of this squad. Yedeje has found one, but it might be too little too late. That A site is completely under their control.
Spike planted.
Magnum was left behind on the switch. An attempt to finish this round early. He was taken out, but there's another snake in the grass. Hell, they're everywhere. Sociable drops Yedeje and cracks now. The last man standing. We talk about his KO, but this is too much.
จัมปี้บอกว่าสะใจจัด
นี่แล้วคู่ต่อไป NAVI TL แล้วก็จะโดนพี่แนทเลิกถ้า BBL เข้าไปเจอ TL พี่ว่าใคร
ตอนนี้ BBL ด้วยนะ L ตอนนี้สมองไหลจัดอะ
เฮ้ยใช่เหรอวัด
มีแต่
บัฟ
AM ตอนนี้ TL อ่ะ
บัฟสายล่างทำงานแล้วจริงไปดู TL สายล่างนี่แบบพี่แนทเน้นหรือจริงๆแล้วเราจะทายผิดหมดจะกลายเป็น NAVI ได้ไปโตรอนโต
โอ้
น้าแองบอกพร้อมที่จะไปโตรอนโต
แต่พูดถึง NAVI ตอนนี้ก็ฟอร์มแบบ
ไอฮีโร่มันแบบมันคัดรัวๆเลย
ฟอร์มก็เอาเหมือนกันนะตอนนี้ NAVI อ่ะทำเป็นเล่นไปเผื่อ NAVI จะซัดด้วยเนี่ยวันเนี้ยคือเมื่อวานดูช่วงนี้ดูลิควิดเล่นแบบดูดีก็แปลกๆอ่ะ
อยากเห็นไอเยตูเจมไปน้อยที่โตรอนโตแต่ไม่ได้ไป
มันใช้ความแม่นอย่างเดียวอ่ะตอนเนี้ยอดเห็นแบบอดเห็นฟุตโตรอนโต
มันอาจจะกลับมาก็ได้พี่ไอเดียววันนั้นมันอาจจะแบบลืมเอาไอ้นี่ไปด้วยเกมเซนส์ ไปยิงอย่างเดียวเดี๋ยวมาผมไปอาบน้ำก่อนปวดหัวสัสๆปวดหัว
ครับทุกคนออกปะเต็มที่เป็นคนละเสียบเชียร์โคตรมันอ่ะนึกว่าเชียร์บอลพี่แอบเซอร์ไพรส์ฟอร์ม BBL เหมือนกันนะมันแบบมันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆอ่ะคือ คือเปิดสเตจมาหรือเปิดต้นปีมามันไม่ใช่ทรงเนี้ยเจมส์คิมโคตรโหดตอนเนี้ยบ้าจัดวันนี้ดีหมดเลยBBLเดี๋ยวมานะครับพี่เข้าน้ำก่อนนะครับต่อเดี๋ยวาอะไร คิดว่าน่าจะไม่ได้นานมากครับ เพราะคู่แรกมันนาน ที่เลยไม่ได้กด TFT นะ บอกว่าชอบเล่นเทิร์นเบสคือแบบว่าโคตรดีอ่ะนะExpedition 33 ครับต้องไปฟันตัวบินโอ้เป็นเรื่องไปแล้ว expedition 33คือถ้าแบบว่าอยากลองเล่นนะครับ มันมีในเกมพาครับ100 กว่าบาทเล่นเลย เกมแบบว่าภาพบรรยากาศแบบโคตรเอาเรื่องอ่ะ เฮ้ย มาพอเจอพ่อค้าว่ะออกแล้วสู้กับพ่อค้าทุกตัวมันจะมีของแบบของลับอยู่ครับแต่ตัวของไม่เหมือนกัน ะนะอ๋อของแม่งเกมมันต้องแบบว่าสำรวจอะคือถ้าเราเดินแบบรีบอะตกสำรวจมันจะได้แบบว่าพวกไอเทมพวกของอะไรที่แบบช่วยให้เราเล่นเกมง่ายขึ้นหมดเลยเปล่าครับ เทิร์นเบสครับผมเทิร์นเบสแต่เราต้องกดเคาน์เตอร์ด้วยอะนานจังบอดเลยนี่หว่าได้ยังไม่มาเลยครับอุ้ย
Nice มาแล้วโว้ย ทีมลิควิดปะทะทีมนาวีผมมีไอเดียว่ะ ผมอยากเอาพวกคลิปนะแข่งย้อนหลังไป แล้วก็ไปพากย์เล่นอ่ะ ผมอยากเอาคลิปแข่งย้อนหลังที่มันไปพากย์เล่นว่ะพี่พากย์ให้มันฮา
ตัดเลยตัดเอาแบบว่าเอาภาคทับเนี่ยหรอ
แบบว่าเอาไปพากย์แบบพากย์สำเนียงเวลาจับกล้องเลยช็อตฟันนี่อะไรพวกเนี้ยฮานะเว้ยผมว่าโลไม่มีเยอะด้วย เดี๋ยวต้องรอดิก่อนรอแมปที่มันฮาๆก่อน
เติมลิควิดครับ
เราจะมาดูว่าโคอาล่านูบจริงหรือเปล่า หรือลิควิดจะมาหลอกพี่อีกทีนึง
of the คาโมเกโกะอีกแล้วพี่เอ้ยชอบปะ
เห็นก็เปิดแล้วโอ้คู่นี้ไม่น่า2-0นะคู่นี้
20ว่ะลิควิด20เลยผมให้
2-0เลยเหรอ ดูคาโม่ดูถ่ายรูปก็รู้แล้วว่าในเกมเป็นไงตอนนี้
เวอร์ฮะ
เวอร์อยู่
ในรูป5 คนนี้ไอซีเรียลเท่สุดละอยากกระได้แบบ
อาชีพไปเนี่ยเลย
ว่าไอ้แมพฮาอันนี้หาได้จากเปเปอร์เล็กเยอะผมว่า เนี่ยแนทยังพูดอยู่เลย สั่งไม่พักเลยแนทบอกจำ
ไป
ไว้
ดู
นะ
ไปดูพวกไวคอมเน็ตอะเวลามันเสียงมันหลุดมา โอ้โห
ตอนนี้แนท
ย้ำแล้ว
กำลัง
ย้ำอีก พูดแล้วพูดอีก
แนทกำลังพูดคอมลื่นมาก แม้แต่ตานี้ก็ยังลื่นอยู่ ไม่ไหวจริงๆอดชมไม่ได้ ย้ำแล้วย้ำอีกแต่ดูไอ้2 คน เกมเซนไม่ก็ยังพังนะ อ้ปฏิเทคบางทีก็เกมเซนก็มาเดี๋ยวไม่มาบางทีก็พังไปเลยเอิมก็ไม่มีบางทีบทจะแม่นก็แม่นชิบหายงง
มันจะมีช่วงหลุดอะปฏิเทคอะ
วันนี้นะแอง2 แมปอะ3 แมปอะนะแองยิง60 ตัวบวกไปสัก40อะตาย20พอ
Fnatic had to dig deeper than potentially most expected they could. To an extent, you saw the state that Fnatic were in off the back of it.
เอาจริงในนาวีเนี่ยไอฮีโร่เนี่ยน่ากลัวสุดอะเดี๋ยวคัดเดี๋ยวอะไรก็ไม่รู้เต็มไปหมด
suffered due to this. NAVI, of course, coming in relatively fresh in that regard.
ทุกคนน่ะต้องทำอย่างนี้มาเปิดวอลเสร็จต้องมาหลบกล่องเนี่ยเป็นธรรมเนียมตอนนี้
Seemingly knows Hero's whereabouts there. He's going to actually dash away.
แต่กล่องนี้โดนทารอนเช็คนะบอกเลย
Kill comes through. Actually, Camo comes through there. Actively clearing out Hero here.
มันมาทำไมวะเหมือนนี่เลยเหมือนการฟุกที่วาร์ปหน้าเอเลยผมว่าแบบมันดีฟอลอะไรกันขนาด
Like Navi have made it up pretty far here. But you can see the Liquid are playing pretty passive. They're not overly holding to the site. They're kind of working their way in cautiously now. And Navi's patience, does it get rewarded as well? Curious here, both kind of waiting to commit, and now we do see that commitment in the form of Koala Noob taking a lot of that space and getting a challenge I don't think he expected. Camo striking back on the side. What a stunning shot from him there, taking away Angel. Right down to a 3v2, Rooksik and Shao. Just Rooksik now, gone.
Chance there for Rooksik to make something happen from Tube, but like dominoes, NAVI will fall. Camo is picking him apart here.
บอกเลยอย่างนี้ใคร
Real resistance on the point back in here.
เอาแล้วเดี๋ยวเราเล่น
here where seemingly NAVI are kind of mid reset. Plants coming through.
ทำไมมันยิงหลังง่ายจังวะ
timing, but
ปกติมัน
Camo
ต้อง
to
ยิ
a
งยาก
flying start here. 4 on the round for him.
อาบน้ำแล้วค่อยมีพลังสดชื่นขึ้นมาหน่อยผมเมื่อกี้อย่างงอมเลย
Feeling warmed into the game.
คือที่หลังจบคู่แรกที่อาบต้องเนี่ย
Coming up for Koala.
มันนาน
Nice towards what that can achieve here. Plenty of opportunities. Well, I say that actually it's only Kiko who's going to be the one who's vulnerable to it. But
คือจบคู่แรกผมพี่ไปอาบเลยครึ่งชั่วโมง40 นาทีอะช่ำๆเลยแค่น้ำร้อนให้ สบายตัวเลย
down already. Reduced to 3, so Koala Noob now. Definitely the one you look towards. Serial. I think actually spotted maybe, but
โคล่านูบ
shouldered now. Probably won't see another peek from him. You're gonna have to
ไม่ค่อยถูกใจไอคอมไม่มีดูเอลเลยดูแบบดูเล่นช้าคู่แรกฟุตแพ้ครับ
Despite not committed anywhere, and unlikely to see
คู่แรก BBL ชนะ
some notable damage. Kiko in a position to farm here. Koala swings on.
เฮ้ยกิโก้มันใส่แว่นเหรอพี่ใช่ปะ
super clean with that.
เชี่ย
It's not
เอา
feeling
จริง
that threatening
ว่ะ
from Navi yet.
อันนี้
It's
มัน
still
เน้น
early days, but
เก็บไปครับ
for Liquid,
เฮ้ยมันไม่ถึงเหรอ
this has to be quite methodical, really. It's eyes on
ผม
the
เพิ่งรู้ว่า
prize
มีระ
now.
ยะ
Being so close to that qualifying position that obviously
ไม่เหมือนไอ้
Fnatic
Fed Lena
in their place has got to be a real wake-up call now. That they can't drop anything. For now, Panatek will spot out the players here. Hero going to make good at least towards Panatek last. Should be collected, and it is Camo there
มาเก็บ
again.
ปืนมาเก็บปืน
Very early work for result here too. He's going to be building towards that very quickly, but 2 rounds posted on the board for Liquid.
4 survive as well.
มันต้องมีสักคนที่เกาะไม่เต็ม
Coming into the bonus, well-rounded. 2 scopes, but
เขากะมาตัดพวกเดี๋ยวนี้มันมีพวกลักไก่ชอบซื้อดอแพนทอมเกาะ25ไง
อ๋อ
เลยแบบว่ามีเมตานี้ขึ้นมา
Quality himself finding down on the bulldog as
เดี๋ยว
well.
มาดวลสไนกับพี่โขดแล้วได้เนี่ยพี่โขดเกาะ
Such
25
Xiao's
ก็จะ
actually
ตาย
ahead of Camo on the old status.
เกาะเต็ม
One off
และ
himself.
คนมีปืนใหญ่เป็นเกาะไม่เต็มนาแองนี่เอง
That comes in here. Bonus round, Kiko making a... Oh my god, Kiko could be on for it. Nats has already got a shower. This could be everything. Kiko doesn't know it. He's just spotted a player though. Has a glance. He knows there's now 2 there. He should have noticed it was, I believe, the Omen he saw earlier. Yeah, now he notices. Taking a second glance. There's now a 2v1. A disastrous first buy coming in here up against the bonus.
วินะ
Angel
ชนะคมสัต
cut
ว์
out now in a 1v1. In this brawl so early.
นาโคตรเน้นอะเป้าอย่างกับ
Region bringing him back to 85 overall, but health advantage certainly in favor of Serial here.
สีเรียวนิ่งเกิน
Angel needs to maybe
เจอ
maintain
ประสบการณ์
distance.
นะซีเรียล
I mean, would have caught Serial there. Whether or not Serial's gonna
น้ำมันเป้าสัตว์แบบคาโม่เลยเมื่อกี้
now as well.
ได้
The
ยินปะ
penny's
ไม่ได้ยิน
probably dropped for
ใช่
Angel.
กูถ้าปล่อยไปวางอย่างนี้ลำบากอยู่นะ
It gets more and more dangerous though, that
Post-pan.
post plant. You look at that utility.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
And a big
what
gap
scares
as
me.
well. The fact
They
that
see them
Serial's
as a
actually
day
posted up here, waiting outside A.
Felt like a gamble either way.
Run down
right?
the clock a lot.
ไปไป
Plant in. Okay. In my mind here,
จะบอกแล้วไม่เก็บ
it's
ปื
on
น
serial.
เอาเก็บ
I quite like the pathing.
เฮียน้าพี่ดิกถูกทางไง
Silence now.
เฮ้ยมัน
falls
ย่อง
across
เนี่ย
the
ตรงนี้เลยเหรอ
map.
ซีเรียล
Look to potentially pass each other. Angel, right place though. Safe
อ่าน
work
ขาด
from him with the Red Bull clutch, but bigger picture, Mike. That's not a pretty first gun round.
Absolutely not. Just the one rifle in the hands of Angel. Carried across here
มัน
to
น่า
see
มัน
how
น่า
the
ชิปแต่แรก
purchase
เลยอ่ะ
will
ชิป
lie.
หาแต่แรกเลยอะมันไปรอแบบ
Taking a smaller victory within that.
ไร้ความหวังเกินแบบมันไกลอ่ะ
And I love the attempt here to try and convert and brawl outside.
โอ้น้ายิง
A
ไว
from
เลยนะ
Liquid.
Nice Angel.
I mean, all things considered, not the
กิโลมัน
worst.
เรียกนะ
Just a
สวย
bulldog
มาก
wants it. Well, one bulldog. It's time
น่า
for Rucksack. Ultimate online for Kiko though.
รุ่นพ่อเลย
The
ป่ะน่ะ
knives.
Oh,
Quick towards middle. Now look at this. Yeah, that position from Serial felt like it was kind of falling out of date, right? Beyond its sell by. Waited too long and got punished.
เท่านี้นาวี
Really
ฟอร์มเดือดนี่
surprised that Liquid
หันหน้าให้
left
นาวี
these
ไปโต
options
ลอน
there.
โต
Nat's going down in middle. Little uncharacteristic, but fair play. But Navi finding
Navi
that
ได้แชมป์
value on the
โตโต้
site is more surprising.
น้าบอก
Serial
ว่าจะจับถ้วย
losing out,
ก่อน
and
รี
now
ไท
he
ย
gets the post plant. This is when that utility becomes absolutely paramount. Already Kiko trying to be disruptive, but they're not giving him much play here. They've got plenty to pour into this before they have to start swinging, which Hero does. Camo goes down, leaving just Kiko and Panatek. And you can see Angel waiting with those salvos, the final blow if they need it. Panatek trying to wait for this. Ult going to come in as well. I mean, they're doing well here, but it is just going to be the eventuality of the utility defining this round. No options
เจอลูก
left
ม่วง
to
งงเลย
Navi.
พิโก
Much cleaner now through round 4.
3 for Rucksack to tie things up as well. Nat's dead off rip. Like you said, opens a ton of opportunities for them. You really need to rely on it. Like you said, Serial slipping the net early on.
One enemy remaining.
Opens up the site completely for Navi. The benefit being Kiko didn't pop the knives to something at least to invest in here. We'll actually have a full shield behind it as well. This looks like potential to go aggressive on A. Over the other side for Navi just yet. Got to bet that Hero is going to be patrolling that part of the map.
Looking for any opportunity, right? Gathering towards middle and making their move. Ruxik was sharp before, beat Nats towards that tube, but those knives looking to be brought to bear, but already gets past the first hurdle. Panatek put to bed. You can see an attempt made nice from Serial. Good little 1-2 punch, but the backline from Navi came back around to support. Koala Noob not leaving it untraded, and a little audacious from Camo, but trying to tee up Kiko. Still going, the knives fade, but a rifle gathered. He gets away with 22 HP and a good idea of where they might be heading.
Camo puts his life on the line. Try and play Kiko in. Still have 2 knives left, but Hero's already posted so deep. You can see how the player react. Not expecting that at all.
Great from Hero, just holding that deeper position. Nats now. That's
อะไรอ่ะ
nice. Took a lot of damage for it though. 20 HP and 2 to find. Angel's not having it. Navi
เปิดช็อต
taking the
แม่น
lead
ข
now.
นาดเนี้ย
Right back on top. Fantastic recovery and frugal in terms of this ult cycle as well. Unfortunately here, you can see Navi desperate to try and prevent them from retrieving that rifle. And his heroes reposition.
อุ้ยดาวคมจัดเลยว่ะน้ำมันเน้น
Cuts
ว่ะพี่
that
เอ้ย
off.
เห็นดิ
So now Hero, Rucksack and Angel all with their
เตะ
ultimates.
นี้น้าอย่างแม่น
Now actually already halfway back.
Kiko though with that operator. This is huge. Getting that online round 6 now. Up towards that fridge position, or gen, whatever you like to call it. He does get forced away, respecting the Dizzy coming in, but Koala Noob taking a little bit of chip damage as Kiko still waiting as Koala Noob get traded in on. Good first pick from him, but instantly brought back.
A little bit of information as well on the back of the knife. Just
Only 2 members of Liquid committed towards this site hold.
Initiated.
Lockdown will force that out. Be a clear indicator of intention here.
Oh, Angel.
Did actually spot him, yeah?
Yeah, Kiko's got to move out now. Wait out as long as he could. Looks like Padatek was caught
จะวา
there,
งให้
but
ได้อะ
lots
Boy.
of ults being forced in on this. I understand the Viper commitment. That seems pretty fair shout, but maybe a little excessive with Angels on top. But let's see how it goes. Very hard to navigate through. Tricky to locate a player. But Nat's feeling unfazed so far. Xiao still trying to cause a couple of problems. Make them know they're still up on the site. You still got to clear this. You can't just skip through to the back line as Hero still allowing no access. NAVI doing well here. Looking comfortable in that Viper's
เดี๋ยว
pit.
มีออฟด้วย
Kiko looking like he knows it.
Timing.
And look at the timing on that. Xiao catching him in the heels. As now just Padatek does keep the operator a prized possession. They are hunting him down though, Mike.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to close the gap, but it's definitely why we see Kiko trying to reset. Michelle catching just a split second as Kiko turns away. The problem being as well, this pit is so safe with Rook 6 position, so difficult for Liquid to dig him out of there. Obviously the lockdown coming through. Angels ultimate, I guess, just to make sure nobody's there to contest the pit going down potentially. One of the worst things you see, the pit goes down and somebody gets caught
charging,
mid-animation or something. Or even an early spam when, you know, before Navi can reset into more comfortable post-palm positions. But 4 on the bounce now.
And honestly, I'm not going to sit there and overly critique it because I find myself more on the side of I'd rather see you use it than not. The amount of times we've seen teams sat on these ults not being proactive with it. I'll take it for now. And I've got to say, critically speaking here, Navi taking the lead with 4 very clear-cut rounds, not particularly looking fussed by Liquid. Yes, Kiko's online. Yeah, he's hitting a couple of shots, but that is not the overall solution. I need to see Liquid looking a little sharper because, again, the conversation of fatigue comes to my mind. They were playing a marathon game against Fnatic, nearly locking into Toronto just a couple hours back. And to come back in here and face the likes of NAVI, it's not easy. I think a lot of people on paper favoring Liquid, but circumstance dictates outcome potentially. It's early. It's still 4-2. But there's worrying signs to me here for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid definitely need to slow things down a little bit. Just a pause for thought, start some of these buy rounds. Wait to see what Navi are bringing to the table. All those ultimates now burnt up. Still have Koala noobs. Xiao, like I said, close once again. It's definitely swinging in Liquid's favor right now. The other thing being, if Kiko can make this operator work.
Well, to make that sing this round, yes, that Guardian is there, but it is mostly on the shoulders.
Yes, Kiko, he's got to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah. And for Navi, I like this. Very composed under this question mark of the round. What do we know about it? We know they got out, at least with a weapon. Do we know is the operator? Probably. So looking maybe to identify that early. Go through the protocol list and see if they can make that operator sing off a shot. That would be huge for them. But the time will drift away, but there's a reason we call them Navi-esque rounds, Mike. They're happy to play these late sometimes.
Yeah, you've got to credit them when it does go their way. You want to see them maybe looking to isolate somebody because, well, Kiko can anchor, yes, but Nat's still over there on B site. Serial to try and
ขอสัก2แล้วเป็นซีเรียล
do
แบบ
that
นี้
here with the Guardian. That's your fault.
เร็ว
There's
มาก
the Guardian gone.
เร็วมาก
Retrieval as well. He's in a committed position here.
Looking to try and get chaotic, but already being cut off once again, almost at the heels here. Rooksik just slicing behind them. Nice from Padatek and potentially a rifle to hand, but they're going to need a lot to go right before they want to get committed.
And no command off. I was going to say Padatek catches a couple of tags, but no damage done. Like I said, no commands here, but they needed another kill kind of in the next couple of seconds here.
Need it fast and it ain't happening. Right, Xiao still willing to be on the site. Same with Kawanu. Nats, you are a marvelous player, but this is incredibly difficult. That time hasn't quite gone yet. Angel doesn't have the salvos either. They're not back up until now. Just coming online. Here comes the stall. And that puts Liquid now in the predicament of what do we do here. You can already see Nats trailing on out of there. The operator becoming the poison chalice. You want to keep it. Commitment didn't work. And NAVI with another. It may have been scrappy. It may have been close. But 5 rounds now carved into the scoreboard.
Curious to see how Serial falls there. Well, he's just caught maybe on an angle he's not expecting. I believe, yeah, it was attacked through the wall.
อยู่ดีก็สงสัย
And a chance maybe to set up a crossfire. And unfortunately, I think that's just the moment Kiko unscopes here that he's caught. Desperately waiting for an overstep on the side of Navi, but it just never came.
Navi look kind of calm right
ไอ้
now.
กิโกะซื้อไซส์ไม่ถูก
They're going
look
through the
really,
steps.
really composed.
It's not looking hurried. It's not looking unthought through. This looks pretty good.
ไปบี
Nothing spectacular, you know. It's not lighting my world on fire.
ตอนไหนไปซูมเอ
But they're doing what they need, and maybe that's how you deal with Liquid. As it stands, first time we're seeing a committed start towards that B site. And it looks a bit pacey here, actually. Yellow going to be hard to hold, but Angel going to take away pad attack. That removes the player at yellow. Kiko now called in, but it's looking a little too late. As Shao going to find Camo. Love to see how that happened on the back of the side. Not too sure. Kiko does just about evade here, but NAVI with such numbers.
And again, it's all ahead of the spike even being really planted here.
โอเปอเรเตอร์มันยิงทะลุได้นะมันก็คืออย่างนี้
Mountains
ที่
for
ว่า
Liquid to fight back into this round once again in a 3v5 retake scenario.
ได้ไปแล้ว
Ultimates, but I think that's the moment. Yeah, you can see Nats
ไม่ไหว
turning away, starting to give this one up. Looking a little shaky here from Liquid, to be honest with you.
I'm wondering if it's going to be a double timeout first half, Mike. I don't know.
I mean, you wouldn't blame him for it.
Not really. What, attack side? Yeah, just go, hey, mate. Easy. This is it, and it just
ไม่
looks
รู้ว่านา
flat.
วีส่งดี
Right,
หรื
it
อ
just looks a
เสีย
bit
ส่ง
flat from Liquid, and that's
แทบไม่ออก
what
เลย
concerns me more than anything. That they're going to be walking away from this Navi, going to be grinning, beaming at this point, having access to the map like this, sick.
Well, again,
Now
when you've
he's
got the
on deal.
operator out, especially on a map like Icebox, you want to let it do most of the work in the early round.
Yep.
That's the key component to slow these rounds down. Navi aren't doing that. They've just come back out again. The timeout may be expecting a set piece from Liquid. They slowed things down, really worked the map effectively. Here, though, all guns blazing towards B, and both players falling off rip.
I'm very
again, and the issue with that, as we know, once those rifles are unrecoverable, the operator in the retake, it's just rough. I mean, you're almost having to stack up with one of your 2 remaining teammates to play off upgrading to that rifle potentially.
And back to business. A little bit of a different look, a 3-2 split
Wallace
this
committed.
time. And Nats is so unawares. What is going on, Mike? Goalnu doing really well,
พอ
but
ดี
you don't often catch Nats looking asleep at the wheel. It's Serial Messi. Oh, God. This is looking
เซฟอีกแล้ว
going out with a whimper, and once again,
ไม่ต้องเล่นแล้วเซฟเดียว
here.
สกิปไปแบบหน้าเลยได้ไหม
I'm really worried. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to give credit here to Navi, but how often have you ever seen Nats looking like that?
Well, I'm sorry.
Serial.
I was saying this the other day. You haven't seen Navi look like this most of this stage, to be honest with you. The performance versus KC, like I said, the scoreline, you can kind of take it with a pinch of salt, but it was actually the fact that, again, Shao coming back online on split, things that we've kind of been asking of Navi. Here again, I think this is the next level.
It's wild to me, and the kind of, I don't want to say irony of it, but seeing someone like obviously Happy at the helm of this, and they're taking away the one and well, 2 weapons they have, but just kind of seeing them left on that operator, almost becoming that, guys, if we just get like a pick on the map, maybe we get the second, they're gonna call a save. It stops you being as enigmatic around it and going for that potential, but this, I still can't believe it. Again, Serial's been super clean, and I'm worried it's exhaustion. And I wouldn't normally
แนทลอยแล้ว
say that, but you're seeing frustration there. And again, that's a very calm player, very composed, but...
Yeah, no, I think anybody lucky enough to actually see the speech the Nats made yesterday. Again, you know the amount of experience that he's bringing to the table and kind of, look, guys, just forget what happened in that series. We've got to come back in today with 100%. So now as a leader, he's really going to be called upon, tapped in once again in terms of the experience that he brings.
Yeah.
Because we've just not seen it in the first 10 rounds here.
No. And yeah, look, the difference of being here or now knowing your place was in Toronto is what, 2 rounds OT, basically?
Well, 1 poster peak away.
There it is. Right, so there is some real brutality of knowing how close you were and watching it slip away, right? It takes genuine leadership to try and bring the team back. We know that Liquid are capable. That's never been the question. Odds alone have dictated they were the team to watch, the ones to look towards. I don't even say dark horses up in that top 3 pick for most people. And now NAVI coming out with, what, how many rounds straight now? Plenty. 7 back-to-back impact rounds, and Liquid have not had a reply. Double timeout in the first half. That tells you enough. It's time to wake up, and Squalu putting them to bed. And it looks like they're expecting this. Hero's waiting.
นี่อ่ะ
Camo.
นี่อ่ะมีแต่เอมบอกอู้แล้วเลือดแม่งไม่ลด
Give me that replay. I don't care.
เลื่อยแนทลดแทน
Give me what he just
ไม่
did.
มีแอสซิ
I
สต์
don't
ไม่
know
มี
how
อะไร
he
ครั
got
บ
through
แท
there,
งอย่าง
Mike.
เดียว
แนทมาแทงให้
NAVI looking to reset away
เพื่อ
from
ว่าใคร
Koala
เขาพูด
opening
จะ
this
เป็นใคร
round.
ครับผมดูดิ
In the
เหมือน
blink of
เมา
an
ส์พัง
eye,
อ่ะตอนเนี้ย
Camo's given Liquid the advantage. Nats back down to 33 HP, still desperate to have an impact here. So the chance though, Angel looking towards this utility on B. Fact finder, sorry, sent out on mid.
แต่ไม่น่าแสงสุด
Sniffed
น่ามี
out,
กับ
but
สั่งแมป
Angel can actually do any further damage here.
It sounds so silly, but it almost felt like just playing.
เยี่ยนฮะ
Whoa.
3 HP, somebody kill him.
Guys,
อย่าตลกกับน้า
guys, we
นะ
are-
น้า
guys,
เน้นจัด
why do I
ว่า
feel weird about it?
แต่น้าโล
I
ไปหน่
feel
อย
weird about it.
30 seconds
He's
left.
crouch peeking corners. He's surely not. Okay.
แต่ว่าดูมาหลายนัดแล้วไอ้วิกฤตเล่นไอ้บอกไม่
There's
ไม่
something
ดี
in
จ
the
ริง
air today, but 3
มัน
to
ดูมันเหมือนไม่ได้
7.
เตรียม
A
มาเลย
double timeout.
เหมือนแล้วเหมือนแบบเหมือนมันยังไม่ค่อยเข้าใจ
Response
ว่า
here being NAVI last time expecting
ไอ้
a set
เช่น
piece
แต่
out
ตัว
of the
มันต้อง
timeout
ทำอะไร
here.
บ้าง
Liquid
ไม่ได้เปรียบ
bulldoze their way down tube.
This was the beginning of things.
Again,
หมาย
this
ถึง
is
ไอ้
look
นี่
at the
นะ
clock, by the
หลัก
way.
ๆคือคาโม่
This is literally as
แต่เอ
the
ม
barrier drops.
ไม่มีภาพช้าคาโม่
Angel looking 15 years younger in
อ่ะ
that
งงเลย
replay.
กู
ภาพคาโม่
Shame we didn't get to see
โดนเบอ
see
ร์
the impact coming in then, but it's what it is. Ruxic now challenged and up to it. Cameron with a good trade.
Another instance here, stacked up.
เมื่อ
Liquid
กี้
kind
น่า
of
จะกำ
moving
ชับแล้วไปเอาไอ้ตัวเลย
in
ไม่ถึง
pairs
ขั้นเห
now
มือนแรงอะ
in the early round. Trying to mitigate some of the losses they've been suffering. Straight to a 4v4. Koala noob though.
Here.
แนทน่าจะเครียดอยู่ครับผม
I've liked
Said
him
he
on the
is,
operator.
I mean, he's been the best opera in the region. And don't have many willing to pull it out as often as he does.
So
Get
instead,
done here.
yeah, there's 3 players here. None easy to the eye. It'd be a committed angle if he wants to pry them out of it. It's giving him much pay. Waiting for the rest of the team to kind of group up with him as well. You can see the Dizzy probably held in hand, the flash here off maybe the contact. And the timing on the... Oh my god, it almost fell apart there. Just on a nice edge, but it's Liquid coming out on top. They've held this correctly. Felt like it got a bit dangerous. And again, the operator, you're not wanting to probably... I mean, why not go for it? See what he can get. Not enough. Camo, gonna catch him.
นี่แหละ
Pockets
นี่แหละ
fairly flush
มันจะช
across
นะ
the
เขาอ
board
ย่าง
for
เงี้ย
NAVI.
เอ็มเหรอ
We're
เอม
comfortable
ล้วนๆอ่ะ
in the final purchase of the half. Actually, Liquid. 3 ultimates to their name. Already now fixing some of these early round issues. I think as well prioritizing
มัน
towards
ไม่
B
น่าแบบทราน
potentially.
เฟอร์ต่อ น่าจะ
Can
แคป
slip
เอา
into a more passive hold on A once the numbers are
ดูยาก
reduced.
ไงไม่รู้ไอ้ทรานเฟอร์
I think that's the thing that's going to be ever present with NAVI. Take a casualty, they always slow the round down.
ยิงแบบบูทอะ
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, that timeout between what? Round 9, round 10. It's got enough of a buffer for Liquid to work with. Whatever was said, you'd love to be a fly on the wall for that. Has absolutely hit home. And Navi's caution once again being displayed. But look at this stack up, Mike.
Say actually, with Kiko
ไอ้กล่องนั้นอะ
solo
แม่งมา
anchoring A. Liquid are going to proactively push through B main, but Camo
ผมแค่ไหนเจอนะ
giving one away. That's kind of uncharacteristic considering
Locating target.
the adjustment we've seen Liquid make so far.
พร้อมงัด
He's been a key component for that.
Yeah, a little surprised at that. That felt very
คนที่ยังจัด
singular.
ไอ้พวกเอ็มคมเสน่ห์เป็นพวกไอ้ลุงๆนานา
No trade,
So just
obviously.
before that, there was 4 members of Liquid over towards B.
Yeah. I kind of thought maybe if they were both going to fight it, maybe it's on towards back yellow, sure, but and this still doesn't look good. Actually, I think a little bit of a misread from Liquid, at least in that sense. But
Serial's still got the lockdown, so he can slow things
เฮ้ย
down.
โดนด้วยนะเฮ้ย
Actually,
ไอ้เชี่ย
Stack as well.
ไรวะ
take
เนี่ย
a freebie when you get one.
แปมแม่ง
Brings you
ไป
back to a 4v4, and the
แปมยัง
lockdown
ไงเห็น
is in play. Koala still looking for a man though.
Got to be so careful with this angle.
Ooh, no more jump spotting today.
ดื้อจัดเหรอ
Plant's
เข้าต่อ
gonna
แล้ว
that's gonna go through. It does. So now 4v4 retake.
น้าบอกอันติกูไม่ได้ใช้เลยแม่ง
And that's to regroup here, but Shout with his ultimate down to 48 HP, so he's going to be able to basically throw an extra body in terms of info onto the front line here.
Oh, and instantly Hero picking up that operator that's being filtered through actually delivers on Panatek. Passing forward, Serial. How did you just get that? I don't get it, but Kiko now the last one alive.
Leo.
It was Navi.
ไม่แย่ไม่แย่
Rights the ship.
84
And denies Liquid pulling this all
ทำไมคนไทย
the
ต้อง
way
เลื้อนใน
back.
แรงค์ เยอะด้วยนะอัดไม่ใช่ธรรมดา
หัวลาเล่นโอเมนแบบ
เจอแล้วสินะ
เอาวิชาจากไอเนมาพร้อมใช้งานขอแค่น้าบอกให้จับโอเมนไอบ็อกใส่ก่อนนะ
คนไทยเนี่ยคือสาเหตุที่พี่กด5ไว้ครับไอ้เหี้ยแม่งมีแต่พวกหลอน
ให้คามิกครับผม
ถ้า TL ได้คนอีกคนมาเติมแบบแน่นๆนะน่าจะเดือดกูมากประสบการณ์มาช่วยแนทอะไรเงี้ย
ขาดคนมาแบบว่าทีมมันแบบว่าดูบาลานซ์
สักพักแม่งเอาฟอร์เรเซนเข้ามา ทีมมีแต่เอ็ม
โลทับเลยทีนี้
ไอ้เนี่ยโกะก็กลับไปเล่นนี่
เดี๋ยวมันถึงเทียร์สอง
น่าจะเล่นได้หมดอะเอาโกวเนอร์มาแทนมั้ยล่ะ
ไม่
ไม่
คือถ้าฟอร์เรสเซนต์มาจะต้องคิดก่อนจะกลับไปโลเซนเนลตัวอื่นตัวสองตัวเฟกแล้วให้ฟอร์เรสเซนต์หลักไปเลย ได้อยู่นะ อยากให้เกมเป็นคนอื่นเนาะเกมเป็นแนทก็ดีนะแนทมันฟอร์มดีขึ้นนะพอเกมมัน
แนทมัน
ดู
ประสบการณ์อะมันดูแน่นดีนะ
แล้วมันดูมีความเป็นผู้นำด้วย
ใครมันจะอินเกมได้ปะไปเทคเหรอ
ไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันทำไมคามิกออกครับผมฟังช็อตดูเหม่อ
ซีเรียลมันดูนิ่งไปนะ
นิ่งไปเลยบางทีอ่ะ
บทจะคมก็คมชิบหาย
Urgence back in that 10th, 11th round for Liquid. It's been quiet from them.
Really has, and credit really to Navi bouncing back from an 0-2 versus
สักพักเป็น
BBL.
Liquid Demon 1 โอ้โห
Showing now
อยู่รัสเซียด้วยสบายเลย
got
ไม่ต้อง
that
ข้ามโซ
lower
น
bracket fuel to add to the fire.
ไม่เสียโควต้า
ความเป็นไปได้อยู่
Have his hands full here with the Sheriff.
จะโหดได้
แล้ว Demon 1มันเป็นโลได้หมดเลย
Hero
โล
as well,
เจ็ด
but looking to pop off the alarm bot. First comes through. Rooksy found one. Hero
Oi.
found two as well.
Okay, NAVI picking up where they left off. And again, Serial and Nat's going to
Serial,
be asked a
hey.
lot of here. Can they outdo the odds? Spike is still left loose. They have to get this going on their side. So Nat's now removed away, just leaving Serial weapon out. Salvo's going to go in, but Serial finds the end of Koala. Nat's going to
กลายเป็น
find
ดีเฉย
Shell,
งงว่ะ
leaving just one man
แม่งมา
alive.
วันใบวันกันจนแบบ
Whoa.
นี่ไง
Angel!
กลายเป็นแย่เลยทีนี้วันใบวันเหมือนกัน
What year are we back in?
Angel
Looking snappy earlier with the rifle.
หนา
Even more so here in the pistol to kick off the second half with a Red Bull clutch. Angel
น้าบอกอยู่
coming
เฉย
along.
ๆก็
Yeah.
เดี๋ยวก็มีคน
You
มา
could
เสิร์ฟ
see he was shaking his hand
หนามันโหดสัตว์ตัว
afterwards.
นี้
Beautifully done.
ให้น้าได้ไปโตรอนโต
Getting
Who are you picking, no?
Who are you peeking? I love it. And it feels like watching this, Navi don't look like they've got pressure on them. I mean, they
อุ้ย
are
ถ้า
up
น้า
now
แข่งได้พี่เลยก็ต้อง
9-4,
แข่ง
don't
ได้
get me
ปะ
wrong.
ลุยทำทีมพี่เลย
But they look kind of
He
calm.
cut
They
it back
don't look
on.
super stressed. It kind of feels like they're just
Bye,
having a
Wale.
good game here. I genuinely am a little bit surprised to be seeing this so far, but as it stands, until there's a reply from Liquid, this is the way it goes. And Koala Noob showing off again. A real sensation with any scoped weapon, but now forced to heal, but they're gonna not clear hero. Cool, brilliant, Liquid. Have a look. Oh, God! Navi making them look so lazy.
Hero looking like Angel now. 2 snappy kills from him. And Nats try and get something back, but already you can see Navi have reset away from this.
แล้วที่คือตี้คนรู้จัก
Let the clock do the work
ใช่เหรอ
for them.
มันใครวะอัน
No
You
need
see
to push
one, eh?
forward, risk any of this inventory, but not much of it. No surprises. Silent RV in a second round. Chance here though, still for Liquid. Cyril's got a sheriff, but again, RV just not giving them anything at all.
อุ้ยโหมองข้ามไป
From
นา
quite
วิ BBL
aggressive
เลย
to
เหรอ
very disciplined.
30 seconds left.
Hard to get a pulse point on Serial and Nats. It feels repetitive. It's these two last alive. And Koala Noob's not letting
BBL
get
lang
any play here. His synergy is off the charts. Navi comfortably making it through that round with an in-zone flawless. I'm getting nervous for Liquid. Now, okay, this is Navi's map choice, right? Let's contextualize it a little bit. But I think we can all see how these rounds are going.
One enemy remaining.
Can. And the concern being we come back to that same point around confidence and fatigue coming out of such a hard-fought series.
โอแมนมันทิกแองเจอร์
77%.
แองเจอร์แฮด
Yeah, pretty good.
เฮดช็อต 77% ตอน
He's
นี้
still got it. The many doubters silenced for at least one map.
What a time to be having it, though. Ooh, Koala Noob staying confident on it. Not again. Not again! Wakey, wakey, Liquid! This is not the game that you get lazy on. Get sharper. Already, Patatech is taking down a little bit lower. This is going to be the bonus round pretty much here. And look what Navi have already done, but they do have weapons to play with still. Angel's got the Vandal, Rooksik on the Phantom, and Chow, of course, with that Guardian. On the other side, a little bit of a wounded Patatech. The other 3 standing fine.
อีกแล้ว
Concern's going to be
ทำเป็น2 แมป
gets
เลยนะ
played in here. I think Liquid very cautious about their approach. He's in a situation if he's unchecked now.
I'll lose it. Okay, I mean, they gave it a glance. They trade in at least.
มันดู
Spike getting brought back to hand here. Angel, though, the final boss.
ดูเล่นไม่ละเอียด
Coming on in, Shao with him, can set him into motion here. Just needs a couple of shots to hit, and Angel ain't missing today. Takes away the wounded player. Looks for another, not going to get it. Liquid stabilize. 5th round found and hard fought for.
นายนั่นเหมือนเหนื่อยตลอดเวลา
Rolling now for Liquid in the second half. And not going to have too much of an impact on the purchase going forward here, but another situation, almost carbon copy. They made here to play hero in, unchecked once again.
It's good to see them get a little loud, get a little bit of pumped up here. It ain't easy, but it's time to put in the work, right? You're now going to be looking at the ults here coming through as well for some of the real early success stories, at least for Navi. You've got Hero very nearby, Nats close by, I think. There's someone else too, but what does it matter when Koala Noob's running at him? Shao tries to join in this pacey beginning. Maybe trying to offset a little bit of those expectations, but it falls flat this
พอมันไปเล่น
time.
เจ็ตมันดูไม่ค่อยได้วินเท่าไหร่
Come out on top.
ไม่ค่อยวิน
Kick this round off, but
เอาตัวเข้าไปแรกเยอะ
ไม่ค่อยได้เล่น
to have a say in the matter.
ได้เล่นได้ยิงได้เทียบดู
Actually, no, sorry. Thought it was up on the box there, but we're the other side of the wall.
Is that the same TP that Koala Noob did before, I think, on the barrier? So, be interesting to see if they're a little bit maybe aware of that. It was something that people were paying attention to. But I'd like to see him go for something you've got buffer rounds to play with.
So Nats has to almost hard clear this ahead of the orb, and he's aiming off it. Hero comes out on top.
Yeah, and he's got all off that too.
กำลังเดินชิว
That's going to be that kind of sinking feeling in the stomach now. Not nice to have that in the back of the mind, but you're right. Red carpet, a little rolled out here, trying to catch him on the way out. Kiko with a big punish on towards Angel. Ruxic made it out alive, but Hero's locked down. Does he decide to invest? He takes away Kiko instead. And now it should be the green light, right? Yeah, no plant even hatched yet. What's going on here? Oh, now going to be going down. Just about going to get that through and get back to the post plant.
เฮ้ยทันเหรอวะ
Got a fragment, 1 nano down, still 1 nano
I'll
in
be
the
letting
pocket
them
of
move in,
Serial.
He's been
One
detained.
detained.
He wants on that fast here, Ruxic. Tries to get it going early. Looks like he wants to get...
Ui.
Oh, what a shot! Hero! Banging out Panatek! Serial, know your lineups. Here we are. And up on the pipes. I don't think he's going to expect it. Death from above! Hero living up to the moniker! Navi up to 11.
Again, the fact that he gets detained isn't really even the issue there, but Patek has to scramble to get a fragment down because Ruxic's still up. That wall can just cut sight lines, and Hero even playing ahead of it to punish Patek.
God, and what a performance from Hero. The desk kind of talked about it a couple of times now, how he's been such an upswing of a performer for them. And we're seeing it here today, 21-9. Very, very key work from him. And 11.
Just the crazy thing coming into this, I think Ruxic's still statistically sitting ahead, which is just crazy to think about. I mean, not much in it at all. Hero definitely the deciding factor here on Icebox to open this series. Kiko
ไอซีเรียลมันซื้อแต่เพื่อนมันไม่ซื้อ
down
เนี่ย
with the blade storm here. Koala Noob trying to get cheeky ahead of this smoke, but didn't catch the cross here.
Oh, and Serial's got Angel down. Here we go. Xiao now on the chopping block. Can't get away. Liquid.
สมแล้วที่ซื้อมา
Nice scaling up together on this. Good spacing, good trading. No one being on their own there, really. Everything was
ซื้อ
absolutely
แบบหน้า
considered.
ซื้อไม่ได้ด้วยนะ
Rifles in hand now.
มันผมไม่อยากให้ขึ้น
So you're
12
gonna have to consider retreating. Does Hero get caught? He just slips away. He's still
เอาเด็ก
Patek
หน้า
and
ใหม่มาแท
Serial's
นชาว
ultimate.
เหรอ
Just in case they're needed, but we'll be here with Navi looking to hold on to these
วันก่อน
rifles.
ชาวอย่างลั่นนะดิ
Be a 6th on the round for Liquid. Friendly fire.
ตลก
This feels so necessary, though, for Liquid. A couple of rounds, right? Get into the game.
Some breathing, well, I'd say breathing space. It's not really because Navi up on 11.
Yeah.
They don't have much of a margin here. And
It's
probably another round needed to completely reset the economy of Navi.
ยิงขึ้นเพราะอะไรทำเอาเหรอ
They made a scene, skip it. Navi, though, this is their timeout. And actually, a gift for Liquid, too. They burned both of their
definitely,
timeouts in
yeah.
that first half.
หนังบี้มันโดนเราเดี๋ยวมันทำเอาเลยเหรอโคตรเน้น
Navi have got any to potentially try and convert around. They settle in for rifles. With that.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, this will be the one to reset the economy.
Round. It's the remix. There we go, pacey beginnings. Deep flash to facilitate this push up from Kiko, the Dizzy then to follow suit. They know yellow's clear, how far do they take this? Rotations are on the way. Ult to be layered on top, this should garner the respect of Navi.
Be able to deal with the plant coming through, but immediately Angel gonna post the ult.
Kiko on an island now. trying to get back in time to make sure he's got some support, but no one gap closed in the time that was
separated,
available.
yeah, but not under any pressure.
Yeah, which, again, NAVI clearing out the path, but not making the most of it. And now the lockdown on top. This one might be sewn up here. Plenty of ults to play in, and they've got to just sit back and wait. Lovely little flash. Kiko trying to punish off the back of it. Looking like the swing comes in. Liquid holding the line. Hero, kind of the big man at the moment, going down, should kind of indicate this is probably now a save.
มันรัดมาครับผม
Just gonna look for an exit here,
ใช่
but
แล้วเมื่อกี้ออกมาก็ตาย
one chance at it. It's Camo. Did go to clear
แต
him,
กปืน
but
ไปหนึ่งกระบอก
Xiao's gonna survive past this.
แตก
Be able to hold on to the rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as well, with the ultimate coming in from Angel, yes, Kiko's separated, almost isolated at back yellow there, but the fact that so much time passes after that means the lockdown basically decides this. You can see, I believe Hero, the only one really from NAVI to go forward to contest that, maybe looking for a kill or two. But he falls, and such a huge gap.
Seeing that with an operator. I'm seeing a broken buy for NAVI.
Yeah, reinvestment. Oh, actually not too bad. Obviously the rifle's maintained, but it's Hero Xiao again to struggle.
เดี๋ยวไผ่ร้ายอยู่ใกล้ๆตัวเอ้าเดี๋ยว
Nice.
ไผ่ร้าย
Clear towards Koala. Him being caught early feels valuable. Maybe the knife
มัน
being
แม่ง
so
ยิงจะเยอะ
effective
เลย
was
คาโม่
pushing up,
ยิ
not
งแบบ
just
เหมือน
towards
มั่นใจ
closer
มาก
position.
มันอยู่
Liquid's starting to read out some of these spots that Koala's going to
โอ้ยิงแล้วพลุนยิง
try and play early on here. That's all the way back in spawn. Camo's now going to try and pave the way to this A site here.
See that scaling up here. Make sure this looks good. Oh my word. Going back in for seconds, but plants there. He is playing on a bit of a nice edge, isn't he? Risky, but he gets away with it. No punish, and NAVI now left wanting. Xiao and Hero don't have the weapons they've lost for this. Now Liquid with 5 standing. The second go of the ult. Hold on, Hero's got 1. No more, surely. Kiko's still here, playing the best he can. NAVI still tilting it back to a 3v3. Cross comes in, and NAVI move forward. Nats goes down. It's on Serial in a 2v1. How have we gotten here? Serial this time, though, takes away Angel. And it is kind of a 1v1.5 with Xiao got Wingman there to help him out. I guess we're doing this. There's a lot of his HP. He has to get close. And Serial does go down, but he's got the time for this
ไม่เป็นไร
now.
ถือว่าได้อยู่
This
ยังมีตังค์เล่น
is
อยู่
getting much closer as Liquid take a step back for that 8th round.
Can have the funds to play out that sort of round. No concern about losing these weapons here, but did burn up a ton of ultimates in the last few rounds. You've got Nats' pit to work upon here. I think Koala Noob has been pivotal to NAVI's success early on. Ruxic, though, on the way back in, almost making this a formality. Nats, maybe a little bit of frustration there. I don't know if that was outbound or inbound, but...
Yeah, hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
But something I was going to say is I haven't heard Koala Noob yet given it, right? He was one of those players as that motivational speaker almost, but Angel once again going down early. Maybe that want to be the hero, to be the difference maker. Not what you need
ที่อยู่ใน
here.
เกมก็ตึงว่ะ
NAVI
นาวีบอก
defense to
อะไร
slow
วะ
things down.
เป็นไปได้นะ
Allow that gap to
ดูดิ
figure out
อยู่ใน
some
เกมก็ตึง
information, but Serial, he's followed through.
ตอนแรกนำอย่างเดียว
Down once again.
Step by step, Mike. Liquid again in this game back online. I mean, it feels repetitive that run it A, layer it up.
Say, getting the A site simulator going for sure.
Hey, but if it's working, if it's getting you on the board after what was a drought of rounds, you take it. Sick.
เอ้า
Oh, Xiao. Caught drift in there, punished. The round's not going to change, but the weapons in hand might. Bruce would like to keep his life here. That's going to be taken away. This is a huge turnaround. Liquid. They're looking lively, Mike. It's like there's fire
จริง
under
ๆมัน
them
ไป
now.
เซฟก็ได้นะ
Awkward
มัน
as
ไม่
well
เห็นเรา
because
ต้อง
you
มานั่ง
actually
จับ
don't want to see them playing.
Liquid
It
เงิน
doesn't
มันเยอะชิ
matter
บหาย
to Liquid losing these rifles now.
ปืนแม่งก็ไม่มี
NAVI, I mean, Koala, Ruxic, 400, 600.
พี่ว่าถ้ามันนั่งเงียบไปมันจะตายนะ
Flat out broke. Xiao, I feel like he's been broke for 3 or 4 rounds now. Stingers and Sheriffs and whatnot. Does have his ultimate.
เดี๋ยวเคดีไม่ขึ้นไงเดี๋ยวสถิติ
Ruxic
ไม่
2.
Is this another timeout for NAVI coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Look, the age-old question of how do you deal with that A hit, right? And it's been well done by Liquid. They're doing well. The scaling's good.
Absolutely.
You know, everything is there, but I need to see a reply.
And I'm not saying it's as simple as allow that space, concede that space, but slowing things down is always something that allows you to reset on A site. And that is so important. If you give away a kill before people can reposition to heaven or get back into positions to contest the plant coming down, that's when you have a problem on A site.
And we've seen it with Angel going down early. We've seen it with Koala Noob going down early. A couple of these key players here now getting punished on this. Need to see that capability to switch things up. I don't want to see us in that repetitive position. Now, if we can identify it, I bloody well hope they can. But this is giving hope to Liquid, which is a dangerous thing, because at the half, I think a lot of us were a little bit stunned, really, seeing the form that NAVI were coming out with, but the real test starts now.
We said coming away with some questions. I think actually we're starting to see the answer of what Liquid have got left in the tank.
Yes.
To bring it back to just 2 rounds here, it's felt phenomenal for Team Liquid.
And I do want to give them credit. There's that kind of old adage of, you know, find a way or make one. It looks like Liquid have started to make one, right? 4 in succession, a broken purchase with NAVI. This could be 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Does NAVI have a reply?
Say you want to see discipline on the side of NAVI here in terms of the ultimates. Hero halfway to the lockdown again. This could be a big ult cycle for them. Yes, you're feeling like whereas conceding towards Liquid tying things up. Some of them can be so pivotal. Much slower this time around. Rooksik, though, a lot of space cleared outside B. This is a huge indicator for NAVI. I think that's why we're seeing Hero rotating when he is. 4 bodies for NAVI on this side of the map to try and stop the simulator.
Oh my god.
They're drifting away. Liquid maybe sniffing this out.
Something fell off.
Rooksik, Bulldog.
It's on him. It's on him. That's going to be a whole lot of players, and he falls. The floodgates open here. How much do they read into it, and how confident are they? You're looking at the pace. It looks like they've got the read. Quickly into this. Hero is here, though. Does he try and, again, make an overplay? Does he try and be the one to stand the test? And he does get one, takes him down. They're getting scrappy now. 3v4, but they're up close on the site. Angel needs to land one of these. Someone's got to get a multi-kill here. He's got one. Palitek goes down. Kiko goes down as well. NAVI might be breaking their hearts. Nats gets cleared. It's all on Serial. Ult's there. Serial holds his nerve. He might be nervous about this. He gets caught. Hook, line, and sinker. NAVI getting under their skin and getting up to 12.
Absolute heartbreak for Liquid. They wanted to be decisive, convert this advantage, but the desperation gets the better of them. Xiao flipping this on its head. Serial feeling as if he can avoid all of that risk on top of the crate, but falls here, giving NAVI map point. Operator in hand now for Koala.
เหมือนเดิมง่ายๆ เล่นท่ายากเฉยเลยพอเล่นท่ายากมันมี
Was that the one-off? Is this still Liquid's game to bring back here? 12 up against them though, no easy task. Koala Noob just needs to hold this line. How long does he stay?
Could get rewarded here.
Oh, that's a big spot.
Waited to. No ping came out, so I was worried there whether or not Serial had spotted it. Flash will clear at least.
So tense here. 4 players for NAVI on this side of the map. All 5 from Liquid. It's a standoff. Who blinks first? Almost parallel ults as well. Nats has his. Rooksik as well. Koala Noob's got his too. And it's game on. Got to be off to the races now. Trying to scale up, but they still haven't cleared Xiao, but the flash catches. That's going to get the punish. We're going to see the plant coming in. A shambolic attempt from Angel there as Liquid back on track. Going to be getting that plant. Koala Noob and Rooksik's options become near on 0.
Again, the operator being a factor here. We know how aggressive Koala can be with it.
ง่ายๆวางแค่เนี้ย
Not shying away just yet. Still got a paranoia, still got a snake bite, still got the pit. They can find a kill, but Camo Third on the
เดิน
round.
ยิงเดินเข้ามาวาง
Looking forward to
ล่า
Koala.
เลย
But the
ไอ้ไบ
response
เทค
is
ส
there, and
ตาร์ทการ
now
วิ่งเลยนะ
we'll retreat to try and hold on to this. Liquid will find double digits.
Oh, that looks so desperate from Navi, didn't it? Just trying to claw into it.
It felt like an overcommitment on a few of those engagements that I don't want to say is, you know, ego or arrogance, but Liquid absolutely running away with it once again on A site. Like you said, 4 members, second round in a row. See this heavy lean.
ใครตายวะน่ะ
No trade coming through there. Again, not necessarily a concern. 7K on Kiko. The rest of the purchase should be fairly comfortable. Nat's definitely looking more vocal in this home stretch of Icebox.
มีคนตาย
2 more rounds and it's OT. It takes one mistake though. One trip, one missed call, one moment of lapse in judgment, and he goes to Navi.
Switch up here being the operator to anchor over towards B. The pit.
Nice.
To counter, but that nearly caught the retreat. Koala was down to 12 HP there with the decay.
Yeah, I love that though. See them being quick about this. Liquid looking focused.
เห็นยัง
Fast to it as well.
You want to see the plant come through quickly though.
Just looking for that line of sight.
ได้ใช้ได้
Angel not going to get the opportunity to do much to deny that.
Come
And
on,
now
Lindy,
Navi
leader.
need to figure out a way
Not
forward.
fail.
But you heard it. The Viper's pick going down to smother this site. Make it near on unapproachable.
2 committed towards the flank as well for Liquid. So all eyes will be trained forwards here.
Oh, I like this.
This is a late wrap as well, Lauren.
Yeah, around the world. This feels like the
อร่อย
full
บอก
stop
เลยอ
to
ร่อย
the sentence, doesn't it? Timing's everything. Yeah,
อร่อยพอ
lovely. And at the same time, Camo succeeding to over towards Yellow, just dwindling those numbers, making this very difficult. Again, that pit's still in play. Nothing easy to be had here for Navi. Struggling to find these players on the other side. That spike is still ticking. What? That's fell. What is that?
ได้ลาย
He goes so far, but I think the time is just too late as Liquid make up another step. But bloody hell, boys, how close do you want to make this? 11 to 12 now.
จะมีปืน
Down to the finest of
Maybe off you.
margins. Again, just too late in the day. I mean, some of the situations you see Hero in.
ไอ้เน็ต
It just reminds me of the clutch at elbow.
I'm getting instant everywhere I go.
One of those games.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at 8 and 18. Definitely a rough start to the series here.
He's got to keep his head up though, right? Keep that confidence up, not let it affect you. Easier said than done, of course. Is Navi still held on 12? As Liquid take this slow, steady march back into the game, but once again, it could all fall to pieces in just this final round of regulation. And a cautious start.
That's potentially played in here when you look at the shields on the other side.
Right there.
Liquid reverting back towards A site.
Yo,
A looser hold this time around from Navi. Angel sniff out.
Drone is down.
เข้ามาวางง่ายๆโอที
Serial on the
แต่
other
ดู
side.
นาวีมัน
Give everything away, but it
มัน
should
เห
be
มือน
pretty
มันซื้อ
addictive
ไม่สุด
now, right?
มันกลัวไอ้เน็ตหรืออะไรวะ
Layering
ทำ
a
ไม
few
มันถึง
tilt
แบบ
coming forward. Angel waiting
ดู
to
ไม่ค่อยเคลื่อน
invest.
ที่เลย
Away from
แนท
Alt
อยู่
as
กับ
well.
เพื่อน
And Hero has lockdown, so
กลัวโดนเลิกหรืออะไร
retake
วะ
setup here.
Be looking to try and deny at least the plant here. Force them to put a body behind it. Not to
ไม่
be.
ตายเหรอ
So now Navi got to do it all themselves. There's going to be the
Yep,
lockdown
all
though, so let's see how this changes.
It was awkward last time.
เฮ้ย
Certainly would be.
ออกดิ
It's Camo shouldering this up. Looking like the sacrificial lamb. If he has to be, that's 2 detained.
You should have got lost.
Shao got him in the end, but that feels laboured. Down to a 4v4 here. Forced
Ui,
to
Kiko.
fight his Kiko, and he finds his man. Hero goes down. And it looks like the defuse is started. It ain't stopped yet. Denial comes in. Big from Kiko again. But they're back up to business. The defuse
ดี
is
เลย
right under their noses. Denied at the final hurdle. Liquid falling.
เกือบโอทีไอ้ที่ก็กลัวเล่นนอกไซส์กันหมดเลยแบบว่าโดน
ใครไปยิงน้องตอนแรก
ไอ้กิโกะเข้าไปยิงแต่ไม่มีใครยิงเลย มันเป็น
กิ
อยู่
โกะ
ข้างหลัง
ทำหน้าที่อยู่คนเดียว
มันไปไหนกันหมดวะ
เมื่อกี้ ถ้าคาโม่มันออกมาแบบใช้ของเบรกจังหวะแรกอะ น่าจะได้เล่นอยู่ เมื่อกี้มันแบบล็อกดาวน์ปุ๊บสโมกกู้เลยเจอที่เด็ดโอเมนไอบ็อก Decider Map Ascent ครับ ต่อไป Split ครับ
Guys, you know?
จริงๆแล้วนาวีจะไปโตลอนโตจริงๆวะ
คือถ้าเอาลิควิดลงเนี่ย2-0เนี่ยบอกเลย
โตลอนโตไม่ไกลใช่ไหม
ไก่ตัวนั้นต้มอากาศโคตรดีนะพี่ตอนนี้
actually want to push on this lower bracket run, it needs to be Hero that's being more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing flashbacks of Stage 2 playoffs for Fnatic. He really stepped it up there as well. A lot of pressure on him to kind of prove himself in that regard. And I guess same here, as you said, like, he needs to step up. He needs to be the difference maker for NAVI. He's doing it.
Yeah, and it angers me that they don't give him a gun in those half.
Oh yeah,
right? Like, come on, I understand, you know, Xiao definitely has potential to do Xiao show things, but that
round with the Viper's Pit, that round, yeah.
With the Sheriff. The 4 other teammates, not one of them thought like, here, Hero, you know, take my gun.
He was performing well, right? And when someone's feeling themselves, like, just chuck them the rifle. And as soon as he did pick up the rifle on that round, goes into the Viper's Pit, he picks up 2 kills, he gets the most important one, the Viper, and then there's no
Imagine
time.
if he had it earlier. Imagine. But it doesn't matter, they won. But let's see what they can do on Split, because this is where I would have normally been extremely confident in Team Liquid, but Garuda, they did lose it yesterday.
Yeah, they did. I think it's their first time losing it since EDG beat them. So yeah, let's see if the game plan's going to be the same, if they're going to stick to, you know, tried and tested. But also, I think it might be their first time playing against the Vise if NAVI still running the Vise. So let's see if it's the same or not.
I think this is such an interesting map for both of these teams to go to. Like you said, Gorilla, you know, like this was one of their strongest maps coming into this year. Of course, Fnatic did beat them on it yesterday. But then when we're looking at NAVI, like, let's not sit here and be concerned about NAVI. This was the team that ended up 13-0ing Giant X on Split. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it could be so competitive.
It could be, but there are tells though, you know, with Koala moving to the Raze here. I think there have been instances where teams have maybe figured out how he likes to play, and Nats is not just giving a speech, I'm seeing he's going in. That's a very passionate speech he's given, and he needs to do that right now, because if Liquid lose, they go from one of the favorites out of the entire playoffs into missing the second event of the year, which is kind of catastrophic for them if they do.
I mean, yeah, as you see in the agent select, we've got the same comps coming through. Angel on the Fade, Xiao on the Astro is saying about how we wish it was just Switch. We just want to see Xiao on the reveals again. Like, it's the agents where he's tried and tested. He's arguably one of the best players in the world at Fade, at Sova, so...
And to go back to your point, Sue, about it being catastrophic, let's not forget Team Liquid made a roster change coming into Stage 1. You have all of the fans now looking at this team and thinking, you know, was this really necessary? Did this really need to be done? Especially now that they're playing for a lifeline to be able to make it to Masters Toronto.
And that was so fantastic yesterday. Maybe they need some of that magic, Pansy and Hypok, if they want to take us to a map 3.
They need a lot more than magic, if I'm being honest. They're going to need a lot to bring them back here, because it's the compounding problem, isn't it, Mike? Not only the map they just obviously dropped, but then you look at the one prior, you look at the series prior, the Fnatic series has to be on the forefront of our minds. NAVI obviously not in the same position. They got to sit back a little bit, not be in that same pressure moment. Now the question becomes, can they stand up to the pressure, or will they go down with just a whimper? Sit at one map to the good.
I was hoping another Nats pep talk has occurred in between maps here for Liquid to get back online. I mean, the major concern's got to be if NAVI, well, Ruxic and Xiao in particular, are able to mimic the same performance they had previously. So it almost felt like Xiao, the second coming of Xiao almost.
Yeah. Pressure times here. NAVI on the defending side, of course, that then meaning Liquid on the attack. And they need a couple of players to really wake up now.
Definitely do. Slow start here. Hala sent out on B main, but noting both players here. Kiko down to 53 HP already, trying to make the Sheriff work. Trade-off of damage, sure, but no harm.
ว่าถ้าไอ้เพนเชลมันเคลื่องมาแล้วไม่มีเสียงอะไรเลยแบบอยู่ดีก็ลอยมาเหมือนระเบิดไอ้เคาน์เตอร์ไม่จะเป็นเกี่ยวอย่างเที่ยเลยนะอยู่ดีลอยมาบุ้มแล้วก็ตายห่าไปเลย
Final piece there.
ฟาโลมันพยายามทำให้ทุกอย่างอะหลบง่าย
The regroup outside A
แต่
still
CS นี่
two
เนต
members
ลอย
of
มาไม่รู้
NAVI,
เรื่องอะ
Ruxic and Angel.
บางทีแม่งลอยมา2 ลูกเลยครับ
Complementary utility as well from Xiao. You see the pings coming through, the rotation already happening for NAVI.
แนทบอก
Look, with that
โอ้
Vice
คอม
Wall
ลื่น
untriggered.
เห็นไหมคอมลื่น
Utility's
อ่ะ
still in
เล่น
place.
ดีๆ
They
ดิ
can afford to do this. They can cheat the player over, tuck 2 on the site, leaving 1 towards heaven. That is
Gets
Shao with
ratty
a lot
from Angel.
on his shoulders, though.
30
Be careful
seconds
to not
left.
go down here. That would open up a lot of opportunity, but there's
Ui.
a lot of time
นี่ไง
left.
โดดเช็ค
And
ค
the
รับ
recheck
ถึงชีวิต
seemed a little
ในไซ
excessive
ส์สอง
there.
คน
Maybe could have let that go, but let's see if Navi can still hold here. Angel doing what he likes best. Rooksik joining in as well. Angel's fallen, so Rooksik isolated on the site, but finding fights against Nats. And now giving advantage over into this 2v2. Making a 2v1.
อุ้ย
Serial
ซีเรียส
out of nowhere. Claiming 3 at the end.
ซีเรียสมันเอาแล้วอะ
As well, a question mark if anybody else had
เมื่อกี้โดน
slipped
แนทสวดไปชุดหนึ่ง
the
ตื่น
net
เลย
and could pressure that. Serial finds 3 on the pistol. Beautifully done for Armin Rooksik. Tries his best in this situation. It's the
โอ้
follow
ย
up
นี่
here.
เกือบวางงานแล้วไอ้ลูซิกเนี่ย
Maybe just a little eager to find someone else because the spacing just a little bizarre here when it came down to the line from Navi. Like I said, they had the benefit of the
มีแม
clock
ป
as
3 แน่
well.
เลยว่ะพี่
Maybe throw 1 onto site,
มัน
contest
ไม่
the
น่าแพ้
plant,
2-0อ่ะ
especially with the player still safe in heaven.
Now Navi left without really the
ยิง
means
เช็คหน่อย
to
ไหม
challenge too
มุม
much,
ซ้อม
looking
อะ
for mistakes to
แต่ผมก็ชอบเลย
make
นะไอ้
something
พวก
out
แบ
of
บ
maybe
เรา
some
มีมุมซ้อม
trap
ของเรา
plays,
แล้วยิง
something
ทะ
to
ลุ
try and build through, but it does
ใน
come
พวก
back
รักไก่
towards 8. We do have 2 players waiting, a little bit of a forward position as well. So that would be, I believe, Rooksik and Koala Noob here. Rooksik left to his own devices, really. It looks like they're trying to maybe get something working
Yeah,
together, but they did
yeah,
dismantle that little bit of a stack towards ramp, but all
Oh.
players
I
drawn.
was going to say,
Right.
Camo on the other side of the map has actually slipped onto B
โอ้เรา
side.
มันโยกดิ
I think the steps may be drawing an extra body from Navi than you would have
Jadi, Mbak.
wanted.
ได้ยินหมดเลย
Do they clear him?
แต่ว่าไอ้ฮิลิควิดเรกเลี้ยวกลับน้ำไป
Oh no, Hero's got no idea. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, it got a little dangerous, but it's okay. And now they're here on time.
จริงๆ ถ้าได้ยิน
And
อย่าง
with
นี้
40 seconds, it
มัน
feels
พอ
like
เพื่อน
Liquid
โยก
want
กลั
to
บได้
commit. Hold
Yeah.
on, Angel's taking down Kiko.
นาวิโยกฟรี
Can
เลย
they
ผม
keep
บอก
this
เลย
correct? Can they keep this clean? It doesn't look like clean's the option
Yeah,
anymore.
อยาก
So
จะสู้อะ
1v2 begins, but
เดี๋ยวมันไม่ส
Shao
มศัก
only
ดิ์ศรี
has that classic.
อ๋อลืมไป
This position
คนคอมันเลือดนัก
should be
สู้
checked. It is, okay.
เลือดต้องสู้
Worried me a
กลับไป
moment
แล้ว
after we saw some of those corners not being checked on map 1, but now
ใช่ที่2-3 ต้อง
stability
ไป
in
คั
the
ดต่อที่
second.
1 เข้าเพลย์ออฟ
Reserved
เล
in
ย
terms of the purchase, so not necessarily a huge loss to Liquid. I think maybe only really losing out on the one
พอ
player
ได้
being
ยินเสีย
able
งซีที
to
มา 2-3
repurchase
ตัว
here
เนี่ย
in round 3.
ตัดแล้วเพื่อนยังอยู่ตรงกลางทางอยู่เลย
Yeah, the fact that
เดี๋ยว
Navi
เดียว
even
ได้
get bodies back here to B
Yeah.
with Camo in so early. So Navi looking to flood ahead of the plant coming in. So big win for them.
Cutting through.
Definitely looking better in terms of the round 3 inventory.
Time to
นี่
jump.
คือมันชงด้วยตัวเองเลย
Quite
นี่ห
clear
ว่า
in approach,
ดูรู้
really. Big test for Hero here. Don't know how long he wants to stick around on this site. It's already been taken through, not only by 1, but Kiko kind of supplementing that as well. So the fight back begins on ramp, but Kiko's
Okay.
appearance is
คุ้ม
divine.
เลยกิโก
Swings through the smoke and connects on 2. Leaving just Rooksik and
ว่า
Shao
ขึ้นไปตอนไหน
around.
วะ
Tough for them to break back in here. A 2v4
นาวีน่าจะว่าแม่งขึ้นไปตอนไหนวะเฮเว่น
stacked up, but everybody else looking pretty healthy. And an open plants are plenty of opportunities for Liquid here in the post plant. Shouts found a
Wait.
He's found a second.
How did he get 2? And now look
Fair,
at the final
right?
position.
Locked him out.
Nats has to adjust. You can see him. He knew what the
วาง
issue
ดาว
could
โดน
be.
ใช่ไหม
Dives up towards heaven early. Stall on the spike. Does Nats believe in it? It looks like he does for now, but he will have to make his hand known. Navi waiting, and Nats' patience is paramount. Shao doing everything he could. And time is going to be on their side for this defuse. But that got bloody
die,
close.
เหลือเชื่อปะ
See almost a little bit of split direction here
ตายไป 3 เหลือ
from
2
Liquid. Maybe not
But
even
we see.
anticipating the
ที่ชนะ
attempt
คือคี
being
โค
made.
คีโคตัดได้ห้ามตายอ่ะตายแพ้เลย
Stacked up to potentially trade on elbow, but
ตรงละ
One enemy
yeah, the
remaining.
second swing. That's why this one falls
มันไม่สามารถใช้ดูด
apart a little
2 ครั้ง
bit for
ได้เหรอ
Liquid.
พี่ต้า
ไม่ได้
I
มัน
think
จะมี
maybe,
คูลดาวน์
yeah,
ของแต่
the
ละสกิล
surprise
ใช่
of
ไหม
Koala's
ใช่
face probably indicative of
ต้องสตาร์ทกระโดด
expected to play for a couple of exits, maybe. It's a round win nonetheless. The first on the board for Navi here on Split.
It looks repetitive. Liquid looking to exploit the same sort of thing. Does Koala Noob get any sort of success from up here? A lot of bodies to play up against if they further this Inquisition. This time though, one player split from the rest. But they're looking for a brawl here, and Koala Noob up to the challenge. Great shot on the second, and NAVI this time willing to take the fight. They find so much value.
หมดเลย
ดีๆก็เจ๋ง
That crunch on ramp. I think Liquid almost anticipating they would have the upper hand, but this time around, Navi dig a little deeper. The re-clearance was perfect, and Koala Noob getting back to back.
Beauties there.
Yeah,
Control on the
the
second. That's
discipline
nice.
ahead of the paint shell.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Beautiful.
Cool, calm, and collected from Navi here to find their second. Reset Liquid. Barring the showstopper, should feel like the third.
Toxins going up.
Kiko has anything to say about it. Bit of a switch up here on the Chico. Hero got to be careful. Rook's on the other side of this, but you see, maybe he was considering actually. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, hungry to a little bit of a glance through that smoke. We know someone's watching though. It is Nats. Big shot from Nats.
Big
A bit of a
upgrade as
drive-by, yeah, that could be
Oi,
some
Nats.
seconds. Come on, how's he getting to there?
Ui.
Oh, and Kiko's gonna find Shao. Hold on, it's on Hero to hold the site. He's surrounded on multiple fronts. He's still got the wall to play from, but this just forces them forward. Found by Nats, putting it on the cape and becoming the hero they need. We ask a lot of him because he seems to be able to deliver those moments. But Koala Noob was clean before. A different scenario now, certainly not like what we saw on ramp. In a 1v3, feels like a fated Nats round. Hard to face off against full util as well, still to play in with, but
Yeah, I think he's
the door's shutting.
thinking better of it.
Oh, Nats, what a round to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want from your leader. Here, facing elimination. A map 1 loss. Dismantling this anti-eco from Navi. You see, straight away there, even after the first, you almost expect Kiko looking for something with a showstopper. The second comes through. All eyes on B side, get it in there. I mean, even tagging Hero down to 40 HP, I believe. Unlucky not to get the double.
Very nice. Pay safe card thrifty there. They'll be happy with that one. And I'm sure we'll have the replay on this. Yeah. There it was. It was the
Clumsy on the first, that's it, yeah.
Oh.
Angel.
3 down.
Fancied his
แม่งงง
chances
เลย
on the
กู
road.
ด้วยเหรอ
Punished. Actually, look at that. It's Liquid up to another 2 ultimates, only 1 away from serials as well. So great position to be in. Navi looking pretty flush as well in terms of this cycle.
Bring them down.
Liquid going to give up exploring towards A for the next few rounds.
My Potter broke.
So now there's B hold now.
I'll handle
We're going to be able to find a ton of information here though.
See how they couple the utility with this though, right? You're looking at the ult coming in now. He can come out of this completely unscathed. I say that. Yeah, should catch Angel on the back way. Doesn't actually get
เอาแล้วตายด้วย
Let's Koala Noob dives forward himself.
Nobody else is here.
He's backfilled the space. They didn't take the
เจ๊งเลย
space of that.
เจ๊งเลยทีนี้
What stalled them out?
Is it
ไม่
maybe
แล้
the
วตอน
paint
ที่
shell
ไอ้
for
นั่นถอย
Koala
มันไม่
Noob?
มีคนตามเข้าใส่อะ
That maybe keep them
มันติดวอลติดหนามปะ
yeah.
ติดหนามใช่ไหม
Wow.
แต่โยรู้มันโดนเนิร์ฟแล้วเนี่ยไอ้
That's
แผ่
a
นเนี่ย
frustrating one. A lot was set in motion for that. Natch, yeah, slipped the net, but we know that Hero
แล้วเลย
is
หมด
still
ไว
out towards that A site.
So being now with
Ow.
I was going to say Liquid can find a kill in
เจอ
mid.
ช็อตแบบนี้
They found 2.
นี่ไงมาแล้ว
And Koala will fall.
The Promethean figure at these sort of lurks here, Nats. Progenitor of it almost. Gonna slow down Hero's rotation. By the time, he's causing all eyes to turn towards him. So it's left on the other three.
เน็ตแม่ง
They're
หาย
coming towards this. Is this a mistake? No, they've turned tail
หนาบอก
again.
คือเราคิดว่ากูกลัวปะล่ะ
They looked hesitant. And this could be their downfall. Shao's still here. Not giving away the game. Oh, clean! Couldn't get the spray in the end. It was a bit shaky at the start, but the correction came through. But down to the 2v2. Zero trying to defend, he falls. Leaving just
นี่
Panatic
ก็ไม่
alive
เดิน
for
ต่อแล้ว
1v2 now.
เป็นไง
Maybe misreading the space
น้าบอกแล้ว
between these
คิด
two
ว่ากู
Navi
กลัว
players
เมื่อไหร่
but
เนี่ย
now
มันตัวติ
Panatic called upon. A 1v2 required.
He's got the haunt, he's got the seize. He's got a barrel out of place. Follows it up well.
That's caught.
Absolutely has. Haunt to the right. Gets the ping. And now he knows what the sound of the song is. Liquid
เจ
again.
ตนาให้เม็ดเดียวเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องแล้วเลย
Against them so often, and they come out with miracles.
We said he didn't have a chance to get anything done in map 1, but Patitek
ไม่
delivering
เล่น
here
เอาไม่ลงได้
for
ไงตัวนั้น
Liquid.
อะ
Beautiful 1v2. Isolates Hero. Punishes Angel with the C's.
จริงๆมันน่าจะออกพร้อมกันนะเมื่อกี้
A
ซ้ายขวา
brilliant recovery really around that
คน
looked
หนึ่ง
like was
พลิ
going
ก
to
ซ้าย
slip
คน
through
ขวาเลือดตายคู่เลยทั้งนั้น
I was worried about that hesitation almost.
Nice, Patrick. Good job.
That look towards A when the pick came up, they're like, oh, maybe
Yeah,
this is it.
Nat's desperately trying to orchestrate something there.
Nat วางงาน
Again, you
เหรอ
can't
เนี่ย
really blame him for the pit. Angel,
No, 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 no.
a little bold in the swing in, but
ตัวสกินไม่ตาย
would
เป็น
you
เรื่
have
อง
it
เลย
any other way from Angel?
That is true.
Maybe a timeout here for Navi to take stock. These first 6 rounds. Not necessarily a huge concern just yet. Perch is going to be a little shaky here entering round 7.
Again, it does feel like a lot of these have been coming down to that mid-rounding, right? That kind of like once that first move gets made, it's the reaction that comes in. Again, I was question marking that start really when we saw that ult coming through and then that pause, that little bit of doubt with Liquid almost it felt like there in moments, but back on track at this 4-2. Hard 4-4 though, Navi still very much within this touching distance. That has been a while. What can they make of a Bucky, a Vandal, and a couple of pistols? They get down and dirty.
Ultimates are there though. Hero 1 away. This could be huge in an anti-eco for Navi if they get the upper hand. The showstopper being the one that really
ยิงเร็วมาก
could get something happening. Angel kicking himself for that one.
Perilous
อันนี้แพ้กลับบ้านเลยครับ
but not what you're after, but this.
อย่านะมึงเห็นไหมเขาหลามบ้องเบลเลอร์เลยเข้าไปเนี่ย
Rooks are given a chance here.
ไม่ถูกใจเลยปืนมันแต่มันดูไม่มีแววจะเข้าเลย
I mean, yeah, if
ต่างที่
Koala
กำแพง
kind
ขนา
of
ดนี้
takes contact here, even at distance.
I didn't even see this. Can't even find the right
แต่
button.
เขารู้ตำแหน่งหมดแล้วนี่ดันมาขนาดนี้
Closing in. Okay, gets cleared. Serial really heads up work.
คนละเอียด
Checking corners. Koala Noob
นี่
next to
นี่
full.
ก็คนละเอียดงั้น
Nats must have seen something there, but it wasn't much. And now the flank becomes somewhat irrelevant, doesn't it?
They get to the reveal inside the smoke.
เฮ้ย
Shot
เกือบ
from
นะ
Hero, but doesn't find the kill. Now it's just left
เอา
on
มันตี
Shao.
รู้กันรัวๆเลย
That's able to retrieve the orb as well. Yeah, maybe anticipating.
เฮ้ยมันเห็น
Spots him, yes.
เนี่ย
Beautiful
นี่
round
คือวิธีดูมันเหรอ
from Nats, the in zone flawless.
มันโดดเพื่อให้ดูข้างหลังไอ้เนี่ยแหละ
Almost mechanical in
Yeah.
that approach.
รู้มากเลยนะ
Really crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and it was just a pixel shown, but heads up work from Serial, and bloody hell, Nats.
Belly
Fair
and
play.
kneecap showing from Koala Noob.
Yeah, on it. Absolutely on it.
Nats bouncing back, punished a little bit, bullied on Icebox
Yes.
in some of those early
บุกได้
rounds.
เยอะดีว่ะ
And this is his
มัน
kingdom,
อัปเกรด
right?
ของ
This is his map. This
ก
is
ระบอก
the one
ใหญ่
that kind of put him there in a lot of people's eyes. Those lurks, so notorious. And now with the
ช่วงนี้แนทไม่เลิ
operator,
กเหรอสงสัยโดนจับทางได้
not
เปลี่ยนบ้าง อย่างเงี้ยดีนะ คนอื่นมันยังกลัว
underestimated.
มึงเล่นกันแบบหลอนเลย
Backside op
รู้ว่าแนทจะเล่นอย่างเงี้ย
to lead them through. Shao, are you prepared?
เจอลิควิดปุ๊บมีชื่อแนทปุ๊บแนทไม่เลิกอี
Help
ทีม
on
เสีย
the way,
ระบบ
but for
เลย
now he stands alone. Good on the first and tries to deny any follow-up.
Shao.
Denies the spacing or trading. All gonna come through and it's a blind send.
Wap
Guano
ไม่
gets
ทัน
his
เกิน
connection on towards
แอต
Camo.
ต้ามัน
And
เล่น
now
อย่างนี้ได้
inside
นะ
down
เอา
to
ตัวรอด
3.
ได้
Brooks now looking for something on ramp, but it's actually the trade from Angel. Nats will negate that though.
And we're down to a 2v3. It becomes doable, right? Serial's got ult here. This ain't over. Hero's got to stand tall here. Beat the denier of the space. He holds the side of this map well.
แนทแบบวิ่ง
Now
ไม่สน
putting
โลก
Serial in a world of trouble.
Have to try and recover a 1v3. Hero shows his hand. There's a little bit of a gap here. Space shell coming through. Everything being thrown at him. Navi, confidence to close this one out. Bringing it within 2 now. Still, plenty of ultimates available. Even with the showstopper being invested here. I think as well, yeah, Nats and Serial maybe now another 5 to 10 seconds potentially to sniff out Hero, but credit where credit's due.
Blinding crack.
He said, yeah, still the Cosmic Divide. Hero still got his ultimate, 2 away for Angel.
Launching thorn.
Cover going on. An advantage here for NAVI. So still 3 members of Liquid looking fairly flush financially. Chip away at this lead.
Be cautious now. A lot of util put to try and pry out these sort of positions, pressuring towards middle. A little bit of an exchange, but a very long-held 1-3-1. That's now joining.
Ton of time burnt up by these smokes in mid. Liquid. Reinforced behind it though. Koala Noob got to be careful. Looking for a pixel potentially. Won't be giving it.
Yeah, they're there though. Boombot should show it, and they're speeding up off that. The flash almost kind of denying the springboard off the back. So they get stalled out towards heaven.
Still a full 5v5 though. Members of NAVI tucking in.
God.
That's the ultimate from Hero, going to slow things down even further.
And they came equipped, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to make it work.
30 seconds left.
Shorty locked in here. That's looking like it's perfect range towards Rusick. 25 seconds now. Got to get a wiggle on here. And this site is deadly. Shao showing why. With one quick pick, but it's down to a 3v2. Liquid still with the numbers. Oh, big from Serial. It was a bold approach.
ได้ไงวะเราเนี่ย
Like
ง
should
ง
be
ว่ะ
collected here.
10 seconds
ทุก
left.
อย่างมันเกิดขึ้นหมดเนี่ยดูดีกว่านะเองจะโยกมาคือมันต้องระแวงหลังจัด
Spike planted.
How are you going to get all 3?
That's down to 30 HP. Kiko tagged to 74, but Paint Shell will slow things down. Still got the showstopper as well. It's a tall order from the veteran IGL here.
ปลอบใจว่ะนะ
Yeah,
ได้ดีกว่า
maybe no shot at this.
Time to walk this one away. And it feels scrappy this game, Mike. It feels like every
Yeah.
time we had a late round then, couple of ults almost swinging it against Liquid. Doing well to survive through that though. Seeing that come from Hero.
เปล่าเนี่ยตั้งแต่
Well,
ฮีโร่อันติ
it's
ผมโดน
rough
ติดหนัง
because I think
ไล่คาโม
Koala
ตาย
Noob's eyes are
ผม
actually
นึก
trained
ว่าลิ
up
ควิดจะ
towards
โดนแล้ว
heaven. He's the last one holding down B
แล้วมันไป
main.
ซ่อมกันตอนไหนก็
Serial,
ไม่
the only member of Liquid there. So that's the key engagement. That's where this kind of crumbles for NAVI. You can see them tucking into very deep, kind of ratty positions around the pillar. So yeah, just off the backside of that, as Serial finally comes out of the smoke.
It seems like quiet focus really among Liquid. Like a step-by-step
หาโม
affair.
ไม่เอาเล
Probably
ย
a
ตอน
wake-up
นี้
call after map 1.
มงเดียวเลย
It's not like this is getting easier. NAVI is still being nasty. Those 3 rounds sat by them.
Bit deep.
And obviously the map in the first. Now a broken bite. What can NAVI do with it? The other side for Liquid, a decent purchase. Complemented by these ults now, sat favorably in their pocket. And not far away from Padatex, which I imagine he'll be getting pretty soon.
นะบอกเว้ยไม่เจอว่ะหน้าเอ
Lining
นะ
up for a chance
เราลองปล่อย
towards
สัก
middle.
ตาไหม
Camo halfway
ไม่
there.
ต้องไป
Nat's
กลัวมัน
not a million miles away.
ตอนนี้มันจะรู้ตัวอย่างว่าแนทไม่ได้แนทอยู่กับ
NAVI
เพื่อนตลอด
have
เล
to
ย
wait and watch in this one, as it's all eyes towards mid.
Yeah.
น่าจะรู้ตัวแล้วไม่มีใครปล่อยเอแล้วเห็นนะ
Given this freedom previously. Now looking to capitalize on that. Showstopper popped as well to follow this Prowler through. Doesn't
งงไปหมด
catch.
ที่อยู่ที่ไหนวะเนี่ย
Blinded Kiko. Can he find anything?
So this might fizzle out, just a blind send. Doesn't get what he wanted, but it's Nas to find Koala Noob. Pressure on the backside now. Hero outnumbered, but somehow Padatek didn't turn in that. Maybe dead set on watching CT push up. But it's Angel really to be the danger man here. Still with that Vandal. Shoulder to shoulder. 2 veterans, Angel wins it. Rifle drop all online. That should connect at least 2.
Mark 2.
Not the third though. Serial still unaffected. Comes back in and denies Angel a step forward. The rifle in Shao's hands now. Drop towards
อัน
him.
แน่
Attempt to
ว้า
make,
มา
but
ยังจะ
attempt
เฮเล
is
ติก
not
ใส่
enough. Liquid
จะ
digging
ทำแบบ
in
พี่บู
now.
Up to 7. Definitely building upon those early successes. You said the ultimates looking very, very healthy for Liquid now with the upper hand in terms of the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Koala though. Shao still sitting on the Cosmic Divide.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you're right. It's, even here on the player react, it's very calm in the Liquid camp right now. A big
ระหว่าง
positive
ซีเรียล
considering
กับ
that map on performance.
สักเจสพี่ให้ใคร
felt a little
ใครโหด
shaky.
กว่ากั
The
น
confidence was definitely something we were noting.
ให้ซีเรียลดิ
Some of the replays.
ทำไมอะพี่ไม่มั่นใจในสักเจสเลยมันเก็บเอทเลยนะ
That pep talk from Nats paying off here.
Last time around we saw this kind of stack up towards ramp. It worked really well actually for Navi. Koala trying to wait as long as he can.
Wow.
Facilitating the swing from Ruxic, who's not finding the shot he needs. So Camo's victory there opens up the green light to take towards A.
ทำไมมันดูการลิควิดยากอะ
Satchel doesn't actually get up onto rafters though. Site cleared out with the ultimate. They're going to know nobody else is here, so how do they adjust?
But they're close by Heaven, right? Navi have a lot of bodies up here early. The ult gonna come in on top as well. Liquid diving into it, finding their safety, but
ไม่ไปเล่นในพิษหมดแต่ว่าบอมต้องวางข้างนอก
Yeah, it's really good. Koala gonna find Camo. The hindrance is made. The opportunity gathered. Time to try and get close towards site, and no one can really see the spike easily. This is a tricky position to play from. A 1-for-1 trade, keeping it a 3v3. Nat still defending, still looking, still holding. Hero on the trade. Back and forth we go. Now the pressure's starting to mount. The play through from Hero, leaving just Serial alive. And it looks like he's done enough here. The time
พี่เฉาไม่ทันพี่เฉา
truly
ยัง
starting to deplete.
ยังระแวงหลังอยู่
Has to bow away.
A really tough spot for Nats to be in. Gives up the pit.
ผมว่ามันเล่นระแวงหลังกันจัดเลย
Knowing they have the late round pieces here
ยังตีอยู่ดู
in
ครับ
that post plant. Red Bull clutch here from Serial. And Koala Noob and Angel just almost can't sync up here.
Nice, good job.
ถ้ามันกำลังมองได้อยู่เลยแล้วแม่งพีกไปยิงให้หาย
You almost want a little more energy in there.
A little dash, but maybe just
The best of both worlds, please.
I mean, maybe they just need to see it as business as usual, right? Remove that pressure. Look, Liquid have a reputation for a couple of moments in high-pressure games. Maybe upon the past. But for now, we focus on what could be the future here. Camo looking for the commitment, trying to find his corner to play from, and he's got it here.
โอ้โหอร่อย
It's Camo! Perfect play off the divide. Gorgeous.
อร่อยเสมอ
Ruxic
ครับ
tries to make a stand, but Liquid power on
อร่อย
forward.
จัด
Leaving Koala Noob a mile away with
คือ
an
ต้องรีบดู
operator
เลยอ่ะทีหลังอ่ะ
that he has to
ถ้าเจอ
bring in
ไอเตีย
now.
ตา
Well, best operator in the region. What can you do in a 1v4 here?
Well, that's a start.
First found.
That's a double stack towards Heaven.
Yeah.
My God, he's trying it.
ยาวช็อตตีไปยิง
Trying
เขา
is not enough.
เหลือเชื่อ
9-3 Mike. Liquid look like they found a way back.
3 แบบแล้วครับ ตีไปขนาดนี้
ลิควิดไม่ใช่ทีมที่แม่งจะกันไม่ค่อยอยู่ ไม่น่าปล่อยกันนะแล้วยิงเอมคมๆด้วยฟังกัน ต้องมีได้บ้างอะสัก2-3 ราวยังต่ำ ฉี่นึงนะแชททำไมนอนดึกกันจังหลอนแนทจัดอะ
when they need it most.
Time to jump.
See the loss to Fnatic. Bitter, but outside of
ตอนนี้
that,
ทรงน่าจะ BBL
many
นะ
hiccups along the way on split. This composition has been definitely a note of comfort for them. Very early piece here from NAVI towards B. Way ahead of the utility. Kiko finally puts Koala to bed.
Oh, look at this util. There's no access here. And it ain't even just Nats, it was a team effort. Angel going back to spawn.
อะไรเกิดขึ้นได้ครับผมถ้ามีน้าแอง
Well, they're going to fake the steps and
ตัดมาแล้ว
please force Liquid to consider the possibility towards mid. Now spotted out Kiko.
Do you believe in the Angel 1v3?
Well, today. He's against 3 ghosts though.
Tricky. He's got a horn.
He's got a shield.
That's what I'm saying. We doubting Angel after what he's done?
Well, does Patek know actually the drift all the way? Yeah, no, he does, yeah.
Yes, Angel's not very quiet.
Oh.
Angel's quite loud, actually.
30
All
seconds
good.
left.
No, you know what? How dare I doubt him after map 1. Angel here. Hellraiser from map 1. The 1v3. Position noted, but it's fine. It's Angel. Oh god, the Prowler 2 is not looking good. And he's got to stop the defuse at some point. He doesn't want to. Do you know what? Have it. I don't even want it. Nats is going to find him in the end. It's 10 bound quickly
อะไร
for
เยอะแยะ
Liquid.
ไปหมดเลยเนี่ยยิงไม่ทัน
Crunch outside B maining, allowing Koala in with the satchels. So luckily picked off at the perfect time here for the crunch on the gravity well.
One enemy remaining.
Bread and butter set up from Team Liquid will give them their 10th.
Don't you give it to me.
เฮ้ยอย่าทำงี้กันนะโอ้โห
Did you on that one? That's a bold maneuver, Patek.
ปฏิเทค
Brother, you're 1 kill above him.
I was going to say,
เราเล่นเกือบ15 คนก็ได้เกม
do not poke the beast.
มันทำอะไร
ผมกัน
Get him, Angel.
ตะโกนเลยใส่
We do
น้ำ
have
มึ
a
ง
force up coming out from Navi.
Trying to make these stingers work in round 2. I think as well that's why you see Liquid fully investing here. As you know that on double digits, Navi's hand potentially forced. Still on the attacking side.
Here we go. It's going to get a little bit dangerous. You woke up Angel and he's found a reply. Shao picking up the mantle as well. Patek. Now you don't want to make this look silly, do
โดน
you?
ฟอร์สบายใช่ไหม
Serial by your side.
No way they anticipated being here though.
Whoa, that's big.
เชี่ย เชี่ย
Here we go.
ยิงมันเป็นท่อมเลยน้อง
Give it large of the 3 there.
Oh my
That could
God,
be
แม่งตะโก
really
นแน่
signing it.
มันยิงง่ายขนาดนั้นเลยไอ้สเปก
3
เตอร์
Navi can't get off the starting blocks.
นี่ส่งตาหวานให้ซีเรียล
Across the Nats is holding in laughter as well. Beautifully done. It didn't quite
เดี๋ยว
catch the
ไอ้
time.
เมื่อกี้อะไรอะ
Patek, like I said,
มัน
there's
อยู่
no
ไปคือมึง
way
สลิงมันยิงหัว
Navi would expect him to be here. And the backstab, beautiful
ทำเอาอีกเหรอ
to find the 11th.
จะทำให้มันยากใช่ไหมไปเล่น Ascent ดีกว่า
Navi, a pause for thought here. Obviously going to see the reinvestment.
Maybe we just need Spectres. We're not allowed Stingers. Maybe we get Spectres. Could that be our thing?
I mean, that is it's, yeah,
Really trying.
clutching at straws, yeah.
Trying.
Scraping the barrel.
EMEA. Before I get in trouble. Navi with 3. What are we doing here? What's the game plan, Mike?
Well,
game plan.
I mean,
You're on the comms.
The benefit being that, see, there was blood drawn on the side of Liquid, but and no surprises to see the investment coming back in. Navi want to make the best they can to hold Liquid at 11. It's a long road back in here. Actually, 6 rounds unanswered across the half as well. Rough here, looks as if Navi may be going to have a look towards mid on the other side of things. Liquid already positioned. Yeah, so we'll get this poison orb down.
Rip and tear.
So Navi technically have the better buy.
Yeah.
And well, that was
Exactly.
wasting a kill. It was quickly quelled. But at least we got one. Oh, Kiko, how's it looking for you? Not bad. All right, here we go. This shouldn't be the round the Liquid continue their pathing on. This is Bulldogs up against Stingers and Sheriffs, but it is a 3v3.
ไม่ชนะปืน
Looking
กา
to
ก
make
อย่างนั้น
his
นะ
work once again.
อีกคนชนะ
Serial potentially
ไม่ปืน
ไม่ดีอีโค
curious outside
อีก
B.
ทีมแพ้ฟอร์ส
Not rewarded for it though. Ruxic will shut him down.
แต่ต้องฟอร์สแหละมัน
Paranoia
ลิควิดจะขึ้น
in the
11
back lines here for
Where's the
NAVI
song?
that somebody else has found their way into spawn. Chance though, potentially for Camo to find a weapon.
ยาวนานมากวันเนี้ย
Taking the talk.
ปวดขมับ
นะ
มาก
ครับแฮปปี้มาโค้ดให้นาวี
And you love an RV's ground.
Longest route possible to A site.
Double back through spawn.
Now let's go B.
Run it back.
30
แอด
seconds
เซนพี่ให้ใครระหว่างนาวีกับลิควิด
ก็ส่งนี้ก็
Plant here. This
Oh,
time,
oh,
Patek
Liquid
not going
bah.
to get the same sort of positioning he did before. Going to have to play a little bit more standardized. But all three are on the side. He's got haunts, he's got seizures, he's got proud, he's got the whole shebang. He ain't used one of them yet. But Rook's going to get contact, and Patek slipped close. And why is no one watching him? Finally, they catch him as Navi.
ถ้าเฉาช้ากว่า
I don't
นี้
say
อีกเซี่ยววี
stability,
นะเป็น
but a
เรื่อง
step
นะ
back.
Probably, and obviously with the force purchase coming in, Liquid actually riding that one out in terms of the weaponry they had. We'll come back into this now with a purchase. Probably going to be some gaps.
One enemy remaining.
Lucky, I mean, actually, lucky Shao even catches Batisek when he does.
Boys, we can do this. Let's go.
A believer.
He's definitely been quieter today, though.
Yeah, he's been giving it up until now. I need a little fire.
นี่แหละไอ้คาโม
80บอกตอนแรก
One way to start it out for Camo though. Rooksik's gone, which makes things quite difficult. Fortunately for them, they still have Shao to provide some smokes if they need it, but certainly makes things trickier. God, Hero.
โดนเฉย
ภาพชีวิต
เหลือ3โอ้โหเหลือ3ครึ่งครับตอนนี้ 3.1 ด้วย
Following the footsteps, the traditional footsteps of Angel here. We're up mid. Nats back off the angle now by this pressure.
อุ้ยเอาพันเซนคาไว้ตรงนี้เลยเหรอบ้าจัด
Draws out a star though. No
เบรกเกมเสิร์ฟ
real threat developing.
เอากันคนเข้าไวปล่อยตรงกลางไป
เจ
เล
อย ปุ๊บเปิดพอต้องข่าวจบเลย
Angel in the 1v2 up towards heaven.
Rest of Navi huddled into B main now. Try and find something serial here.
เล่นไม่เหมือนใครดีวะ
Oh, that could be lethal.
อุ้ย
Oh! Apparently it's fatal instead. Ooh.
อุ้ยเนต
A bold maneuver,
Oh,
and at the same time a
ยังมี
paint
เนต
shot
ลูก
kill
นึง
does come in as well. Koala Noob going down, leaving Hero, who's already damaged, pretty much dead and buried.
ไม่งเนตไป
Kiko
3 ลูก
confirms it as Liquid make it up to 12.
Beautiful stuff from Liquid to readjust here. Navi still feeling the pinch of this next purchase. The timing's perfect as well. Kiko to find that kill, get the reset on the paint shell.
ท็อปปิ้งเลย
Get the third in hand after the round concludes. Showstopper available for him now. Patitek 2 away, Nats 2 away as well. Navi almost feeling like they're going to run it down towards A here, see what sticks. Slow start, actually, in Koala Noob gets ahead of Camo. Finds an angle he wasn't anticipating.
Oh, but Patitek starting to do a lot of damage, really. The C's nicely timed too, just in case anyone tried to slip sight, but Ruksik taking the express pass. Is the plant going to come down? And I'm looking at the reposition.
But they can't huddle into sight here with the showstopper. Still got a paint shell. Angel disconnected. 61 HP as well.
นาแบบเรานาวีโคตรระแวงหลังอะดันเนี่ย
Chilling out now. Kiko, away we go.
แนทแม่งเล่นคุ้ม
Doesn't
เลย
look very accessible.
ไม่ต้องอะไรกับ
Probably
เพื่อน
don't
เล
want
ย
to go through there, but he's actually got a way forward. He's only down to 77, still very doable. Maybe a chip damage at best, but a 3v3. Good work from Hero and Ruksik in unison. Nats and Kiko, though, finding their replies. Just down to Ruksik here. This has been a one-sided affair, no two ways to put it. Can Ruksik hold on? Or is this one closed out? You're going to have to challenge at some point. Boys, a nice try. But nice is not nice enough. 13-4, Team Liquid.
ไปกันเถอะไม่ถือว่าไอ้นี่อยู่นะ
ถ้าทรงนี้ลิควิด ตื่นแล้วเหลือคาโมดคน
ยิมนอนดึกจนชินแล้วเหรอใช่ครับผมเป็นคนคิดมากเลยนอนดึก
ไม่ขาดครับ แต่เพื่อรีบขิดครับยืนยันคำเดิม
นอนสั
จะ
ก
มี
ไอ้
เสีย
นี่
ข
แห
วั
ละ
ญ
ครับ
ไปบ้างแบบแรก
นอนสักแบบประมา
ไป
ณ
รีบขิด2 มื้อ
ตี 5-6 โมงพรุ่งนี้ผมไม่มีแข่งเนี่ยผมว่าจะนั่งทำนู่นนี่นั่นไปครับทำในสิ่งที่อยากทำอยากจะทำอะไรลงช่องบ้างอะครับ มันก็เดี๋ยวหน่อย
The only thing we need to do on the server, we just need to move as a pack actually. They're only better because we give this unnecessary 1v1.
แนทบอกว่า เอ้ยจำได้ไหมที่เราไปไทยอ่ะก๋วยเตี๋ยวร้านตรงข้ามมันโคตรอร่อย โอ้โหอร่อยเด็ดมาก คิดแล้วอยากจะกลับไปกินอีกครั้ง แต่จริงๆอ่ะ มันไม่ได้อยู่ตรงข้าม มันอยู่ในห้างเว้ยกูจำผิด มันอยู่ในซุ้มวาโลใช่ มันคือก๋วยเตี๋ยวอะไรไม่รู้น้ำดำๆน้ำตกหรือเปล่าไม่รู้คิดว่าถ้ามีโอกาสจะได้ไปกินอีกครั้ง แต่ไม่รู้ว่าที่โตรอนโตจะมีไหม เพราะฉะนั้นเราจะแพ้ไม่ได้ เราต้องไปหาก๋วยเตี๋ยวที่โตรอนโตกินอีกครั้ง อาจจะมีเหมือนแบงคอก อาจจะมีแค่คนละสูตร แต่พลาดเหมือนกันนะ ตอนนี้เราไปมาสเตอร์อยากเจอพี่แนทสักครั้งวะไม่เจอเลย เจอทุกคนยกเว้นแนท
ลิควิดเลือกสเปซนาวิเลือกฝั่งนาวิน่าจะเลือกฝั่งก่อนมั้งใช่ปะ
คุริฟายอย่างนี้เอาของเราไปแข่งกับกู้จีนฮะมันคนละไอ้นี่หรือเปล่า แล้วมันจะไม่มีทารอนได้ไงงง ไม่แข่งอะทารอนไม่ไปอะ
Not the composition. Oh, we're gonna get it. The mirror, but just Koala Noob on that Yoru and
คาโมเจ็ดไม่มีเดดล็อกทั้งคู่เลยวะเอาเรื่อง
เหมือนกันเปลี่ยนแค่ดูเอล
favored on defense. On defense, you can basically
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาเลิกใช้ KO กันแล้วเหรอเนี่ยขนาดบัฟมาเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวว่าแต่เคโอเลยโซวาดีกว่า
โซว่าที่เห็นใช้บ่อยๆมีไอกุชชี่เนี่ย
เดี๋ยวก็น่าจะกลับมาแล้วพอเนิร์ฟเทโจอ่ะ
having the edge and the upper hand from the defense right off the bat might end up being very expensive for Navi.
Well, we're destined for a great series back-to-back 2 days, but let's see if this time around Pansy and Hypog Liquid have what it takes to close it out.
And isn't that the big question? Do they have what it takes to close it out? Map 1 to Map 2 feels night and day, Mike. I mean, yes, Map 1 did get close, but it looked bizarre. It didn't feel right. Map 2 still very stoic, very, looking like Marcus Aurelius out here sort of thing. It was pure stoicism throughout. No smiles, no getting amped up. It was business. But in Map, what do we get
to define the two? ต่างอื่นใช่
Liquid previously showing Ascent once the same as Navi. Now that I find very hard to believe with the two teams we see playing today, but
damn,
sure, okay.
Watching this,
obviously thinking back, Navi didn't really have much of a say on split at all. Well, Liquid can ride that wave now on the deciding map. Kicking things off on the defensive side. And eyes go towards Koala Noob as well as Hero previously. The saving grace really for Navi. Trying to make the Sheriff work. Actually, Rubsik alongside punished here. Cameron's looking to close the gap.
Yeah, Hop skipping a jump straight over Angel and Shao going to catch these guys in the heels. There was a temptation to turn, but now they've got to focus forwards. Is Koala Noob already going to punish one? Bit of a trade out for Serial though, and they keep a man to the good now. Plant should be next on the horizon.
Towards heaven. Shao will be careful here. Actually, yeah, drifting right into this crossfire. Not expecting that at all. Again, the bounce will be indicative for Serial.
Dung.
Ooh, he got messy. I didn't like the end, but I like the start though, Mike. What an explosive beginning.
Liquid getting the first on the board here. On the attack, talking about the previous showing as well. Do not forget BBL performance. Definitely going to be in the back of Navi's mind as well.
ถ้าปืนนี้แบบว่ารอดอยู่ถึงราว3แม่งเหมือนบังคับฝั่งข้าไม่ซื้อก่อนเต็มเลยแล้วใช้ปืนแบบไม่ใช่แวนดอลแฟนทอมอ่ะ
Yeah, Liquid with a very quick response here up short. Isolate two players actually with Sheriffs.
A whole lot of Sheriffs came out.
A lot of body shot going on as well.
เอารอเนี่ย
Not what you want to see when you invest that way.
เฮ้ยโหตรงกลางแม่งพร้อมที่จะต้อนรับคุณ
Whole
เผลอเดินเข้าไปเลยนะถึงแก่ความตายเลยนะ
โป่งแตกอ่ะดูดิ
This looks like a no fun round.
ถ้าเปลี่ยนเป็นไอซีเรียลโยนแห่เข้าไปแล้วจะหลวดตาม
ถ้าเอทีอย่างนี้จบแล้ว
The protagonist in that regard.
โดนไม่เจอเลย
I think he's going to be played in here necessarily.
Nats. Hello. Oh dear. Farming him up.
อุ้ย
Hero.
Immediate headshot in response though. Aztec looking.
สงสัยพอดี
Bailing out, but punished.
เขาทำอะไรกัน
What
วะ
a shot from Hero. I mean, it doesn't give them a chance. It certainly adds a bit of a question mark because of this. The
มี
layering
คนมา
to it.
ต้อนรับเน็ต
Again, it's brought some players back, but they can't really speed up forward towards the side. Door's still shut.
เมื่อ
Salvo's
กี้
there.
นะเอ
They
งโด
can
นโบกร
burst
ถ
through this.
ไอ้ไม่ใช่ไอ้ลู
Run
ซิก
in main too.
We're going to remove the wall. Angel played in here.
Time. Time.
โอ้ยใจถึงเกิน
Time. Guys.
I almost didn't believe that was going to happen, even when it was still happening. The Southpost completely cutting off the space to close
อย่างวะ
back onto the spike.
ไปไม่ต้อง
And
ไปหร
it's
อก
just Kiko
โดน
left
โต้
to
อะ
try and recover things.
ติดตลก
A massive loss here.
Well, this was probably the most thrilling part of the round.
I mean, even there, we saw it from an awkward angle here, but I thought there was a chance where Camo can at least get onto the angle.
ลิควิดครับลิควิด
Well, any momentum you could say carried across from map 2, stripped away here. The start of the deciding
เมื่อ
map.
กี้ใครวิ่งไปยัดประตูอะเที่ยวใช่ไหม
Kiko
ที่ถือเชอรี่อะ
with a rifle in
ไม่
hand
รู้
now,
น่าจะ
Sheriff
ใช่
and a ghost
นั่นแหละ
to round
คน
this
นั้นแหละ
out.
ติด
Looks
ต
like
ลกอ่ะ
paranoia, but didn't actually garner anything on the back of it. As he noted here, actually,
Three big kills back to back. Panitek still trying to stay alive, but that 5 HP ain't pretty. Picking up the mantle was Nats, but they know there was more. Navi making quick work of this, handling that threat. Now can Navi build on this momentum? We heard it from Nats, trying to keep that momentum away from them. No silly mistakes. Well, that's one way to allow some momentum to switch. And Navi now, not after only a miraculous round, a true miracle round. Having a nice, clean affair here. I get worried going forward here for Liquid. They've got to find stability and that calmness that we noted first.
งงว่ะ
ต้องถามว่าปลาเราได้อะไรซี
Bodies
เรีย
on
ล
the other side of this for Navi as
แล้ว
well.
งงว่ะ
To maybe crunch in onto tiles.
I like the idea.
Set piece will play Koala in potentially with this flash.
โอ้โห
Maybe a little
เสิร์
overzealous.
ฟถึงที่ครับ
โคตรช็อกอะโคลา
Many
ดู
bodies on the side of Liquid to be there to receive that.
เดี๋ยวเราเขาไปสแต็กเองกันเฉยหรืองงวะ
Scrambled rotation here will leave B side wide open.
มันเจอบีเยอะแล้วมันไปสแต็กเองคืออะไรวะ
Liquid
แต่อันนี้คิดมากไปเองวะเนี่ย
Yeah.
ต่ออะไรอะ
Is this just the Giga Brain read?
แล้วก็ดูนะไอ้นั้นโยนหมวกปุ๊บ
Give it away now.
ปุ๊บไปเข้าบี
People know that there's a huge gap in the defensive formation here. Nats slipped into a ratty spot here.
He's going to hear those steps. It's the drop. Chooses to fight the first. Couldn't quite get back in time for the second, but keeps the numbers looking solid. Navi now going to have to work
ถ้า
their
ไอ้นั้น
way
ไม่มา
back
โย
in.
นหมวกผมว่ามี
Three
โอกาสไปเอง
standing Shao, Hero, and Angel. Still a good bit of util, but only 5 bullets here for Hero. Drift ahead through the smoke, and maybe the timing's right. Camo's looked away. There's a chance here, and it's been made real by Shao. Maybe going for the all here on Serial, just maybe as a deterrent. And well, they waste the ult off the back of Kiko's kill, but still, they kept the numbers up here, Mike. It's looking less and less likely.
I think Shao and Angel going to find a way back in here.
Last player standing.
Well, consolation at least.
นี่ถ้ามันไม่เสียราวสอง
Steal
นะ
away this second round.
ผมว่าเผื่อๆแม่งได้โบนัสด้วยเนี่ย
ใช่
Very proactive from Navi on the back of that tile.
พอได้ตำแหน่งเข้าบี
Exploring outside A. Almost anticipating Liquid to regroup very quickly. They call an audible. It's unfortunate they're not rewarded, and that's the unfortunate the neural theft comes through.
เมื่อกี้ถ้ามีคนมาเทรดไอ้ตรง
Come in. Be more confident. Say what you wanna do. Don't just say do this, Nafik. Say, give the direction. Michael, also, you have your ulti. Say what you want to do.
เอาละโดนดิ
โดนดิ
Yeah, really important actually to get a listen in here. A couple
Don't
of
net sword.
situations where Camo's been shut down. Desperate to find an opener into these rounds. Keeping it in check in the early rounds. Very important here on the decider. So it's almost what you'd hope to see from Nats. Hang on though. He's here so quickly. We're about to burst the smoke.
Yeah, they are. They had no idea. It's Xiao and Angel, though. All in unison. And there's no recovery from that. Nats can't do enough for it. Kiko very disconnected as well. NAVI completely subverting expectations, but basically just holding a smoke. It didn't seem phased by it. There wasn't, any paranoia in on it. There wasn't anything to really set it into motion there. Curious what the actual plan was. And you heard that conversation before this round starting, to call what you want, to ask for it, to be confident in what you're trying to do. And again, I think you're right in complimenting Nats in that he's trying to have this leadership and keep them in the right place. But it puts a lot on his plate now to keep these players focused up here at 2-2. And NAVI now with a real gifted round. Once again, the momentum starts sitting firmly in their favor.
Expecting Kiko try and make something happen here, almost maybe a timeout here to discuss potential for also what we saw on the comms there, that that's almost feeling a little bit frustrated, asking more of his players. Can't really, well, Kiko's one away from the ultimate, maybe looking for a kill in the lurk here to regroup on the back of that TP. So that's certainly why we don't see the paranoia coming through to set this play in motion. I think you're absolutely right. There was a window, but I think NAVI very quickly, yeah, you can see here the moment where it's just like, okay, we know they can't come through from main. There's 3 of us here.
Yeah.
And finally somebody turns and it's...
That's frustration, and that's rare. Again, Nats is the kind of middle ground, right? He rarely goes high, rarely goes low. That looks frustrated, and that feels like a missed play there. I mean, one paranoia could have changed it. Yeah, maybe a bit of a gamble from NAVI, but rewarded nevertheless. And look at the ults now. Look at that build-up potential, and a broken buy from Liquid. Time to turn up, Liquid. I'm getting worried for them, because it feels more like Icebox than it does Split.
ไม่อยู่ดีๆคาโม่มันก็โหดเหมือนก่อนหน้านี้
ไม่สม่ำเสมอ
Maybe take a breath.
มันเจอแบบเอมเยอะๆป่ะเลยแบบตึง
Storm, you can find something with a classic gear, can potentially invest it in this round. Try and swing things in their favor. Set up outside A right now. Hero, little adjustment on the utility, just to make sure it stays intact.
Should be nice for Xiao. Yeah, he might let Camo slip ahead, but Hero should be... Oh, actually, hold on. There's a bit of a fight back. They're trying to do a lot, but Hero's position, he did it really well there. Keeping control.
ผมมาช่วยเพื่อนโคตรไวอะกระโดดขึ้นมาคอร์สอะ
Spike in a very precarious spot. Gonna make it very difficult. Expected someone there, couldn't quite get the cleanest shot he needed. And NAVI make it through. I need to see a timeout, Mike. I rarely say it so clearly, but this feels like Liquid are looking flat.
Curious to see what the discussion was happening whilst Kiko was saving, whether or not the coaching staff listening in want to kind of build upon that discussion. So you're going to see the
มันควรตายได้ทำอ่ะเพราะมันนั่งยิงเฉยๆอ่ะสเตปก็ไม่ได้ทำไม่ยิงกันไม่โดนเอง
the TP on Kiko, but other than that, one away for Patitech, 2 for Serial. And encroaching on basically a full house on the other side of things for NAVI.
Oh, pace. And a quick evacuation, at least for the first layer. Xiao,
not
sharp, not clean enough today. Pathway gets opened. I'm looking at who's else on the site here, though. Camo's still here. Sorry, excuse me, Hero's still here. Has a bit of a look towards B main, so trying to take active space back, and I quite like that. Actively looking for it. Wanu, feast or famine, right? This is big! He gets down 1! Camo survives!
Somehow.
Yeah, somehow is the main word there. Angel not finding what he wants.
เหี้ยหนาว่ะ
It's a vintage look. And it's a similar problem. Deeper on the angle and less reward
แม่งยังมีดับเบิ้ลหนึ่ง
And Liquid just going back to basics points, just stay together, take a fight, they'll peek into us. And even with all that, I quite liked what Hero was trying to do over towards B, making sure to secure that space. I mean, they lost too much in middle.
done just yet though. Ruxik still here, potential to do some damage. Get a sound cue potentially. That's why we see Hero make some moves. Still got paranoia. 20 seconds on the next smoke, but if you can reset here, potential to do some
กด
damage.
ได้กดได้
3 นี้ยุ่งเลย
You are into a post plant though when you're gonna know the salvos are gonna be there in roughly what 20 seconds in his head maybe. This is really tough. Paranoia for Kiko as well. Some really key pieces for Liquid to have. Hero trying to subvert expectation. Keep him guessing, but time is against him now.
จะไม่รีโหลด
And he's got the ult though. Here we go. He's giving it a damn good go, but the paranoia buying some precious seconds. How does he try and go about this one? The utility coming. Oh, this Kiko
ไปตั้งแต่ตัวแรก
is there. And a needed round from Liquid, but it felt a little flat from NAVI as well.
Camo finding the entry here is again a big positive to.
I think it was Shao that I was considering there in my mind. Bit messy on that.
And maybe not anticipating the way Liquid have been playing that they dig so deep to find him.
True.
So definitely caught off guard in that regard. And whether or not we do see an adjustment here on either side, actually, NAVI accounting for that.
NAVI ไม่โดนเราเดียว
Liquid
ไม่
maybe
ทำ
looking
เอา
to exploit that
อะไร
further.
วะ
That's what they feel.
ตัวใส่ตกใจฮะเจอดับเบิลดาเมจ
I mean, again, I'd love to get in on the comms and hear kind of the commitment behind getting Camo online.
Yeah.
And Nats is asking for him to almost call from the front. Tell us what you want to do.
And
If you
we'll-
ผม
wanna
เล่น
do
ไป
something,
ไป
we're
เทค
with you.
ตอนมาสเตอร์แบงคอกส่งเพื่อนกลับบ้านเลยนะ
Pull the trigger on the timeout first. Again, it is 4-3, very close, but you look at how these rounds have fallen and, of course, how they've happened. You kind of tend to think.
Yeah, again, I don't. Again, you look at it, I don't necessarily think the timeline's really indicative of how these rounds have played out. It doesn't.
No.
I still feel like Navi have had the upper hand.
Yes.
Flipping round two, kind of getting back in.
That weird walk through smoke.
Yeah.
A couple of weird missteps, and obviously here in the comms, we get that little bit of insight.
So, yeah, well, actually, credit to Liquid in that regard to still at least keep the opening 7 rounds a close affair. Certainly not out of the woods just yet.
No.
Coming in now, the ultimate one away for Koala, but Shao and Ruxik do have theirs. Other side of things, Liquid now with the upper hand in this cycle.
It's a game plan off the start. Anyone making moves here? I like that methodical approach towards middle again. I put a question mark towards Shao in the last one, just kind of got caught. Maybe not expecting so much presence. Let's see how it looks now.
Historically, I think you get one of those versus Shao. He's very heads up in terms of adjusting. He's never usually want to overstep or become too aggressive. He's up against the ropes clutch player, so.
Certainly.
You'll see the switch up here, putting Ruxik in the front lines to try and hold that down.
It looks like this commitment towards Tree might be... I want to say it could be rewarded. Now, we'll have to see how it obviously goes once we see it. All going to come in. They already kind of... It feels like they were prepared for this. And look at this! Look at the preparation, but they still need to stick the landing! Angel going to take away Camo. They look like they have a heads-up approach to this, but there's still damage. That's just fallen! Couldn't get away. Lovely work coming out from NAVI in this 4v3, but with Palitek, Kiko, and Serial still alive, there are opportunities. A player gathered. Serial going to find Hero, fighting back forward. Palitek wants space. He wants to drop the bodies on the floor, and he's doing so damn well.
จริงไอ้ซีเรียลมันน่าจะไลน์อัพกงมาลงช็อตซะหน่อยนะ
Tied up 4 apiece.
ว่ะน่าจะได้รักไก่ไม่ได้
มัน
Nats maybe looking a
นี่ผม
little
มันเล่น
more
เดดล็อก
relief
ด่าน
now.
เพราะไอ้นี่เลยไอ้กงช็อตอ่ะทีเด็ดเลย
Getting caught out here
พ
with
อ
the
เข้าซ้ายได้
ultimate,
ปุ๊บ
but
แปะสตันใต้เฮเว่นโอ้โหคุม
Serial, wow.
โหดเลยโคตรโหด
Ruxik's desperate to make something work from main.
ที่เหลือไอ้พวกที่เหลือเล่นสบายเลยปิดรอคนมายิงกงยิง
Clean
ประ
up
ตู
beautiful from Patty, as you noted. For the first time, Liquid will find a second in succession.
มันอาจจะมีแผนอื่นป่ะมันอาจจะแบบว่าให้คนอื่นมาดูตรงช็อตแทนอะไรนี่ไปกงเฮเว่นแทน
Scraps, odd ends, a bucky, a few sheriffs, and Kuala Noob on the ghost.
And a gamble, right? And it feels like a decent gamble. We haven't seen much of a want to go towards that B side, so why not give it a crack? But Shao not being able to withstand the pressure. That was 3-4 players with the util.
เหมือนกองโจรเลยพี่เมื่อกี้พอโดนเจอผมแม่งโผล่มาจากไหนเต็มไปหมดเลย
Divide and conquer as Koala Noob.
นี่ก็นั่ง3ที่เชา
Position to try and play from. Does he get anything for it? Angel's already fallen. I don't think they're going to get much. Hero going to be able to connect.
Ow.
Oh, I've told her an absolute porcupine. Both
เยี่ยม
awkward
พี่แนท
sets.
เอ้าไอ้เหี้ย
Still doing so much damage.
พี่แนทก็ช็อตตี้มามีคนเข้าหลังพอดีทำนี่อย่างดี
I think almost the realization it was like I can't
เมื่อกี้
shoot
พี่
you
แนท
from
กดช็อตตี้แยกไกลไป
in the
นี่
smoke
รู้เรื่อง
and
นะ
kills Rooksick.
เดี๋ยวว้าว
Bloody hell.
เกือบจะหลับแต่กลับมาได้
A little chaotic.
Little bit muddy.
เริ่มไม่หาแล้วตัวเลย
Show me that from now to POV.
Nice, beautiful.
นี่นิ่ง
Alright, guys, let's relax a little bit.
Yeah, probably now an opportunity to relax, to be honest
ๆมา
with
แต่
you.
คน
I don't know, it feels so calm, and hold on, there's
That
some
don't tap
pressure
him.
here. Nat's trying to be singled out, and look at him. I mean, it doesn't matter the
Mong
pressure, he's
วิ
so
ชาหายตัว
slippery. You can't pin him down, and in the meantime, they've taken towards the site. Camo right off the rip, just
มัน
taking
งง
towards
แนท
it,
หายไปไหน
takes
วะ
it for
แนท
himself.
ไปไหนวะ
Waves the banner. Is Nat slippery as ever, still pumping damage. May know his days are numbered, but he ain't going down without a fight. He made a run for it. And now, in this 3v2, can they locate Patitek and Kiko? Plant's not there. Kiko trying to catch him before that ult fully coming in.
Well, Patitek's got to be really careful. He
Yeah,
can be
maybe Penny
isolated
will.
on site so easily here, but he's found the first.
I mean, blooming heck, luckily enough, the spacing between Angel and Koala Noob able to swing it on Shao, falling there. Keeping this at 5 apiece.
It's tough, no real safety for Liquid to stack up here and play together off each other, especially in the 2v3. Yeah, very chaotic here. And unfortunately, Nat's not able to fully disengage from that crunch on tiles.
ผมว่าถ้าไอ้แนทใช้แฟนทอมตายเนี่ยตรงกลางโดนไอ้แนทหมดเลย
There we go. Now we're starting to hear it a bit more from Koala Noob. I like to hear that because I feel like Navi are quite a calm team regardless. I don't think you get those like huge pump-up moments, so it's nice to have at least one of them
ไม่ได้
getting a bit fired up. Obviously, Liquid want to keep it even calmer, but the first
ไอ้เนี่ยมันจะไล่อัพแล้วพี่
approach towards A, it feels like with Angel trying to keep a
ขึ้นไปข้าง
glance
บน
off
อย่างนี้
this.
Stacked up on the side of Liquid, but enough of a deterrent here off the smokes. Force them to reconsider. A little bit of misdirection here from Kiko. An attempt to drop a few question marks across the map, but Angel should be able to slow things down here. Caught by the paranoia, he's got to be careful.
Nice stall though.
เนี่ยไล่อัพจริงเห็นนะ
Magnum's
ไล่อัพ
utility,
ไป
but do they expect
ก
to
ง
slip
ช็อต
through? Look how far the Camos managed to get. Yeah,
มาจาก
completely
ไหนวะ
unconsidered.
ไปช็อต
Just
It's
sneaking
not
past that util unaffected. It's on Angel now, and they knew he was here. Nats deeper than expected, but
Well,
Koala
Natty,
Noob on
innit?
the case. Angel's fallen, so the site is under control of Liquid. In a 4v3, we're gonna need a hero. And right now, Theirs has fallen for
ตอนนั้น
Navi.
นี่ไม่เชื่อจริง
Leaving in this 4v2, Koala Noob and Shao. Not gonna have much of a say in this one so far. Trying to isolate fights. And they
แต่ถ้า
found
คนใช้
one.
บ่อยๆเดี๋ย
The
วเนิร์ฟแน่
second! Quick to be had! And look at Kiko's position. There is a time limit on this. A Shao,
Not
though.
good for him either.
The seconds now passing have allowed Kiko to get close. That's difficult.
What?
What is HP? How did he get Kiko in the end? I do not
เหลือเชื่อ
know.
ปะ
And I doubted Shao earlier. Now I certainly don't.
แม่งยังไม่กู้อะ
รีบพีคจังเลย
To find 6 with the Red Bull clutch. And Kiko a million miles away from this one. It almost feels a little desperate. Double swing onto this here. Kiko unfortunately just lined up into the backside of the spray. A beautiful adjustment from Shao though. 5 HP.
Wow.
Liquid will still find a purchase here.
That's crazy. I just remember Patitek, I think, had salvos there too, but that feels irrelevant now. Speaking of salvos,
Ow.
I mean, Koala Noob is going to get punished this time. 1-for-1 trade out.
Yeah,
And the
come
pace
back.
spike, they ain't
But
stopping.
this paranoia could be huge though.
Oh, it's good. No one could really springboard off it though. They just tucked away into the corners. But Angel doing Angel things. He goes in and has a look, has a glance. They're desperate to stay alive. It's Shao to pry out Kiko. Angel falls. And this time against Shao, the immovable
นี่พี่
object.
เฉาเขาลั่นจัด
No one's getting past Mark here. The Serial has to face it. Gets past Shao in the end. Spike still left loose. Hero not quite with Rooksick yet. Serial looking for his man. He's been clean.
อ้าวได้เล่นดีมีอันตีด้วย
That is terrifying for
วอล
Hero.
ซีที
He's got to play this just right.
ปิดประตู
Close off the door, able to close off spawn as well.
Listening.
ก็โดน
Decent
แฟม
coverage here with the utility. Hero looking to try and get ahead of this. He's going for the spam. He's got him once. Serial down to 31. He's got the regen though.
Serial backing away. He's still got that ult. When's the time? He's got to play this right. He's got to think it
นิ่ง
through.
เฮีย
Considering it, toying with it. Here it is. Pops the ult. Hero's drawn that out. Move and counter move here. It's a time buyer too. He can ping it off in the end. Just at the very end of it, but Hero has to be patient. And there it is. Dissipates. 31 HP. And now is the time for Hero to try and strike. But
จังหวะแรกเลย
Serial saving the day with the Red Bull clutch.
ถือว่าใช้ได้ครับ
All even.
Another.
ถูกใจพี่เอ๋ยน่ากลัวขนาดนั้นตีเด็ดหรอกไม่เป็นคัด3เลยเนี่ยทำไปเล่นไป
ตอนนี้สัญญา50 ปีเหรอโห
กะไม่เปลี่ยนเลยนี่ถือว่าซีเรียลมาแบบไม่ซีเรียสเท่าไหร่นี่
ถือว่าดีอยู่นะอันนี้
โคตรสู้กล้องเลยชองเชียร์EMEAเห็นนะพอเจอกล้องปุ๊บ ถ้าเป็นแปซิฟิกจะเอาไอ้นี่ป้ายมาบังหน้าแล้วก็จะเขิน
Sheriff see it. Swinging. Looks like they might even get aggressive in mid here. You can see the setup on short. Compliment this. Camo potentially to lead the charge.
It's like high noon out here. The amount of sheriffs coming out. Let's see what the challenge is looking like. It's an absolute brawl. Good luck catching any of this Panatek. Coming out the victor, it looks like so far. Angel left, barely breathing. And it's time to run and hide as it's already going to be Camo to claim it. And lead taken by Liquid.
Crucial confidence on display here. Been questioning the nerves, questioning how much they've got left to give. That's what you want to see if you're a Team Liquid fan here to kick off the second half. Want to see this clean on round 2 though. Has to be clean on round 2.
Spike down.
สงสารพี่เฉานั่งแบบว่านั่งรับชะตากรรมโอ้ยหูไม่เทคแรงมากน้องดิดเดอะฟักดาวอะไร
Lip reading's not my strong point, but no guesses on that one. A little bit of that energy we've been asking to see. Yes, calm and composed, but just want them to lean heavier into some of these round wins.
เจอเยอะอุ้ยคม
Pretty. It's pretty. I mean, it's not the prettiest now. It was before. It's fine. Job done. Job done. It's own flawless. It's Liquid. Quickly.
เมื่อกี้มันกัดจะสเปรย์3 ตัวเลยแหละ
And confidence builders for Camo as well.
นาเริ่มขมวดคิวแล้ว
Thinking back, Nat's desperate to tap in. Get him online in the first half. Getting the spray, just getting away from it a little bit. That range, it can get awkward. Atatek on clean-up duty.
ปืนไม่ค่อยโอเคเท่าไหร่นะ
Here we go.
พอไหว
ระดับกลางๆแต่ยูทิวอะดิโหดมากเลย เดดล็อกเพโจ
ตอนพี่เฉาคัดต่อ
Because it looks like Liquid don't respect you right now. So you're gonna have to kind of force them to, right? Navi, you gotta really push down Liquid here. Nice little snatch and grab or a valiant attempt at it, but Hero's not really letting go. Held on for quite some time, taking 2 down.
Atatek anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that smoke. NAVI just poised for this aggression. No second layer to it. And Serial, no interest in getting involved in that, but actually Angel isolated here. Hero a little late on the counter swing. Who's got the upgrade?
Well, he had the upgrade.
Well played to shut that down before any further
เอาคัด
threat
3 อีกตา
develops.
หนึ่งอะต่อสัญญาเลยเนี่ย
Serial's in the right place.
Oi.
Serial is in the building, but the third is
ปืนไม่ดี
Shao just taking it away.
เสียดายว่ะ
It's getting
แม่งน่าเป็น
weird
ช็อต
out
เปลี่ย
here,
นปืน
Mike.
It's down to 1 rifle though. NAVI going to be kicking
สี
themselves.
เลี้ยวเมื่อกี้จับปากกาแล้วฮะจะเซ็นแล้ว
Something back on the board, sure.
ที่เกือบได้สัญญาตลอดชีพ
So here, Vatstek does get away with Serial finding 2. Well, it feels doable for them.
Guys, communicate. What you hold? What you picking? Are you on distance, guys?
I mean, both teams now have been asking for comms.
ถึงมือพี่เฉาอีก
Basically, it's keeping that in the forefront of your mind, keeping these players focused on these sort of simple things. You always heard Magnum kind of talking about it earlier when they was discussing the comms as well of how they approach it and what to keep clear in their minds. But now a key round here. Zero going to get early contact and then fall away from the angle.
ไอ้2 ตัวนี้วาร์ปได้สบาย
Body straight into B main here. Serial chance to slow things down for the combo here on the back of the salvos, but necessarily connecting as they'd wish. Nothing gained here.
ดีฟอลต์หน้าบี
NAVI.
สโมกช็อตสโมกขึ้นช็อตตามสเต็ป
This could be everything. That's definitely been spotted. Oh, and the great
น่าจะเปิด
trade
แดน
from
แล้ว
Heroes.
เห็นคน
I'm surprised he got there in time, but Patate unchecked on, and that's now springs the trap from Sean. It's getting brawly. It's a massacre in middle. It's still a 3v3 though, but is there any escape for Hero? He needs someone to help him today. But look at Shao. Do not forget about
นา
Shao.
ต้องมาตายแทนฮิโร่
Close, and they have no idea about this. Kiko's just turned. Yeah, Kiko! Heads up work from him. Maybe feeling there was space or a gap or even a footstep heard.
Was anticipating the way the Serial fell in the previous
ไปกลัง
round.
เฉย
Shout. Unfortunately, a
ขาโม่
little
ต้องเปิดวาร์ป
telegraphed
ตั้งแต่
here.
ไอ้เปิดแดดตั้งแต่ตอนเห็นปืนโผล่นะ
2 to the good now for Liquid. NAVI
เปิดแดนกันรอดเนี่ยยิงเปิดแดนเข้ามาร์เก็ตไป
turns to
รอ
the
ด
bank.
30 seconds.
อ้องเลย
Necessarily on the brink of any game
มายิง
changes
อย่าง
in
เดียว
terms of
ไม่สนยู
the
คิว
ultimates.
อาจจะลืมไปแล้วมีแดน
Really the neural theft. On the flip side, Liquid, a big opportunity here to build towards some of those on this anti-eco. A chance to find double-digit Serial. Dead off rip though.
How is this happening? Camo now. Okay, gonna get Angel down at least, but it still feels so threatening, these sort of rounds. It's so messy.
Hero's got in, he's got the rifle.
Ui.
He's punished Patitek.
That timing is so sick from Hero. Threading the needle. But look where the spike is. This is not gonna be an easy one for them just to pick up and run with. Kiko. He's gotta know about.
เฮ้ยหัวเมื่อกี้
Yeah, he absolutely. Hello. Oh. Okay, Spike is back in hand, but there's still a problem. And
โห
it's
ดู
this
แนทดิยืนอยู่บ้าน
further than expected and garnering the respect of Liquid.
อันพิดิกจัด
Definitely, yeah, bringing things to a 3v3. Just keep. Oh, I was gonna say.
เสียงหรอปะ
A chance to get ahead of 2 players. Camo now with the Blade Storm. Really the one you look to do some damage here. Is NAVI able to comfortably set up? It's only the 1 rifle. And the hands of Hero.
Got to play him in. Ruxic, Xiao need to be almost selfless in this. Still have those salvos potentially to buy some time. But this is uphill by all accounts.
มันบายแบบ
NAVI now
จะนี่ไปอ่ะ
feeling the pressure. Here comes the push. They got to try and play this together. B on one page here, holding out for a hero as he's fallen. Ruxic, I mean, what he meant to do? The time.
Hang on.
He could have a crack on it. Oh!
เอ้าโอ้ย
That was damn close. If he
อย่า
just
แม่งไว้
had
ใจ
that shot.
แต่มันยิงไม่โดน
Valiant
เลย
attempt, but it's double digits now for Team Liquid.
Almost thought the plant was in the corner there. Open on the doorway. That's desperately, you can see him trying to rein the rest of the Liquid players in. NAVI the ones to pump the brakes here. An important buy round for them, but Hero just getting ahead of the utility here. Was doing so much damage with that recovered rifle.
พี่เน็ต
Overall leadership. Oh, wow. NAVI have not qualified to an international event since Champion 3.
To know what it feels like to be on those international stages, to face the best competition around the world. It's a rare feeling and one that you fight for to get back. NAVI, 3 rounds difference to Liquid currently, leading this series and trying to get that another chance here to get to Toronto.
เฮ้ย เอางี้เลยเหรอ
Very proactive here.
จังอ่ะ
Early ultimate won't really catch anything. At least space controlled now by Liquid. Utility to kind of seal
กะ
the
ว่าให้
deal
แบบ
on that.
คนอยู่มุมขวาสุดหนีไม่ทัน
Congestion elsewhere on the map though. So we hit the minute marker. Sorry, NAVI almost headed in 2 different directions here.
What are we up to, boys?
TP will be left up in top mid here, so I imagine this is an attempt from Koala Noob and Xiao to maybe sell something towards B. Potentially, I didn't know actually whether or not the orbs have been retrieved outside B, whether or not anyone was even here. No, it's still here, so Xiao can get his ultimate. There's certainly a chance to sell something.
Yeah, Camo taking this enough of a red flag that he wants to get away, and in reality, this fake, I don't want to say worked completely. There's still 3 players here all the time. I think you are a lucky boy today. But 25 seconds, if anything goes wrong on this site take, it could be wraps here. Spike is still over towards Cat. They got to make their way through and see.
เอาเฮียอะไรวะเนี่ย
He got stunned as well.
อดดูเลย
Just stepping in.
เอาดี
Caught the edge of the concussion, but still hits those first 2 shots. Liquid step by step, round by round, starting to stretch their legs just a little bit, Lauren.
Start to see the cracks. Start to see NAVI
แม่งมีแต่ฮา
looking under pressure.
ฮาตั้งแต่แม่งลงมาโดนสตันอ่ะ
Watching
แล้วก็
those
หา
shots
ส
slip
ตันยิง
now.
เข้าหัว
Individuals from Liquid looking
ตีมัน
alive.
ไม่หันไปตรงช็อตทะลุเข้า
Serial
หัวอีก
forced
2 หัว
away
นี่ฮา
early. It's
ฮาเลย
pacey, but he can stall, and he has. Now look at the spike, but look at Hero going down, dominating the angle from Camo, controlling over towards B main. While Noob trying to slowly walk back in and clear. If he went down, it could have been wraps
ซีเรียล
there.
มันยิงโหดอยู่แล้วครับผม
Concern being
มันจะเป็น
look
มัน
at
จะ
the
เป็นคน
light
ที่เป้า
shields on the
คีน
side of NAVI. Camo
แต่
could
ยังไม่ได้
really do
แต่
some
ทุกคิวที่
damage
มันยิง
here,
กับเป้ามันจะค่อนข้าง
knowing when
จะ
to
รู้ว่า
apply
ยิง
pressure
ดีอ่ะ
to the
แต่มัน
economy. Liquid well equipped once again for this A site hit. If NAVI
ป้าง
decide to try and stick the landing here.
That doesn't make me want to go over here, does it? Bruxic stolen, kidnapped, and released only for capture again. Serial dominating this space now. Eyeing up that
นี่คือ
12.
มันนิ่งจัดนะมันรอจังหวะ
Now
เอาคืน
Suicide. Get over here.
ทำเพื่อนกูเหรอ
Giving them maybe a shot at this, but it's odds against you. Kiko is still clean on this position before. Still sharp on the first, rolling the dice and coming up with the goods. Dealt with though, NAVI in a 2v2. Old's nice as well, buys time. Looking for the plant, those spikes still down.
He'll come in now, but Shao luckily holding out the full 45 HP though on Dice. He's got to be careful.
But look who it is, Nats now. It's always been Nats.
นี่อ่ะไหนไม่ก็ไม่ไหวกับน้า
Two vintage players, legacy players, and Angel this time
ไป
keeps
สเปรย์น้า
Navi
ซะครึ่ง
เล
แม็ก
กาซี่เพลเยอร์
Angel
โดน
almost
เลย
defying expectations there. Nats expecting the counter swing on the back of that pressure onto Shao. Just winning out on top of that.
One enemy.
Kiko is unfortunately he's not able to find similar success.
Nice! We got this, boys!
From that same position, 3 rounds separating them
เมื่อกี้
now.
ไอ้คาโมมันออกมา
NAVI
เร็ว
unable to find stability in terms of the finances. Another broken purchase. Kiko with an ultimate on the side of Liquid. Nothing left for NAVI, but a pace change here towards B.
It's all in. It's go time. Serial could be such a hindrance here. Camo chomping at the bit. Wanted to try and get involved in this, but position's going to be noted. And here we go. Game on! Panatech, Serial, Camo, all in unison, decimating Navi. They want that 12th and they want it
ไอ้คา
now.
โม
Koala Noob, the only ones trying to hold on here.
มันจะควัก
And
พ
they
กไป
are
ยัด
out
ก็แล้ว
for blood. They want him gone, and he is. It's 12 for Team Liquid.
An end zone flawless nonetheless. To get Liquid on the brink of closing this out on Ascent. Putting NAVI to bed. See, not deterred at all. This tempo shift from NAVI. And I gotta say as well, Serial having it might not be reflected in terms of the numbers, but having a lights out performance here. I mean, it's fantastic on split as well.
ทำนี้กันน้า
Been
ได้
a
ไง
lot of doubters around Serial.
Yes.
But he's coming up huge here for Liquid.
This is the one that matters.
คนแบบปฏิเสธก็ดีนะใน
Broken
ทีม
Navi.
เจอทีมฝั่งข้างผมมาแล้วมีคนแบบสวน
Team Liquid with that single goal in mind. The simplest
ไม่
goal
ใช่
of
ปล่อยให้เขาคุมนะ
surviving here. Navi
ไอ
are
ตอน
on
เจ
the
น
run.
จี
Koala
โดน
Noob's
เซน
still
คม
trying to
นี่
fight
คื
the
อ
good
โอ้โห
fight.
โด
Giving
น
them
เขา
some
ยืนใส่
space.
กันเลย
But look at the positioning. They're already back around top middle. Koala Noob, desperate. Dig it deeper. Kiko punish Shao. Can't handle
รู้
the
จักคน
three
เป็นคนแบบ
players.
ไปเทค
As
เบน
now
จี้
it's on two. And it looks like they've fallen in the end.
อุ้ย
Nats
จีครับ
แม่งยิงแบบแทบจะไม่เห็นกันเลยเมื่อกี้มันได้อยู่นะไอซีเรียลมันดูทำงานหนักอยู่นะตาเนี้ยไอแมปเนี้ย
ถ้ามันฟอร์มนี้ BBL ว่ามันนะ
คนทำงานหนักสุดใน TL คือไอ้แนทนี่แหละต้องพูดสถานการณ์เปิดก่อนทุกราวใครชนะได้ไปโตลอนโตครับสายล่างคู่ถัดไป BBL Liquid กันได้แค่6ก็สำหรับจริงแข่งอีกทีน่าจะวันอีก2-3 วันอ่ะไม่ใช่พรุ่งนี้มันไม่มีแข่งพรุ่งนี้อาจจะพักก่อนผมอ่ะเหนื่อยครับอยู่โหบ้าจัดให้เวลาสมองพักผ่อนทำในสิ่งที่อยากทำจริงๆดูแข่งก็สนุกดีนะแต่ตอนนี้คือแบบไอ้เชี่ยคือผมไปนอนนี่แทบจะฝันเป็นแผนเนี่ยฝันในหัวที่ฝันเป็นเสียงแฟนทอมแวนดอลแล้วไม่ต้องหลับต้องนอนแล้ว เจอกันครับฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับผมบ๊ายบายเสียดายเลยพี่ชายผมเชียร์นะจริงๆผมก็ให้ทั้งคู่แหละเชียร์อยากให้ไปทั้งคู่ครับไม่อยากให้ใครตกรอบนะแต่มันก็ต้องเลือกคนไป